following is a chapter reading by the Worm Audiobook Project. Please support the original author at parahumans.wordpress.com. Thank you and enjoy. Arc 16, Monarch, Chapter 1. Just because I was miserable wasn't any reason I should inflict that on my followers. A solid 60 or so people were gathered in a loose circle. The roads were impassable, so we'd set up in the middle of an intersection, piling concrete blocks onto one another with a metal rack at the midway point. A hole in the bottom let us feed the fire, and the pots we'd placed inside contained pork shoulders in baths of beer, carrots, onions, and garlic cloves. The smell had drawn people here from across my territory. The temptation offered by the block of beer, soda, and candy that was wrapped in plastic and sitting on a nearby pallet didn't hurt either. Charlotte and the group of older kids I'd assigned to keep people from pestering her were handling the food. Sierra sat on top of the pallet of supplies, making sure that everyone got one beer at a maximum. I'd assigned 2 people to guard her, but it was almost unnecessary. Anyone here was either aware that I would stop them if they tried, or they would have friends to warn them. On another day, I might have made people get back to work. The pork shoulders would take 4 or 5 hours to cook, and I didn't want to give up a whole day of good weather while people hung around, waiting for the moment things were served. I left them be. Coyle knew what we were up to, and he'd shut down Tattletale. Dina fell out of reach, and my hopes of regaining some connection with my dad had ended less than perfectly. Not badly, but not as well as I'd hoped. Hope wasn't lost on either count, but I felt pretty low. This, right here, was the one thing I could feel good about. My people, my territory, doing something to rebuild. Maybe I could have cracked the whip, but I'd rather they were happy. It would do more in the long run, even if it meant less work got done. They'd be dicking around waiting for the food to finish, and wouldn't get anything done tonight, after I gave them less restricted access to the beer and wine I'd had Cranston deliver. Probably less in the morning, too, now that I thought about it. Which was fine. Coyle had ordered us to expand our territory and deal with threats. The people in my territory had cleared enough space for people to sleep, to store necessities and tools, enough that if 20 or 30 new people decided to work for me in the next 24 hours, I had space for them. Expanding my control beyond this point would be a staggered process with phases of clearing followed by phases of settling. There was no point to going the extra mile to clear more space if neither I nor my enemies would be occupying it before his deadline. He'd specified 3 days. We'd taken 1 to deal with the Chosen. I'd used the next to talk things over with Parian and visit the mayor. We were officially done tonight or early tomorrow. My swarm informed me of a visitor. I stepped away from the pallet that Sierra was sitting on. It was a bit disconcerting to see how the crowd parted to give me a path. In my first night out in costume, I'd seen the ABB do it for long. How much of that was respect, and how much was fear? Maybe they weren't so distinct when it came to supervillains. We met in the middle of the street. Gru was wearing his new costume, complete with mask, and the semi-liquid darkness rolled off him to spread out over the ground, hiding much of his body. I folded my arms. Speaking quietly enough that the others wouldn't hear me, I murmured, "Any problems?" His voice was hollow with the effects of his power.
"Just checking in. I expected a call after your job. I had to get the update on how you were doing from Tattletale."
"Sorry."
"I also heard about what the boss was planning."
"Going to give me a hard time for going?"
"No. I don't like it, but I understand you didn't have a choice. Or you did have a choice, but you weren't about to take option B.
Yeah, which turned out to be the right choice. He was playing us, trying to send us a message without rocking the boat.
You've got a lot of stake in this. You holding up?
I should be asking if you're holding up, I thought. I'm dealing.
And dealing involves a barbecue?
I glanced over my shoulder at the crowd that was watching us. Building loyalty.
You don't think you're going over the top? Being too nice?
They're working hard.
That's all?
I almost shrugged, but decided to maintain my composure, look confident in front of my people. I needed a better term for referring to them. They were sort of employees, but that was vague. Should I take the same approach Perrion did? Identify my territory somehow? The residents of Spiderville? The Bug Walk? The Hive? No, not at all. I figured I'd go all out, as much for me as for them. This is the only thing that I've got going on that I can really feel good about right now.
The only thing?
I looked up at him. Oh. No, not the only thing, you're right. Though I'm not sure exactly what we're doing or what we are. Not like we're in a position to go out to dinner and a movie. My heart was pounding so hard I worried he'd notice. This would be the moment he'd tell me he was having second thoughts, that it was a mistake, he'd been in a bad place. Or would he go one step further and accuse me of taking advantage of him, get angry?
I've wondered about that myself,
he said. It's okay, though? Us?
Yeah, definitely okay.
What would my people think if they could overhear? I know we can't exactly go out, but if you're okay with it, you maybe want to come by tonight? We'll let my people celebrate a week of hard work and head into my lair, eat, watch a movie on the couch.
Okay. Not sure if I can get away before dark, if I'm doing a serious check of my territory. Imp's doing more than her fair share.
It's fine. I'm not sure how to put it, so I'll be upfront about this, I told him. Which is easier said than done. It took me a second to organize my thoughts. I don't expect to be priority number one. We have a job here. I'm not sure what the boss is planning, or if we're still going to be doing this a few months from now, or even a week from now. But I totally get it if the territory comes first, or if Imp comes first, or we have a job that interferes with our schedules. We fit each other into the breaks. I caught a glimpse of his arms through the darkness as he folded them.
You can say that, but I'm not sure it'll be true when it happens for the 3rd time, or the 10th.
It's not set in stone. If it doesn't work, we talk about it. Maybe it's best we say whatever's on our minds, given who we are. We're not the best at the social thing, you know?
I know.
He paused, glancing away.
In the spirit of saying what's on my mind, I'm kind of wondering how your people would react if I kissed you right now.
So glad I have the mask. I felt my face heat up in what would have been an embarrassing flush if anyone could see it. I swallowed. No, don't. It's not that I don't want you to, but it would mess up their image of me.
I know. That's the only reason I didn't do it. That and the masks would be hard to manage. Can't really be spontaneous when fumbling to find a way to lift the mask up, and the stuff on this mask kind of makes it hard to lift it up.
He tapped one finger on the criss-crossing fangs I'd designed into the face of his mask. It would make it rigid, hard to remove without taking the entire thing off. Something to fix for a future version. You want to grab something for lunch?
I should be getting back. There's some stragglers to deal with, and Imp's been going full tilt long enough I think I should relieve her.
She's taking this seriously, huh?
Yeah. I'd be happy about it if it wasn't so dangerous.
With luck, the danger will pass soon.
Yeah. See you later?
I opened my mouth to respond, then stopped as I felt a tremor. You feel that? I asked.
No.
No, I hadn't felt it with my own body. My swarm had sensed it. A vibration through the area. My bugs could scent exhaust. The acrid taste of ozone, for the lack of a better explanation. I honed in on it and realized that one of the buildings near the edge of my range had a new addition on the roof. It was big, like two 18-wheelers parked side by side, with two more stacked on top, but all one piece. "Shit," I said, as the general shape took form in my mind. I wheeled around to look in the direction it had settled. Trouble. Darkness billowed out around Gru, making him look larger. My first thought was Squealer, but she was supposedly dead. The other alternative? Shit. "Listen up!" I called out, augmenting my voice with my swarm. Most of the crowd was already paying some attention to me, but my shout got everyone else to turn my way. "Threat incoming! Stop what you're doing and clear out of here! That way!" I pointed. Some people started hesitantly heading the way I'd indicated. "Now!" I shouted. The crowd began to move. Sierra and Charlotte were among them, abandoning the food and the makeshift oven. Sierra looked my way for confirmation, and I gave her a tight nod. I doubted that my people were in any danger, like they'd faced with Mannequin or Burn Scar, but I wasn't taking chances.
"Who?"
Gru asked. "Pretty sure it's Dragon." She wasn't moving. She'd settled on the tallest building in the area, not too far from where I'd started my costumed career, fought Lung and met the others. She was large enough that her mechanical forelimbs could grip the two corners of the building. She lay there like a resting jungle cat or sphinx, head raised, slowly rotating to take in her surroundings.
"The timing couldn't be worse for this,"
he said. He settled one hand on my shoulder and pulled me in the direction my people were running.
"Coil wanted us to be done today. Now the heroes are making a move?"
"Retaliation for the mayor," I said. "We pushed things, now they're bringing in the big guns. Maybe literally."
"Plan?"
"No clue." I got my phone out and dialed Tattletale. She picked up on the first ring, as I was clicking through the menu to put it on speakerphone. "Dragon's here," she started. There was a flare of static, not unlike the noise from an out-of-tune radio station. "Don't fight." "Why?" I asked, but the static flared up again as I spoke, and I couldn't be sure Tattletale heard me. "She's here. How is she there?" "Taking multiple territories at once while..." Whatever she said next was obscured. It was getting worse, fast. "A fight and heroes come to back her up. Run, hide, meet..." Then she was gone, lost in the sea of static. I waited for several tense seconds, hoping she would come back on the line. "Skitter." It was Dragon who spoke over the phone. "I'm cutting off communications. I look forward to talking to you once you've been brought into custody." The phone died. There wasn't even a dial tone.
"Oh, hell,"
Gru said. "Let's go." We'd been retreating, but we broke out into a full-on run as the phone cut out. Dragon, for her part, made a move. Metal objects the size of a beach ball were filing out of the sides of her suit. They floated up in the air, spreading out in formations, dozens of them. "She's trying to beat me at my own game," I said, panting. "Minions! Hate Tinkers so fucking much!" A collection of my bugs died all at once, the sphere dropping to the pavement below with a thud that the bugs could feel. I'd encountered this before. Armsmaster's electric pulse, the one he'd used with his halberd. And I really hate Tinkers who share their work. As I glanced over my shoulder, I could see the drones flowing into the sky in waves. I ordered Atlas back to my lair to keep him safe. I didn't want to risk him, didn't want to get shot out of the air while flying, and I wasn't able to bring Gru along, wasn't willing to leave him behind. Was this what my enemies experienced? A vague feeling of dread as an unreachable opponent massed her forces? I couldn't necessarily fight back against them, and even taking down one drone was useless. 5 or 10 more would be ready to take its place. They were overtaking us. Any time I gathered more than a handful of bugs together, a drone would obliterate them with a point-blank electrical charge. That was the only thing slowing them down. They would spend their charge, fall to the ground, and then rise again a few seconds later as they rebooted. I got a better look at the drones as they approached. Each was an identical black sphere with 2 wings like blades of a battle axe, the tip of one blade connecting with the other. A camera with a red lens was mounted on a plate that roved across the sphere's outer surface, while another plate glowed in the same way Kid Win's anti-gravity skateboard had, always pointing toward the ground. One passed over my head, then stopped, hovering in place a few feet above me as I ran. I turned on my heel and shifted left, and it followed me unerringly. I zigzagged and failed to shake it.
"Attention, citizen,"
it blared in the same voice that I'd heard from the armbands during the Endbringer fight.
"For your own safety, drop to the ground and place your hands on your head. You have 10 seconds to comply."
"Fuck!"
"Here!"
Gru called out. He was turned toward me, bent to one knee, his fingers interlaced, nearly touching the ground.
5 seconds.
I ran towards him, setting my feet in the cup of his hands while drawing my knife. He straightened, heaving me up. My timing was off, and I didn't manage to jump in time with the push, but I did manage to stay balanced. As he lifted me, I raised one foot and placed it on his shoulder, using it as a foothold to lunge for the drone. I stabbed my knife at the anti-gravity panel. It raised higher into the air. I missed by a hair.
Failure to comply.
I felt the hairs all over my body stand to attention a second before it hit us. It felt more like getting a truck dropped on me than I would have expected an electrical charge to feel like, but I could feel the not unfamiliar sensation of snakes writhing across my body. It had knocked the wind out of me, leaving me lying flat on top of Gru. The weight of the drone had followed soon after, no less than 100 pounds landing on top of the 2 of us. Gru made a guttural sound. "On your feet!" I gasped the words as I tried to haul air back into my lungs. "Hurry!"
"We're not unconscious?"
He gave me a hand as we climbed to our feet. "Spider silk's particularly insulated against I stopped to cough. "Electrical charges."
Attention, citizen. For your own safety, drop to the ground and place your hands on your head. You have 10 seconds to comply.
The broadcasts overlapped, 2 voices a half step apart in timing. I looked up. Sure enough, there were another 2 drones in place over me and Gru. Gru drenched us in darkness, seizing my wrist and hauling me away with enough force that I could barely keep my feet under me. "Won't work," I gasped out the words. "She's not reliant on conventional senses. Saw imp." I couldn't hear a response, of course. I focused my attention on the drones, getting bugs onto them to track their movements, and getting some onto Dragon to see what she was doing. The drones were falling. Gru's darkness spread throughout the area, and drones were descending slowly from the air to touch the ground. They weren't discharging their electrical loads either. Whatever signal Dragon was using to command them, Gru's darkness was cutting it off. He banished the darkness in a small clearing around us.
"The drones are down. We could double back, hit her main body."
I turned my attention to Dragon. She was rising, planting her claws at the roof's edge, and turning her head to face us. Her mouth opened. "Incoming!" I shouted. This time it was my turn to grab Gru and pull him away. We headed for the side of a series of stone stairs. Crouching so our heads weren't sticking out, we pressed our backs against the side of the stairwell that was closest to Dragon. The attack was silent, but that was par for the course when Gru's darkness was involved. It speared down the length of the street like a tightly focused gust of wind. It scattered Gru's darkness and made the drones skid hundreds of feet along the road's surface. My hair whipped across the face of my mask in the wake of the attack. We moved in sync, rushing out of the doorway and rounding the first corner on our right. With the darkness cleared, the drones were rising again.
"She's prepared for me,"
Gru said. "Maybe planned to come after you when she was done here," I said. I glanced nervously at the drones that were turning their red eyes to every surface and object, searching for citizens to detain. Or it's part of a more complicated setup. This way, there's a path through the building and out the other side. We were halfway through when a trio of drones moved to cut us off, another drone moving to block our retreat. It was a precise enough maneuver that I knew Dragon had to have some kind of thermal vision at play, or another means of tracking us. Gru hit the drones with his darkness, shutting off the connection to Dragon. We pushed our way past as they settled to the ground. Dragon was orienting herself for another shot. We had cover, but she had to know that. The blast of hot wind ripped past us. The building obstructed the worst of it, but it was less focused than the former. Again, it stripped away much of Gru's darkness. He covered them in a fresh layer, and we continued running. Dragon didn't give chase. We arrived at Coil's base, and I knew from a single glance at Regent's posture that we hadn't all made it. It was as though we were afraid enough of the answer that we weren't willing to ask. Nobody spoke as Regent and Shatterbird led the way into the underground base. Imp was just past the last door. Gru hugged her, and for once she didn't fight or complain. Coil's soldiers were armed and at the ready, guns resting on knees or from straps at their shoulders, each man and woman with their specialized body armor strapped on. 30 or 40 sets of eyes watching us, each of them utterly still. Coil stood on the walkway opposite us, Trickster to his left, Sundancer and Oliver to his right. "You made it," Tattletale called out. I'd nearly missed spotting her in the midst of the soldiers. She was in the company of Fish and Miner, 2 of the squad captains.
"Who are we missing?"
Gru called out.
"Ballistic, Genesis, and Bitch."
Damn. I didn't particularly like or dislike Genesis, but I didn't want her to suffer. Ballistic... well, I couldn't bring myself to care that much. Bitch, though? That was bad. We waited while Coil and the travelers traveled across the walkway and Tattletale crossed the bottom floor to the staircase. "This is not ideal," Coil spoke.
"No," Gru responded.
7 of those things," Tattletale said. "They hit Sundancer, Genesis, Ballistic, me, Bitch, and Skitter. Tried to hit Trickster, but he was recuperating here. My gut says Dragon's controlling these things with an AI. Smart AI. But they didn't seem quite as sharp as she was in our last run-in with her. Or her attention's divided too many ways. Can't say. Her objective seems to be disrupting our control over the city rather than stopping us outright."
"I think the pair of us only slipped away because she wasn't expecting me to be there," Gru said. "Did she use the drone deployer against you guys?"
"No," Tattletale replied. "She was piloting an updated version of the thing she used against Leviathan, spewed containment foam everywhere. My guys hammered it with rocket launchers and bought me time to run. Maybe lost half my squad, depending on how things went. Only Miner and Brooks have returned so far. Came after me with a bloated floating ship. Kept drawing force fields around me," Sundancer said. She was hugging her arms to her body. "My power couldn't even knock them down. I burned myself an escape route through the ground. Nearly got trapped in the molten sludge. It was stupid. I could have died."
Oliver put a hand on her shoulder.
7 different ships, Gru said.
"This is well-timed enough that I'd suspect a traitor in our midst," Coil spoke, pausing for a moment while his head turned fractionally to take us all in. "But I haven't spoken of my overall plans to anyone, and there is nobody capable of reading minds to figure out my overall strategy, much less in Brockton Bay."
"Just bad luck and good planning," Tattletale said. "Communications are down, no camera feeds, no radio. Phones too. No cell or satellite signals are making it out there."
"So we're going to have to stick together instead of coordinating attacks," Gru responded.
"Trouble is," Tattletale said, "they've already laid out their game plan, and it's a toughie. 7 suits babysitting our territories and keeping us from settling back in. If we pick a fight like Ballistic did, then they deploy the Protectorate, the wards, and probably any unoccupied suits as reinforcements."
Nobody had a response to that. Dealing with just the one dragon had been hard enough. Dealing with dragon plus a contingent of heroes would be next to impossible. "Can Gru borrow her power?" Trickster asked. Gru shook his head, and the darkness around him seemed to expand a fraction. "No, don't get much from Tinkers." "Then there's Regent," Trickster said, "or more specifically, Shatterbird." "Sure," Regent said. "She might have a countermeasure in mind," I said. "She knows Shatterbird's here. It could be as simple as the long-ranged wind cannon thing she used to clear away Gru's darkness. She could shoot Shatterbird out of the air the second she shows herself, or any number of things." "Try a larger-scale detonation?" Trickster asked. "See if you can't wipe out a couple of suits at once, without revealing yourself?" "No," Regent said. "Don't know if I can control the area of it if I push out too hard. It's slippery. I'm not good at explaining this stuff. I can turn the dial to anywhere from 1 to 10, but for each number you go up, it goes maybe twice as far, maybe 5 times as far. The effect, I don't know." "It gets exponentially more powerful as you put more effort in," I suggested. "Sure. Don't know what that means, but sure." Coil cleared his throat. "I've invested a great deal of time and money into establishing your two groups here in Brockton Bay, and I did it for precisely this sort of scenario. Again, the timing is unfortunate, but I still expect you to address this situation. You'll want to verify whether Bitch, Ballistic, and Genesis are captured or simply pinned down somewhere, rescue them if need be, and dispatch Dragon." "There go my plans with Brian." "This may be just a smidge above and beyond the Call of Duty, boss man," Regent said. "You'll have access to all of my resources," Coil responded, "but the previous orders about clearing out and establishing your territories by noon tomorrow stand." "Or?" Every set of eyes moved to Imp. "Beg pardon?" Coil asked. "Hey, I'm in this for fun, for fame, and money. Getting beat down and arrested isn't any of those things." "I see. I thought you would be more professional." "Me?" Imp shrugged. "Hell no." I could feel the tension in the air. There were 50 trained soldiers here, men and women who could shoot and hit their target. If Coil gave the order, I wasn't sure we'd walk away in one piece. Intentionally or not, Imp was pulling the chair out from under Coil at a time when he was already vulnerable and unsteady on his feet. Good. "Do the rest of you feel this way?" "The travelers aren't in a position to walk away, you know that," Trickster said. "And we have to rescue Genesis and Ballistic if they need it, so no, we're definitely in." Tattletale, Gru, and I exchanged glances. Tattletale's eyes lingered on me for a long second. Was it up to me? "Honestly," I said, "I don't know what call I'd make. This is pretty dangerous, as stuff goes, and we didn't exactly sign up for this. I'd go in just to make sure Bitch comes out of it okay, but doing that and cleaning up this mess in the kind of time frame you're talking about? That's asking a lot." "You'll be adequately compensated for the risk you face," Coil said. "I figured as much, but I don't want money." "Ah, what do you want, Skitter?" "You know that already." "I've already told you I'll consider your request." "I want a promise." He didn't reply. Instead, he stared at me, his mask opaque, no holes for the eyes, nose, or mouth. I had to read the little details, the movements in the raised portion of his brow, the set of his chin, the movements and tension of his fingers where he had his hands clasped in front of him. If I had to venture a guess, I'd think he was offended. "Then you have it, Skitter. Provided you deal with this situation in the next 21 hours, and your team has reclaimed their territory, I will consider your end of the bargain filled. I'm hoping I have the rest of the Undersiders as well?" "I'm not promising anything until I get something too," Imp said. What would you require?
My own territory.
That can be arranged. Given how critical this situation is, are you content to discuss the matter after the situation is resolved?
Come again?
He wants to know if you're okay with deciding what territory you get after the job is done, Gru said.
Yeah.
Gru, Tattletale, Regent?
I'm with her.
Tattletale jerked a thumb my way. Gru nodded, glancing at Imp.
I'm not about to be left out, Regent said, but maybe you could pony up a nice cash bonus?
I could hear the slightest of sighs from Coil. That can be arranged.
Cool.
Then that's settled. I've been made aware that Dragon is also making a bid to claim, seize, and lock out digital goods within the city. Victor has agreed to work with my teams and do what he can to minimize the damage. If there's nothing else...
There is something, Tattletale said.
Do tell.
That data we grabbed from the PRT offices, you crack it yet?
Some. It's badly degraded.
I need it, as much as you can give.
Done, Coil said. I can show you the way.
One other thing. You said we had access to all your resources?
Yes.
Just how much money are you able to spare?
We can discuss that on our way to the room where the databases are stored, he said, firm. Undersiders, travelers, I wish you luck. He strode off with Tattletale following. Too easy, I thought. He made that promise too easily. But it was something. Let's go, I said. Arc 16, Chapter 2.
We're not going to be able to take on Dragon without a plan, Gru said. A damn good one.
You taking point on this? Trickster asked. He stepped forward to unlock the gate and held it open for us. I knew Gru well enough that I noticed the delay before he responded.
I don't have a plan, but I'll take the lead if we need it.
Was he hesitating? We hadn't really asked a lot of Gru since he'd been taken by the Nine. Lisa had expressed concerns that he might be shaky if we put him under the pressures a leader had to handle, and the others had apparently agreed. They'd talked about nominating me. I wasn't sure I was up for the role, but I was even less sure about having Gru calling the shots when he might shut down or get distracted at a crucial moment. I didn't know what form his trauma might take in this kind of situation. Our side consisted of Trickster and Sundancer from the Travelers, with Regent, Shatterbird, maybe Victor, Gru, Imp, and me. Gru's own self-preservation or his feelings for Imp and me could cause him to play it too safe when we needed to make a decisive strike. Actually, I started to interject, but the words disappeared the second everyone turned my way. Gru's attention, in particular, was making it hard to be confident. I didn't want to hurt him, and trying to figure out how to phrase things without hurting his feelings, raising a sensitive subject, and actually saying what I wanted to say? We'd stepped outside. The half-finished building that loomed over the entrance to Coil's underground base sheltered us, allowing intermittent sunlight through where plywood hadn't yet been erected to fill the gaps, patches of bright and dark. I turned and looked at Gru, trying to read him, to see if there was some clue about what he'd say. Regent spoke up. Spit it out. Actually, what? Can I asked. Can I take point here? When in doubt, keep it simple. You have a plan? Trickster asked. Maybe. No, plan is the wrong word. Call it a strategy. I was studying our group, assessing the tools we had at our disposal. But it's becoming a plan as I think about it, and I think Imp plays the key role here. Fuck yeah! Imp? Trickster asked. Dragon can see her, can't she? She's the most useless person here. I mean, I know I'm not in any shape to fight, but at least my power does something. Fuck you, Imp snarled. No, I said. We can definitely use her. Let's hear the plan, Gru said. I was relieved that there was no anger or irritation in his voice, nothing to indicate he was upset over my co-opting the leadership role. The first priority will be making sure Bitch, Genesis, and Ballistic are okay. I'm thinking the easiest way to do that will be to pay the heroes a visit at the PRT headquarters. Dangerous, Gru said. And it's something Dragon will anticipate, I think, I said. It's a safe bet to say she's smart, even if the actual machines aren't getting her full attention, or if they're dumber because their artificial intelligences don't function at the same level as an actual human brain. She's still organizing the suits, and she's going to be able to anticipate that we might go for the most vulnerable elements of their operation, the local heroes. You're thinking we go after them? We have to. The individual suits are going to be tough to take down, if not outright impossible. We can take down the local heroes and get leverage, information, or at least stop them from interfering when we go up against one or more of Dragon's suits. Makes sense, Trickster said, unless we're putting ourselves in that worst-case scenario where we're dealing with multiple suits, plus the local heroes. It's possible. Even here, I'm willing to bet my left hand that there's going to be a dragon suit parked on the roof of that building, or somewhere nearby. And you're thinking we use Imp? Gru asked. I nodded. We can leave her there as a saboteur, maybe, or just have her in place to get information, or methodically take threats out of action. But it won't be that simple. They'll have security cameras throughout the building, which means we need to take them out if she's going to walk around without a problem. Regent, can Shatterbird kill all the cameras and lights in the building without killing anyone? Nothing explosive. A gentle break? I'd have to be close. Closer if I don't know where it is. And by I, you mean Shatterbird? Gru asked. Yeah, I can't get that far from her, though. I can probably find the location to target with my bugs, but getting Shatterbird in close means we need a distraction, so this is a two-pronged plan. The problem with that, Gru said, is this is also a plan with a lot of steps, each dependent on the success of the step before it, as well as the success of the second prong. If we fuck up or run into a snag somewhere along the line, it falls apart. Yeah, I said, and we're going to be outnumbered and outgunned, even if we don't count the squads of PRT uniforms that are going to be stationed in there. But I think we can use that to our advantage. Disguises? Sundancer asked. No, not disguises. Let's hurry. We're working with a hard time limit. We have to travel on foot, and we're going to be forced to stay out of the open as we travel. Gru filled the area with darkness as we approached, and then cleared enough away for us to talk. With luck, it could help keep them from detecting us with any of the countless tools tinkers like Dragon, Chariot, or Kid Win had at their disposal. Radar, thermal imaging, stuff I'd never even heard of. They had modified the PRT building since our last visit. The windows had been destroyed when Shatterbird had attacked the city, and were now filled with screens and plywood. PRT uniforms stood on the rooftop, observing the surrounding area. Trucks ringed the area, each with police officers, detectives in bulletproof vests, and more PRT uniforms standing nearby. One of Dragon's suits was perched on the rooftop of the tallest building in the area. The legs were long enough that the knees rose above the body, ending in 4 sharp points, and wing panels seemed to join each of the legs, like the flaps of skin between the legs of a flying squirrel. The actual body was low to the ground, with a long tail that had entwined from a point at the back of the rooftop to the front, caressing the corner closest to me. The head swiveled slowly from side to side, scanning for threats. It wasn't the drone ship. Good. That would have been disastrous. But I didn't know what this suit did. The feature that caught my eye was the wheel. As big around as the suit was long, the spoked wheel ran through the shoulders of the suit, jutting straight up. It rotated slowly, arcs of electricity occasionally flashing between the center and the edges, killing any bugs that settled on the spokes and leaving a heavy scent of ozone in their wake. I described the general shape for them.
"Anyone recognize what Skitter's describing?" Gru asked.
"That's not the one that came after me," Sundancer said.
"It's in my territory," Trickster said. "Maybe she picked it to come after me?"
"How do you counter a teleporter?" I asked. "With that thing, apparently," Regent commented. "So we're dividing our group?"
"Yeah," I said. "I'm tracking you guys with my bugs. Take your time getting into position. Better to take a bit longer than to alert them too early. Gru's with me. Trickster, Imp, and Sundancer stay here, keep out of sight at all costs. Regent and Shatterbird, you stay here in the darkness for cover until we make a move. Then head out and circle around. When we're all in place, I'll let you know." Gru and I headed out, navigating through back alleys and side streets, detouring far enough away that the curve of the road kept us out of sight of the officers stationed by the intersection, with my swarm to check for any bystanders and Gru's darkness to keep us off the armored mech's radar. I used my bugs to start tracking the people inside the headquarters. Heat and humidity were my allies here. The main floors had open areas with desks and areas with blocks of cubicles, packed with officers working elbow to elbow. They'd worked long days, judging by the heavy taste of the sweat on their skin, and they'd let food pile up. With the general warmth of summer, bugs were secretly thriving. Some vegetable mush had leaked from the trash can to the bottom of a bin, maybe spaghetti or some pizza sauce, and maggots were happily devouring a meal there. Small flies had amassed where the trash hadn't been promptly cleared away, and piles of paper offered a home to the enterprising spiders that wanted to devour this growing population of pests. I'd worried I wouldn't be able to get my bugs on everyone present without alerting them. It wasn't a problem in the end. A small number of maggots could be delivered by a fly, dropped into the midst of an officer's shoelaces, the pocket of their pants, or the holster of their gun. From there, it was easy enough to keep track of where they were moving and what they were doing. Counting the bodies, checking the various people inside, I could tell that Bitch, Genesis, and Ballistic weren't present. Nobody matched their build or style of dress, in costume or out. On the third floor, the 3 local members of the Protectorate were in the company of the wards, a pair of PRT uniforms, and the woman I took to be the director. Triumph seemed to be okay. I could sense the general shape of Miss Militia, as well as Assault. I didn't spot Prism, Cash, or Ursa Aurora. That was good. All of the wards were present too. Weld, Clockblocker, Flechette, Kid Win, Vista, and Chariot. We had 2 big guns. If we were willing to be monsters, to go all out, it would be a fairly simple matter to hit them with Shatterbird to slow them down, use Sundancer's sun at maximum power, tear the building apart, and incinerate the residents before everyone could clear out. It wouldn't even be hard. But what was the point if we went that far? I was in this to save Dina. It didn't do any good if I ruined the lives of 100 Dinas in the process, the daughters and sisters of the employees here, fathers, mothers, and other people who did nothing to get caught up in this war.
"This spot good?"
Gru asked, stopping. I looked around. We didn't have a view of the building, but we did have a view of Trickster, which is what we needed. "It's good. 1 minute while I fill them in."
"Feel confident?"
"Wish I had time to practice this before trying it in the field," I replied.
"Yeah,"
he answered. I used my bugs to spell out the various information they needed, the presence and location of the armored suit, the general number and location of the enemy forces, and the floors they were currently on. It took me a few minutes to spell everything out and verify that they understood. The plan called for a distraction. Sundancer would take the lead on that. I signaled the go-ahead, and she created her orb, shoving it down through the road's surface. However many thousands of degrees it was, it melted through pavement and bored into whatever pipes and drainage spaces were beneath the roads. When it rose through an intersection some distance away, it was significantly larger. Sundancer began bringing it steadily towards the headquarters, moving in towards the opposite face of the building that Gru and I were closest to. The Protectorate headed to the windows to see what was happening. I highlighted the window frame with my bugs, clustering them so a general rectangle surrounded the area. Did Trickster have the ability to see them through the window? It was hard to calculate the angles. I found myself in the midst of the local heroes. Bugs exploded out from within my costume, covering them. Capsaicin-laced bugs found every uncovered eye, mouth, and nose before they realized what had just happened. My bugs could sense Triumph bending his knees to lunge for me, and I'd shifted a few feet to the right. Even as my orientation and senses were thrown by the sudden movement, my bugs let me figure out where I'd moved a fraction of a second before the enemy did. I was already reaching for my baton, whipping it out to its full length. Trickster switched me again before I could strike Miss Militia with my combat stick. Vista was in front of me, and, without really thinking about it, I struck her in the most vulnerable area I could reach, across the bridge of her nose, swatting her in the ear with a stroke in the opposite direction. Another swap, not a half-second later. We were counting on my swarm sense giving me the edge in this chaos. The close proximity and unclear positioning of their allies would keep them from hitting me with the worst of their powers. I caught Miss Militia in the midsection with my baton, swung overhead to try to catch her hand, but missed when Trickster teleported me again. Assault kicked me before I could recover and strike my next target. The hit didn't feel that hard, but it sent me sliding across the floor into a trio of chairs with plastic seats. "The window!" Miss Militia choked out the orders through the pain of the capsaicin and the massed bugs. "Block Trickster!" I climbed to my feet. I'd waited too long to signal for an exit. The plan had been to bring Gru in as I wrapped up my initial attack, let him use his darkness to disable, steal whatever power would serve best, and dispatch the enemy. They'd caught on to what we were doing, and they were making their counter-move. If Trickster couldn't see me, he couldn't swap me with anyone, meaning I was on my own. My opponents were suffering, though. Clockblocker was gone, teleported out as I'd teleported in. Miss Militia, Vista, Flechette, Triumph, Chariot, and Kid Win were down, more or less out of commission with their eyes swollen shut and the bugs crawling into their ears and airways. At Miss Militia's instruction, they had backed up to the window, blocking Trickster's view. Besides bringing Gru in, the plan had been for Trickster to swap the heroes out as he spotted them, using bystanders or any officers in the area. Right this moment, he should have eyes on the uniforms on the roof, could switch their locations with that of the heroes, but he wasn't. Maybe he felt it was more dangerous for me to be up against a cop with a gun or a PRT uniform with containment foam than against heroes we'd already disabled. Or maybe he was fucking me over on purpose. No, it didn't make sense. He had his teammates to rescue. I was still suffering latent paranoia from Coil's test. Still, the other heroes were more or less incapacitated. That left me to deal with Weld, Assault, the 2 PRT officers, and the director. She was an obese woman, 250 pounds at a minimum, with an unflattering, old-fashioned haircut that might have looked good on a model with the right clothes to go with it. Neither Weld nor Assault were advancing, choosing to block my access to the exits. The area was some kind of office, filled with desks, chairs, cubicles, and computers. More like an office building than I'd expected from a law enforcement facility. "This," the director started, stopping to cough and gag as one of the capsaicin bugs found the inside of her mouth. It had already smeared its payload along the inside of Vista's nostril, so the payload wouldn't be that intense. This was a mistake. If it wasn't a little reckless, Dragon would have probably anticipated it. You've trapped yourself in here. 2 other dragon models are already on the way. Fuck. Good, I told her. I was pretty sure I managed to hide the fact that I was lying through my teeth. She straightened, pressing one hand to her right eye. Is this Tattletale's plan? Mine. I see, and... I didn't hear the rest. Behind my back, Assault moved to kick one of the desks. It went flying into the air in the same instant I threw myself to the ground. I could feel the rush of wind as it passed over me, hurtling into a cubicle. I scrambled for cover. Prescience. Interesting, the director called out as I ducked low and used the cubicles to hide. We assigned you a Thinker 1 classification, but perhaps we fell short. I really don't care. I used my bugs to speak, so they couldn't use my voice to pinpoint my location. She was trying to distract me so the others could act, or buying the dragon suits time to arrive. I was calling in more bugs to the area and slowly gathering them around myself, now that I didn't need to worry about people spotting them. You can see through their eyes, hear what they hear. Can you see the suit that was outside? The armored mech was moving, its limbs outstretched to catch the air with the flying squirrel wing flaps. Panels around its body were venting out hot air and giving it lift, and the giant wheel was tilted back at a 45-degree angle. The suit was clearly designed to fly forward, relying on the wing flaps to make intricate and acrobatic twists and turns in the air. Sundancer's miniature sun was blocking the suit's progress, forcing it to make lengthy detours and twist in the air, stalling and dropping several feet before it could catch the air beneath it again. More than once, it lost more ground than it gained while retreating from the burning orb. Yeah, it's handled, I called out from behind the desk. My swarm felt the director make a hand motion, apparently to signal weld. As he began advancing towards me, I stayed low and retreated into a cubicle. The director spoke. More will come. Not just the 7 suits that are currently in Brockton Bay. So long as you hold this city, Dragon will bring in more suits on a weekly basis. Dragon will shore up weaknesses, augment strengths. If you're lucky here, you might win. I'll credit you that. But you won't get 2 or 3 days of rest before you have to fight again. How many times can you abandon your territory before your followers abandon you? The swarm's buzz helped mask the location of my voice. How many times can you afford to let the crooks clean up your messes before the public realizes your protectorate is little more than good PR, fancy talk, and wasted tax dollars? We're doing more than you might think, she responded. And less than the people need. I'm filling a void you people left behind. If you were doing a satisfactory job, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. Come on, come on. Don't act stupider than you are, Skitter. The city can't step in to help the people in your territories because we can't trust you. Your bitch is already mauling anyone that sets foot in her territory. Any electrician, carpenter, or doctor that we send into your territory might come back to us dying from anaphylactic shock. I shut my mouth. I didn't have a response to that. At least, I didn't have a response which wasn't a mere, I promise I'll be good. It wasn't worth worrying about, because I didn't get the chance to reply anyways. There was a crashing sound and the lights cracked. Fragments and splinters of glass showered down on top of us as everything suddenly went dark. To take maximum advantage of this shift in circumstance, I complemented the effect by moving the bugs I'd gathered just outside the windows, blocking the meager light that was filtering through the screens and plunging the entire room into a dimly lit twilight. I drew my knife and bolted. Glass crunched underfoot and caused my feet to slip under me as I ran. Assault charged my way, one arm still covering his mouth. More bugs covered the lenses of his mask, but they slid off him as if they were oiled, his power at work. With the bugs around me, I pulled a quick, crude decoy together, running in one direction as my bugs moved in another. slightly closer to him. In the dim, his mask partially covered, he went after the decoy. When his hand passed through, he reached just a little further to grab a desk and heave it my way. Once again, I barely managed to dodge by throwing myself to one side. My landing was hard, undignified, and ended with the armor of my mask and shoulder hitting the corner where two walls met. "What are you hoping to accomplish?" the director called out. I stood, trying to look as if I was considering my answer. Weld was approaching, and Assault stood ready to attack. Not like he had anything to lose. I was cornered, quite literally. I turned the knife around in my hand so the blade pointed down and slashed to my right, cutting the bug-covered screen with a loose X. Assault lunged for me, crossing half the room with a single leap. He was too late. I let myself fall through the third-story window. The outdoors were startlingly bright after the gloom of the building's interior. I felt my hair whip around me for 1 second, then landed, sprawling, in a dim setting. I hadn't fallen the full distance. I was inside again, surrounded by the other heroes. I had only a second before they realized what I'd done. I turned and slashed the screen behind me, throwing myself from the window a second time. Again, Trickster swapped me with one of the heroes. I landed with my feet skidding on the floor beneath me and caught the windowsill for balance. I waved, my signal. "Get away from the window!" Assault bellowed. Then I was teleported yet again. I found myself back in the alleyway I'd been in with Gru. Clockblocker was facing away from me. Gru was gone. A quick check showed he wasn't moving. Gru had caught him off guard, and his initiative had beat out Clockblocker's concern about potentially disabling an ally. Clockblocker was frozen by his own borrowed power. Perfect. I reached behind my back and unspooled the length of thread. My bugs took hold of it at various points along its length and began traveling across Clockblocker's body, winding the silk cord around him and tying it in knots. With luck, he wouldn't be a threat even after he got loose. I reached out with my power to assess the general situation. Gru's darkness surrounded the area, keeping the officers and PRT uniforms at the blockades from opening fire. The mechanical suit that had been perched on the rooftop nearby was on the ground now, fighting Sundancer, Shatterbird, and Gru, the latter two of which were out in the open. The plan was to avoid leaving cover, I thought. The wheel on the back of Dragon's machine was already spinning at full speed. I could make out a red eye in the center, identical to the ones that had been on the drone. The suit thrust itself forward with the vents around its body, lunging for Gru, and Trickster swapped Gru's location with a PRT uniform, putting Gru on the rooftop. It avoided hitting the man by dragging its two left claws in the pavement, lifting its tail so it wouldn't swing around and strike him. The wheel blazed with a wreath of electricity, the entire suit thrumming with enough charge to kill every bug touching it. Without warning, the wheel flared, and Gru was yanked over the edge of the rooftop by an invisible force. Trickster caught Gru, swapping him for the same officer before he was halfway to the ground. This is Dragon's counter to a teleporter? I would have called it a magnet, but Gru wasn't carrying or wearing anything substantial with metal on it. Or was this the suit Dragon had deployed against Genesis, Ballistic, or Bitch? Maybe I was missing something. I used my swarm to keep the windows blocked and the people inside under assault, just enough that they couldn't recover and complicate an already dangerous situation. I tried to position the bugs I could spare so they hovered around the sensors and the eye of the wheel. Shatterbird was pelting it with a stream of glass shards that looped back in her general direction to rejoin the stream and strike over and over again. It didn't work. The thing targeted Gru again and hauled him 100 feet towards it. Still crackling with energy from its nose to the tip of its tail, it advanced on him, tail stretching forward to reach for him. The machine suddenly shifted position and powered its thrusters to lunge away. Sundancer's orb erupted from the ground just behind the spot the suit had been standing. I could see Gru raising his hands to shield his face from the waves of heated air as he scrambled to his feet and ran. The first of the reinforcements arrived. I recognized it as the suit that had been deployed against Leviathan, the same one that had gone after Tattletale, unless she had more than one. This one had the foam sprayer. It set down on the edge of the battlefield opposite the wheel dragon. We took too long. Or the suits had arrived too soon. There wasn't really a difference. The wheel dragon must have pulled Gru from cover and forced Shatterbird to step up to help, and my own invasion of the main building had taken just a little too long, giving Assault a chance to get his bearings and hit me. My swarm informed me in advance of the second of the suits that were arriving on the scene. The wheel dragon thrust itself forward, skimming the road's surface to put itself next to the PRT headquarters. The drone deployment suit set down on top of a nearby building so they were spaced out evenly. They had Gru and Shatterbird surrounded. I stood off to one side, between the drone deployer and the foam sprayer, still too close for comfort, but they didn't seem to have noticed me. I glanced towards the building where Trickster and Sundancer were holed up. Sundancer wasn't moving her sun, and Trickster was apparently unable to see a valid target to swap Gru for. The officers and PRT uniforms had been disabled while I was indoors, and both Kidwin and Miss Militia lay at the base of the building. I used my bugs to write him out an order. Swap me for Sun, swap me for Kid. A long second passed. Was Trickster illiterate? Why was it so hard for him to notice the key info I was trying to write down? I found myself surrounded by darkness. Only a slit of light filtered into the room through the plywood. Trickster stood beside me, and the words I'd written out with bugs were on the plywood. He'd swapped me for Sundancer. "You sure?" he asked. He gathered what I was hoping to do. "Yeah," I said. I pressed my knife into his hand. He moved me in an instant, putting me at the base of the headquarters, facing a wall. As I turned around, the three suits shifted position to look my way. Trickster stepped out of the building, the tip of my knife pressed to the point where Kid Win's chin joined his neck. We could have used Sundancer's sun to threaten the people inside the building and get the suits to back off, but I didn't trust her to be mean enough. I didn't have much respect for Trickster as a human being, but that was an advantage when we needed someone to be more vicious. The suits stood down. I could see the wheel spin to a stop, the drones returning to dock. Right, Dragon wouldn't risk a human life. She'd discarded her suit rather than let an established criminal die. She wouldn't let a young hero die for the sake of getting us into custody. "Let's go," Trickster called. I hurried to cross the area between the three dragon suits, Gru joining me halfway. Trickster backed up with a barely conscious Kid Win in his grip. We'd nearly reached safety when one suit shuddered to life. Trickster spun around, still holding Kid Win, turning his attention to the wheel dragon. The wheel was moving again. "No funny business." It wasn't the wheel dragon that attacked. Before I could open my mouth to warn Trickster, the suit with the containment foam sprayed him, swamping him from behind. The weight and force of the spray knocked his knife hand away from Kid Win, and the swelling, gummy mess kept it away. The sprayer proceeded to slowly bury the two of them, trapping a hostage and hostage-taker together.
"Swap one for Miss Militia,"
Gru shouted, turning around as the drones began deploying once again. The wheel was getting up to speed, crackling with electricity. Can't turn my head to get a look at her." The foam was spraying him from behind. If he turned his head, he'd be blinded. And we weren't in a position to grab her and haul her into Trickster's field of view. It would take too long. Drones were sweeping down onto the street level, moving into position so they hovered above Gru and I. I waited for the electrical charge to hit. It didn't. The drone tapped my head as it descended. I stepped back and let it descend slowly to the ground. The foam sprayer had stopped. Trickster was buried up to his waist, Kid Win face down in the foam in front of him. The wheel was spinning down for the second time in the span of 20 seconds. Trickster swapped himself for Kid Win, putting himself knee-deep in the foam. He craned his head around and managed to get Miss Militia in his sight, then swapped for her. We ran, following after the others, who'd already left the battlefield.
"Why did they stop?"
Gru asked. I shook my head. Tattletale? I kept waiting for the suits to perk up and give chase, or for further reinforcements to appear. There was no pursuit. 15 minutes passed before we had to stop, settling in an abandoned building to hide and catch our breath. I sorted out my weapons, taking my knife back from Trickster, and sat down to rest. I ran my fingers through my hair to get it in a semblance of order. My fingers snagged on something. For a second, I thought maybe I'd gotten some containment foam on it. No, my hair was tied around a piece of paper. I had to use my bugs to untie it. I recognized the lettering, a series of symbols that all strung together so it was hard to tell where one began and one ended. I'd designed it when I was making up the code to keep my superhero notes private. I'd left myself a message? When? I gave myself a reminder telling me to take our group to the south end of the main beach, I said. The fuck? Regent asked. I don't know, I said, but we didn't get the hostage we'd planned on taking, so I think we should go if nobody else has a better idea. It took some time to get there, sticking to back alleys and roads, and it took more time to verify that there were no threats in the area. As confusing as the message was, everything made sense when Imp made her presence known, dropping the veil of her power's effect. Right. I'd had her tie the note into my hair so it wouldn't confuse or distract me while I was in the field, something I'd only notice after the fact. She was practically bouncing with excitement. Saved your asses, she said. And she's never going to let us forget, Regent commented.
You got out okay?
Gru asked. I marched the fatty out of the building as soon as I'd made sure the robots weren't going to attack again. Grabbed the keys from a cop and drove off. No way you can say I'm useless again, Trixie. Trickster looked at her guest. I won't. Director Pigot, the fat woman, was handcuffed and kneeling beside Imp, head hanging. Well, I said, could have gone better, but we got what we needed. You had her order them to shut down, right? Yep.
Dragon must have given the director the ability to command the suits. Wouldn't have guessed, Gru said.
I nodded in agreement. It's a matter of time before they arrange some workaround, take away the director's access, or Dragon reprograms the suits, but this is good. We've got some leverage now. The director raised her head to direct a glare at us with swollen, bloodshot eyes. Funny as it was, I couldn't bring myself to feel bad about it.
February 2nd, 2001. The helicopter's rotors stirred up billowing clouds of dust and debris as it landed. Evan leaned forward from the chopper's passenger seat, hitting the button for the intercom. The interior of the helicopter buzzed with his voice.
Check. Clear,
Lady shouted. Payne echoed her.
Gun up.
He told them. He followed his own instructions, unstrapping himself from his seat and then collecting his machine gun.
Bird 1 landed, over.
The radio buzzed. He pressed the button. Squad 2 here. We just touched ground, over.
Waiting on a response from 3, over. Give me a few minutes and I'll be in the air with Pine for supporting fire,
the pilot said. Evan nodded. Wish us luck.
Luck.
He opened the door, separating the cockpit from the chopper's midsection. 4 uniforms had been seated in the corners, and were now unbuckled and double-checking their guns and ammo, outfitting themselves with additional gear that had been tied together and strapped down in the center of the chopper. Dew and Cold Iron carried the grenade launchers and ammunition. Grenades, flashbangs, incendiary, and smoke. Holler and Shane were the big guys, big enough to haul the extra guns and the packs with ammo clips and supplies. Pine and Lady were still kneeling behind the turrets that looked out over either side of the vehicle. The pilot would be manning the guns for the front. The pilot, Payne and Lady, were the only ones certified to use the containment foam, the latest addition to the arsenal of parahuman response teams. Their entry hadn't been quiet, and he'd expected at least one of the vehicles would see some sign of trouble quickly after they landed. Maybe it would be the terrified populace of Ellisburg. Maybe their target would show up right away. He hadn't quite expected this. It was empty. A ghost town. Rain, rain and more rain. Not a light on in the small town, not a single soul to be seen.
Here's the lowdown.
He spoke to his squad. Hearing his own voice was reassuring. The only other noise was the drum of rain on the roof of the helicopter and the sound of the ammunition clips snapping into place.
We have him pegged as a high-level changer. Who can tell me the standard protocol for dealing with a changer classification? Formation is top priority. Trust nothing and nobody. Passwords, hit hard and obliterate.
Holler said, his voice characteristically quiet.
And for a changer that's off the charts?
Evan asked. There was a pause as his squad tried to recall if this had come up in training.
Formation is #1 priority. Trust nothing and nobody. Passwords, hit hard, obliterate, and pray?
Lady asked. The others all chuckled, some more nervously than others.
Lady's not wrong,
He admitted.
We've been able to piece together who he is. We got security camera footage from the early stages of the incident just last week, and we found his face. One of the top geeks from the Protectorate then found other cases of his face from around the city and found a name, Jamie Rinke.
His briefing was interrupted as the pilot buzzed them over the intercom.
Chopper 3 just landed, Cap. You're clear to move out. Can we get a picture of that guy?
Dew asked.
No point. After his first appearance, he started changing his costume for each job, as well as adjusting his body, size, body shape, and apparent powers.
Lady had started pulling on her pack, with others watching out the tinted window around the turret. She buckled it on and then gripped the hose sprayer. The display on the nozzle would be showing her the amount of foam remaining, as well as the settings for spray volume and distribution. She gave him a thumbs up. He gave her the smallest of nods.
Let's move out.
He raised his radio to his mouth. Squad 2 moving out. Where's our capes? Over.
Capes are with Squad 3. Over.
Pass on word if they break rank. I really don't want to shoot a friendly. Over.
Will do. Over.
He hit the button and the side of the helicopter folded up. Moisture from the rain dotted the flat expanse of his helmet. He was point. Holler and Dew covered the right and left flanks, Shane and Cold Iron covering the rear. Lady stood in the middle of the group, ready to lay supporting fire where it was needed. Their gun-mounted flashlights were the only light outside of the scant amount that filtered from the clouds. The streets were empty. Cars had been abandoned where they were, doors left open, windows broken. There was no blood, no bodies, no clothing strewn about. Here and there things had been knocked over, but that was all. Nobody evacuated? Doe asked. No, the captain replied. He wiped water from his helmet with the crook of his elbow. Then where'd they all go? I suspect we'll find out. They passed the store with a grinning deer on the logo, a Mr. Buck store. Signs proudly proclaimed that everything inside was $1. It was the kind of cheap carry-everything store that appealed to the lowest common denominator, but in a town this small it was the centerpiece of the downtown area. The front window had been shattered, and various gardening implements were scattered about the interior. Out-of-place hoes, shovels, pitchforks, improvised weapons? Holler. Anything thermal? It's cold. Rain isn't helping, but I'm not seeing anything except you guys. Not even a smudge in the darkness. They moved on, guns trained in every direction, eyes scanning the area for their target. They passed a clothing store where the window had been broken, the contents of one rack strewn out into the street, plastered to the road with the rain. Evan picked up the radio. Squad 2 here. Anything out there, boys? Anything at all?
Nothing at 1. Over. Ditto from 3. My squad just said they weren't seeing any critters. No birds, rodents, or strays. Over.
No animals, no people. We're taking a short detour, Evan informed his squad. He pointed with his gun. This way. His squad took cover beneath a bus shelter that was attached to a nearby storefront. The panes of plexiglass had been broken, but the overhang offered a respite from the rain. He adjusted his flashlight to increase the light output and pointed it straight at the ground. Sir? 1 minute. Keep your eyes peeled. Long seconds passed. He changed the settings of his flashlight back to normal. What was that about? No bugs. Dark night like this, you think there might be a mosquito or a moth gathering around the light. Captain, Holler spoke up, something's on the thermals. Dim. They turned to face the same direction as Holler. Coming around the corner, Holler spoke. Lights off! Evan hissed the order, clicking off his flashlight. In a second, the gun-mounted flashlights of his squad members flickered off. The shape that moved down the street was reduced to a dark blur, a shifting bulk of gray-black against the background of pitch-black. Rinka? As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he could make out a figure dressed in a jester's motley, two contrasting colors predominating, blue, orange, or purple-yellow, the mask a patchwork of cloth that covered his face, with only two dark holes for his eyes. But most daunting of all was the man's size. He was obese, bloated, 10 feet tall and nearly as wide, advancing at a glacial pace as he lurched down the middle of the street. His arms were drawn behind his back by the weight of the sack and the cloth he carried. He raised the radio, clicked it on. In a low voice he spoke. "Got eyes on Rink. He doesn't see us. Move in on our location to support and keep the radio quiet. Over." There was a confirming buzz as the man on the other end of the radio turned it on but didn't speak. That would be Squad 1. 3 buzzes marked Squad 3's response. "Strategy?" Dew whispered the question. "Wait for the other squads. Foam 'em, burn 'em to ash with an incendiary." "We're not going to interrogate him? Find out what happened to the other people here?" Dew asked. "No." Holler was barely audible. "He's got no heat. The reading came from the bag. Not warm enough to be alive, but whatever's in there's just warm enough that it was probably living up until a few minutes ago." Every eye in the squad turned to the large patchwork sack that the bloating thing hauled behind it. "Not worth the risk to interrogate," Evan murmured to his squad. "We foam him, which shouldn't be hard with how slow he's moving, then we burn him because that's protocol for dealing with changers. We'll do it quickly and without hesitation because he's got a Trump rating as well. Don't know what card he has up his sleeves. Might want to disappear us like he did with the rest of the locals." "And the wildlife." "And the local wildlife, yeah. Safety's off." Rink slowly turned to face them. The second of the dark holes of the mask centered on them. They opened fire. Evan's entire body shook with the recoil of his assault rifle. The brute didn't seem to mind as his blood and flesh sprayed from the holes the bullets opened up, advancing steadily. Dew and Cold Iron fired the incendiary grenades. The shells exploded on impact with Rink in the ground, lighting him up. He continued to waddle towards them, slower than they were able to walk backwards. Rink dropped the sack, gripped the sheet with both hands and hurled it towards them. It spread out, scant amount of light flittering through the holes in the weave. A net! Lady shot the net out of the air with a blast of foam, causing it to land at the halfway point between them and the brute. She sprayed his feet, locking them to the ground. Rink thrashed as the flames spread. The cloth burned away to show pallid, gnarled flesh, a face without ears, nose, or brow, only recessed, pig-like eyes and a mouth that was little more than a ragged gash across the lower half of his face. "Another incendiary! Everyone else, hold fire!" One more incendiary shell struck home, ensuring the monster was covered in flame from head to toe. The smell of burned meat and sulfur filled the air. "Hold position! Wait for the fire to do its work!" He raised his radio. "We engaged and foamed the bastard. He's lit up. Over."
Squad 1 hears you. Over. Squad 3 here. Good work. Over.
The bloated stomach split with the weight of the upper body, tearing across one of the recesses of a roll of fat. A slurry of half-dissolved bodies spilled out around him. "Dew, one more!" Evan called out. Dew fired an incendiary round into the opening, lighting the brute up from within. It took several minutes for the entire thing to burn. They didn't relax for a second. It was the number one lesson drilled into them in training. As regular humans, it was a given that they were the underdogs. That meant that no matter how well equipped they might be, no matter how weak the enemy, they were not allowed under any circumstances to give the enemy an advantage of underestimating them. "Hold position," he warned. They'd wait until the others arrived. Rain pattered on the roof of the shelter, and fire crackled and hissed as it turned the sheets of flesh into crumpled black tissue. The sound of distant gunfire cut through the quiet. "What?" Holler asked. Evan spoke into the radio. "Hear gunfire. Report. Over." The responses came back.
"Hostiles!"
There was no over at the end of the transmission, only more gunfire. "Move out!" Evan ordered his squad. Into the radio he shouted, "Squad 2, coming to reinforce. Over." Squad 1 had surrounded themselves with a ring of containment foam, and were alternately scanning the surroundings with their flashlights and firing bursts into the shadows. 2 members of Squad 1 dropped as spears of bone sank into the armor at their chest and neck. Evan caught a glimpse of the attackers. Waist-high figures with oversized heads. 2 had mouths like the big bloated thing had, with narrow teeth of a fish, while a third had a beak. That wasn't Rink we shot. There's others. The other realization hit him just as hard. "He's not a changer!" Evan bellowed, clicking the button of his radio to inform the capes and Squad 3. "Master Class Cape!" "Sir!" Shane shouted. Evan turned. There were more crawling out of the windows and storefronts behind them. They ranged across the spectrum of body sizes and shapes, from small men little more than knee-high to figures not unlike the bloated thing they'd attacked earlier. Males and females, fat and thin, muscular, tall and short, nearly human and almost alien. 2 or 3 dozen of the assorted creatures. No. He caught sight of light reflecting from watching eyes in the windows, eyes that reflected like light from a cat or a dog, in the darkness of building interiors and from the shadows of alleyways. There were quite a few more than 2 or 3 dozen. "Fighting retreat! Fire at will!" They backed towards the other squad. Their gunfire mowed through the enemy, the grenades killing 10 or more in a single detonation. But the enemy ranks were seemingly endless, and the targets too unpredictable. Some were slow, others fast. Some made large targets, absorbing gunfire meant for their fellows even as they died, while others were damnably small. The masses of them made noise, too, giggling, squealing, gibbering, and grunting. How did he do this? Squad 1 had no doubt laid down the containment foam to stop the ones that were small and quick enough to avoid most gunfire, but they trapped themselves in the area and were now falling prey to the hail of spines. Cold Iron took a spine to the face. He dropped like a puppet whose strings had just been cut. The standard PRT-issued suits are supposed to sustain gunfire. Those spines are hitting harder than bullets. Rink was a master who can make things. Real living creatures. He cast a glance at Squad 1, down to one member, kneeling with one arm around a teammate he was using as a body shield, and the other hand firing his rifle one-handed. "Retreat through the store!" His team ducked back into a storefront through the sheltered display window. Bursts of fire took down the creatures that had been hidden within. A skinny, faceless woman with blades for fingertips. A trio of what looked like babies with spider legs. A half-dozen waist-high people with deformed features and mismatched clothing that they'd clearly scavenged from nearby. While Shane and Doe reloaded, he offered supporting fire. He gunned down one of the smaller creatures, caught a glimpse of one of the other thing's expression. It was female, small, and its face was twisted further in a rage than it already had been. They feel? They have feelings? The horrible thought that they might be people crossed his mind. The notion that this was a psychological trick, that he was under the influence of a power, gunning down civilians. No. He'd been trained to deal with mental and emotional attacks. They all had. Had to think abstractly, consider the edges of the problem. Even if their perceptions were under attack, they were always hints, always clues. Things matched too neatly. If this was a trick, it was complete and effective enough that they were already doomed, no matter what they did. His squad headed out the back door of the store, gunned down a tall creature in the alley as they made their way to the next street. Their gunfire brought more of the things, crawling from the woodwork, throwing themselves down from windows and crawling out from the spaces in dumpsters and beneath cars. "Flare!" he shouted. There was a brief whistle as the flare speared up toward the sky. As if in response, one of the beasts perched in the window frame spat a gob of caustic goo at them. Shane went down screaming, smoke pouring off him as his suit was consumed and the acid reached his flesh. They couldn't afford to stop. Evan fired a single bullet through Shane's skull without slowing his run. Holler got the thing in the window. It exploded violently, gobs of acid spraying through the area to steadily eat away at the supporting architecture. Evan reloaded, all too aware of how quickly he was going through clips. Lady was covering their retreat with foam, but the foam would run out. One of the helicopters had approached, laying down additional foam to help. There were no safe places here, no places to find cover. The best they could hope for was to get a spot where they could evacuate from. There wasn't a living soul left in the city, nobody to save. The sound of the explosions had drawn the attention of others. They were pouring from nearby buildings. Concentrated rifle fire tore through their ranks, but did little to stem the overall tide. "Captain!" Lady shouted. He turned to see that she was all right, then saw what she was pointing at. One of the things, a pear-shaped woman with thick legs and no arms, was standing with her legs shaking from strain as she virtually spewed a mess of creatures out onto the ground. They clawed and bit their way free of the sacks that held them and wasted no time in starting to crawl, lurch, and run towards the squad. Holler gunned down the mother thing before she could finish to spew out more abominations from between her loins. Things were clicking into place. It made sense now. How the situation had gotten out of control so quickly. How Rink had seized the city so totally and absolutely. It wasn't just that he was a master-class cape who could make monsters with abilities of his own. He could make monsters that bred. Monsters that gave birth to more monsters. "Flare!" Holler fired another flare into the sky. Evan reached for his radio, shouting at the top of his lungs to be heard over the gunfire, even his own gunfire. "Squad 2 needs evac, stat! We just sent a flare up. Where are those capes?"
Choppers 1 and 2 are down, Squad 2. Your capes vacated the scene.
"Damn them!" He pointed his gun to the sky to gun down an emaciated winged beast that was trying to swoop down on them from overhead. "Get us Chopper 3 then!"
Chopper 3 is giving Squad 3 supporting fire while they all retreat to a viable landing point. You'll have to get to them. They're north of your position.
"You heard the man! Move!" They didn't get 2 paces before the ground rumbled. A clawed hand speared up through the pavement to catch Dew by the leg, crushing it as though it were paper. The pavement strained and cracked as whatever was beneath it tried to break the surface. Dew looked up at his team, his expression hidden by the paint of his helmet, then stuck the end of his grenade launcher into the crack in the concrete. They were already running, their backs to him, when the explosion marked the loss of another member of their team. A grenade round cleared away one more crowd, and they hurried through the gap. 3 of us left. Without Dew or Cold Iron, they didn't have a grenade launcher. No way to deal with the massed crowds. "Holler! More ammo!" Lady directed a stream at the nearest crowd, aiming the spray at their heads, so any spray that missed would catch the ones who stood behind them. When ones tipped forward, the expanding foam served to create a barrier that caught others. Holler pulled off his bag, handing out clips. Evan tucked away the ammunition as fast as it entered his hand, pausing only to reload and shoot down more creatures closest to them. He turned his head as he heard a voice. "Eat! Eat! Go!" They defaulted to a 3-man squad. Lady covering the left and some of the rear, Holler watching the right and the rest of the rear, and Evan leading the way. The voice. A laugh. Not the gibbering noise of the creatures, but all too human. They spotted the culprit. A man, pot-bellied and hunchbacked. The style of dress was similar to the patchwork brute they'd fought first, with bright, contrasting colors that he couldn't quite make out in the gloom. There were jarring patterns with stripes here and checkers there. He wore a cloth crown, and his cloth mask featured beads for eyes and a perpetual leer of a smile. "Rink! Rink!" He screamed the word. He took aim and fired. He hit his mark. The man went down, and the creatures wheeled on him, screaming, squealing. If he'd had any doubt about his target, the reaction dispelled it. Then he saw Rink stand. "You would shoot me?" Rink roared. If anything, his voice was all the more terrifying because it sounded so small, so human. "I create life! I am a god! This is my garden!" Evan could see the flesh billow into existence in the man's hands, embryonic sacs with the shadows of something forming within them. They burst into struggling, childlike figures, dropped to the ground to disappear in the midst of the stirring crowd. Lady did what she could to suppress the enemy's approach, laying down the foam, but there were too many, and their irregular sizes and shapes made it impossible to cover all of them with the foam. If she aimed high, she missed the little ones. If she aimed low, the bigger ones leapt over the others and walked on top of the ones who'd become stuck. A spine caught him in the midsection. Before he could react, another struck home. They penetrated his armor to stab into his stomach like hot knives. He caught a glimpse at one of the bastards that was spitting the things at him, gunned him down before it could shoot again. He could hear the helicopter's approach, knew it was too late. "Ring!" He gasped out the word. He could barely breathe. Felt like a weight was sitting on his chest. Every word he uttered came out thinner than the last. "Circle us! Make high!" Lady did, laying down foam in a circle around the remnants of his squad. He couldn't breathe at all now. Had one of the spines caught him in the diaphragm? He was blacking out, faster than he'd expected. He saw the bastards making their way over the top of the wall of foam, getting stuck. Others using their bodies as handholds to claw forward, reaching, drooling, screaming, squealing. Didn't matter. He was dead anyways. Knew it beyond a doubt. One of his squad members collapsed on top of him, blood spraying out onto the front of his helmet. The darkness took him. Lady stirred, felt the weight of machinery and tubing that kept her from moving. "You're awake," an unfamiliar voice called out. She tried to speak, couldn't. Her throat was raw, her tongue leaden. "I don't want to offend you, but I'm frankly surprised you made it." The man spoke. She turned her head to one side to see a bed in the other corner of the room. A tall man lay there, hooked up only to a saline drip. "I'm Thomas Calvert," he introduced himself. "Squad 3. We're the only ground forces that got out alive." "The only ones?" She shut her eyes. "Your sister was here. She was talking to the doctor about your prognosis." She started, wincing at the pain speaking caused her. "Prognosis?" "You might not want me to tell you. The doctors will be gentler than I will." "Tell me." "Deep tissue damage. Your kidneys are gone, which means you'll be on dialysis for the rest of your life. You suffered some muscle damage when they gnawed on your legs. There's no future for you on the PRT teams. She shut her eyes. She'd lost her squad, her career, her health, all in a matter of an hour. If that. Half an hour? How long had the mission taken? 20 minutes? You're not alone. I won't be joining any further missions either, Thomas remarked. Rink? You mean Nilbog. Huh? That's what he called himself. He's alive and presumably well. I saw him out the window as the chopper pulled us out. Nilbog retreating to hide in some building. His creatures were returning to their hiding places. I expect the man will be alive for some time. Why? She wheezed out the question. Far as I could tell, he's wearing one of those creations. Made him bulletproof. Maybe fireproof. We won't be able to bomb the area. He's created the beasts that multiply if you set them on fire. Did you see those? She shook her head. He may have other countermeasures, of course, or other actions. You'll get your chance to talk to the chief director, but last I heard they're planning to wall off the city. They'll let the motherfucker be the god of his own little town, so long as he doesn't try to expand any further, which they're saying he won't. I almost envy him. He gets to live? Yeah, Thomas spoke, letting his head rest on his pillow. It is a perk of having power. You get to decide which rules apply to you. She shook her head. He sighed. I thought I might trigger, perhaps. Hoped. I supposed I don't have the potential. She glanced at him in surprise. What? I'm glad I don't have the powers. That I can't have powers. Why? They're monsters. Freaks. Lunatics. They fight only because they have the impression that they're stronger than their opponents, and when they aren't, they run. She thought of the squad of capes that had accompanied them. They abandoned the rest of us. Thomas chuckled. It sounded mean. Mocking. What? I suggest you change your attitude, he said. Why? It's ironic. When the doctor and the chief director were talking to your sister, the chief director assured her that you'd still have a job position in the PRT. Some of it's probably to keep you quiet. A cushy desk job, a fat paycheck to make up for the fact that they sent you into a death trap and killed your teammates. A desk job? Director. You'll manage the local teams. Handle the PR, convince everyone that there aren't freaks, monsters, lunatics, and bullies. I suggest you fake it. Pretend you really do believe it. You might start to believe your own lies. And you? Oh, did I mention I wouldn't be on the team in the future? Not because of any injuries, mind you. I'm facing a stay in prison. My captain and I were the only ones left. Thomas knit his fingers together and rested them on his stomach, looking very calm. He grabbed the rope ladder first, but he didn't climb fast enough. I shot him. Her face twisted in disgust. You would have done the same in my shoes. Never. Well, it doesn't matter. A few years of my life. I don't expect I'll be there for too long. There were extenuating circumstances, and the PRT doesn't want me talking to anyone about what happened. She shut her eyes, tried to shut her ears to smooth his voice prattling on with things she didn't want to hear. Monsters, freaks, lunatics, and bullies. The labels didn't just belong to the capes. It's like the world's gone mad, and I'm the only sane person left.
Arc 16, Chapter 3. Well, we'd gone up against Dragon, the Wards, and the Protectorate at the same time, and our pains had earned us our hostage. I was worried the next part would be harder. Trickster started fishing through the pockets of the director's suit jacket.
Looking for this?
Imp held up the director's phone. Yeah, Trickster replied. He took the phone. There's a chance it's not scrambled. Bad idea, I said. If... I stopped when Gru reached over and blanketed the director's head in darkness. Don't need her listening in if we're talking strategy, Gru explained. Go on. If Dragon's listening in on the call, and it sounded like she was, we might accidentally divulge some crucial info, or we could be alerting those suits to our location, or the location of whoever you're calling, I finished. Might be, Trickster replied, but it's handy to be able to contact others, and that might be worth the chance that we'd have to run again. Maybe. Trickster went on. We could call Tattletale right now, hop in the truck Imp brought and have her meet us somewhere secluded, or we could split up, with one or more people going ahead to pass word on to her, then wait for her to meet us, wasting a hell of a lot of time in the process. Keep in mind, the suits are still disabled. There's still the Protectorate and the Wards, Gru said. The only ones capable of moving that fast are Assault and maybe Chariot, I said. We're short enough on time, and we need to know what happened to our other teammates, Trickster said.
It's not a good idea.
Gru folded his arms.
I'm making the call anyways. We can't afford to wait.
Gru stood there, literally fuming as the darkness roiled around him. After a few long seconds, his pose relaxed and he held his hand out.
Then let me talk to her. We have a password system. The rest of you, keep an eye on her, and don't forget to watch out for incoming threats.
Good man. The two of us will be over there, Trickster said, pointing to one area where sand and debris had been bulldozed into a small hill. Need to talk with Dancer for a second. Shout if you need a hand.
I nodded. Gru, Trickster, and Sundancer all stepped away, leaving Regent, Shatterbird, Imp, and I to watch over our hostage. A minute passed, and she shifted position, her head leaving Gru's darkness. Back up, Regent warned. I have bad knees, the director said. I will if you make me, but it's painful. I suppose there could be a way of easing into torture, if that's your style. Sounds like a plan, Regent said, uncharacteristically cheery. No, I told him. To her, I said, sit however you want. We'll cover you again if we start talking work. She gave me a curt nod. Maybe we should get her to command the suits? Regent asked. Won't work, the director replied. Why's that? Regent asked. I can send them in, I can tell them where to go or when to stand by, but they do what they're programmed to, and they're programmed to avoid attacking civilians and local heroes. That didn't stop the foam spraying, Regent started. The Cawthorn model, the director interrupted. Sure, that didn't stop the Cawthorn thing from shooting Trickster when he had Kid Win hostage. I expect Dragon accounted for the fact that you might take hostages and use the non-lethality restrictions of the AI against it. She would have given the machines tools or strategies to work around it. And you're just volunteering this information? I asked. I said it earlier, I think, but you're not a stupid girl, Skitter. Reckless, short-sighted, capricious, violent, even vicious, but not stupid. I'm hoping you have the sense to realize how dangerous your current position is. There will be more mechanical suits coming. There will be heroes coming to Brockton Bay to assist us. You can't afford to hold this city, and we can't afford to let you. Not in the grand scheme of things. She likes to jabber, Imp said. Should we gag her, or make her stick her head back in the dark? Might be better, Regent answered, looking down at the director. Need a cloth. I could pull off a sock, jam in her mouth. Maybe we tie it there with Skitter's silk. My feet are sweating like crazy in these boots, so it'd be really gross. No, I said. We're not going to humiliate her. We get the information we need from her, see if we can't use her as a hostage to leverage for peace. That's all. The director shook her head. What? Extorting for peace when you started the war. When are you saying we started the war? When the ABB came after us and we fought back? When we ambushed the fundraiser to embarrass you? When we fought Leviathan and the Slaughterhouse 9 and then picked up the pieces ourselves, clearing our territories of the low-level threats while leaving the civilians more or less alone? Except for Bitch. We adjusted Bitch's territory so she wouldn't have as much cause to harass the locals not so long ago. I suppose that's a consideration to the people she injured. I'm not saying we're perfect. We aren't. But we're doing something. So are we. You're not doing enough. And when you subtract the blood you've spilled and the pain you've caused, have you really done that much more, Skitter? That's oversimplifying, obviously. Right and wrong aren't a matter of adding the good deeds and subtracting the bad. I'm bad at math anyways, Regent said. The director ignored him, her eyes on me. I presume you've been paying for the supplies and materials you've been importing to your territory with your own money? You've been paying your people, I know. Yeah. How much damage was done in the course of earning that money? I see the repercussions, you don't. Things passed my desk. Hospital bills, property damage, psychiatrist's notes. People lose their jobs, lose precious belongings. Parents are woken in the middle of the night because their children are seriously injured. I see the details from detectives in narcotics who track the drug trade. She interrupted me before I could protest. I know you don't sell drugs, Skitter, but you're interacting with people who do. If you buy a favor from someone who does, the merchants, Coil, the Chosen, then you're indirectly supporting that trade. Just like you're supporting any number of evils every time you help a fellow villain. I've talked to homicide detectives who have dealt with the bodies in the wake of your shenanigans. We don't kill. People die when you start feuds. Bakuda was injured by you in one altercation, and she attacked the city over the course of several days. Do you know how many people were harmed then? Because you set her off? I could show you photos. People with flesh melted off, frozen, burned, turned to glass. When I don't see these things in person, I see them on my desk, in high-definition glossy photos. I could arrange for you to see the photos if you don't believe me, or if you want to see the damage you've done for yourself. No, I don't need to see them. She looked up at me, one eye half closed, both eyes bloodshot. Why is that, Skitter? Are you afraid facing that reality would shatter this nice little delusion you're living under? I'm not to blame for whatever crimes Bakuda committed. You played a role. Anything she did is on her head, just like anything the Nine did is on them. Where do you draw the line? When do you start taking responsibility? Or will you explain away every evil you've done and count only the actions you want? I could have protested, argued that I did take the blame for some things. I did blame myself for Dina, for not seeing the bigger picture, for acting when I'd known Coil needed a distraction for something bigger. Hey, Regent said. I turned to face him. This is going nowhere. Let's wait until Tattletale can talk to her. Right, I said. Not only had it been going nowhere, but she'd had the upper hand, so to speak. Not necessarily in the strength or validity of her arguments, but in the psychological and emotional sense. I'd failed to budge her, and she'd provoked a response from me. The director didn't open her mouth again, apparently satisfied. Gru returned with Trickster and Sundancer following him.
Imp, where's the truck you used to get here?
You passed it as you came here.
We'll have to be careful, Gru said. Anything from the Protectorate, her included, may be bugged. No talking about anything sensitive on our way back, and we'll ditch it ASAP.
We nodded. I had only the one good arm, my other shoulder still tender, so I walked around to the director's left side to grab her under the shoulder and help haul her to her feet. I was surprised that she cooperated. If she'd delayed us by forcing us to carry her, she might have bought time for reinforcements to arrive. If we'd forced the issue with violence, it would have reinforced her argument. In her shoes, I might have done it, just to apply that stress to my enemy. It said something that she didn't. I just wasn't sure what. We emerged from the truck at the rear of a liquor store. Tattletale stood in the open doorway of the loading area with Brooks and Miner beside her. We hauled the director out of the back of the truck. Gru had covered her in darkness to keep her unawares, and she looked more than a little disoriented. Her hair was in disarray, and she couldn't fix it with the cuffs on, and the effects of the capsaicin hadn't entirely worn off. Her eyes were puffy, her face red. But when she looked at Tattletale, the smallest smile touched her lips. "What's this, Pigot?" Tattletale asked, hopping down from the ledge to the parking lot. "Looking forward to a duel of wits?" Director Pigot shook her head, still smiling. "Staying mum? Lips sealed so you can't betray vital information?" "I trust you'll get it anyways," the director replied.
"First things first," Gru said. "Are we bugged?"
"The truck is, but we'll have my guy drive it a ways and then leave it somewhere." Tattletale jerked a thumb towards Miner, and he marched over to the truck, catching the keys as Gru tossed them. "They'll know the truck stopped here," the director said. "I know. We're going to go for a walk," Tattletale said. "Up for that?" I don't think I have a choice, do I? Nope. We headed down a back alley. I saw the director struggling to keep her feet under her pumps sloshing in shallow water. She stumbled once, and I put a hand out to steady her. I was more likely to be crushed beneath her than to catch her if she fell, but at the same time, I wasn't sure we could get her off the ground without uncuffing her if she did slip. I didn't like her. Maybe that was an obvious conclusion for me to come to, but she reminded me of my high school principal in some ways. She was the authority figure, the person who embodied an institution I had no respect for. On a more concrete level, she was indirectly or directly responsible for Armsmaster, for Sophia, and the other bullies getting away with what they did. Even on a basic, abstract level, she reminded me of Emma in how quickly and easily she'd gone for the throat in trying to cut me down and provoke a reaction from me. Again, much like Emma, it was all the more nettling because she wasn't entirely wrong. "You have our teammates in custody?" Tattletale asked. The director didn't respond. "That's a no, which means they're either injured or dead and you aren't aware, or they're holed up and can't leave their territory because of the suits that are sitting there." "Perhaps." Even with the unsteady footing, the director was focusing more on Tattletale than where she was going, studying her. But I knew that if I could see that much, Tattletale would as well. "Is Dragon in town?" "Last I saw," the director replied, hedging. "She's gone," Tattletale said, for the benefit of the rest of us. "Another task. Wouldn't be an Endbringer. Not yet. The 9. "Yes." "Want to give up the information now? Spare me the hassle of 20 questions?" "Me delaying you means the other models have a chance to find and arrest your teammates. You'll have to ask." "We have other tools at our disposal." Tattletale glanced at Regent. "And I know that Regent takes anywhere from 15 minutes to 2.5 hours to take control." "After which point you wouldn't ever be able to work in this town again." "Taking the same approach you did with Shadowstalker?" the director asked. I raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, like Shadowstalker," Tattletale replied. "We have records from when Regent worked for Heartbreaker under his previous name, Hijack. Interviews with people Regent controlled."
"Good for you," Regent replied.
"I know his power gets weaker as you spread it thin. Control slips. You can't afford to loosen your hold on Shatterbird, so no, I don't think you'll try to take control of me." "And you believe that," Tattletale said. "Enough that you're confident. You aren't worried here, even when you've been taken hostage." "Which leaves you the options of playing 20 questions to get all the information you need, or you can try something more dire. Torture?" "That's the second time she's brought that up," I said. "Because she's trying to get a sense of us," Tattletale said. "She wants to see our reactions and body language as the subject comes up." "Yes," the director said. "Based on that much, I'm almost certain you wouldn't torture me, and you aren't the type to kill unless absolutely backed against the wall, which means I can be home before midnight."
"A little optimistic," Trickster growled the words.
"I don't think so," Director Pigot replied, turning to level a glare at him. She looked almost feral, even as her voice was controlled. "See, I know you might try to kill me if these others weren't around, but the others won't let you. There's Regent, too, little to no compunctions, as we saw with Shadowstalker." Her eye darted to Tattletale, then to Gru, and finally to me. "Do they know the full story?" the director asked. "No," Tattletale replied. She sighed a little. "Tell us what?" I asked.
"I'm interested too," Gru added.
The director only smiled. "Do you trust me?" Lisa asked. "Pretty much," I replied. "A little bit less right now than I did a minute ago." "Fair. She's trying to derail our interrogation. She knows we won't get violent with her to get the details we need, but I'll be able to get the answers out of her with a bit of time to ask and apply my power. Knowing this, she's trying to fuck with us, set us against each other, and delay us." I nodded slowly, glancing between Tattletale and Director Pigot. Tattletale shrugged.
If you trust me, can you agree to drop the subject? I'll explain before too long.
Knowing is half the battle, the director said. Only half. Being aware of what I'm doing doesn't stop me. I've learned a lot since you took me hostage, and I already knew some things from research, observation, paperwork, and background checks. I have a read on your personalities and how you operate, and I know some background details. How is your brother, Tattletale? Sarah?
Sarah?
I glanced at Tattletale, saw a flicker of emotion cross her face before she smirked, wagged a finger at the director, and spoke with a touch too much cheer.
Low blow.
I've been looking forward to having a conversation with you for some time, playing it out in my head. I paid out of my own pocket for information so I could beat you at your own game. You would have done well to erase the trail leading back home, Sarah. But then, that would have required thinking about it, maybe even going back.
You're glad we took you hostage.
Pigot smiled. It wasn't pretty.
Ball's still in our court, Tattletale said.
But you have a time limit. Like I said, I expect to be home and in my bed before the night's out.
You have a card up your sleeve. Leverage.
In a way. I'm dying. Our group had been walking across a street, and we all stopped to look at her.
You need constant medical care? Tattletale said.
I have a setup at home. Hemodialysis. I hook myself up to it every night, flush my blood of excess water and pollutants over the course of 8 hours while I'm sleeping. If I don't get the dialysis, I expect I'll go downhill very quickly. My body's already in rough shape, and I've overworked myself these past few weeks. I wouldn't die that quickly, but you wouldn't get any use out of me either. So we get to enjoy each other's company for about 5 or 6 hours. Then you decide whether you let me go home or whether you let me die.
And in the meantime, you intend to stall.
To the best of my ability, the director said.
What suit did they send against Bitch, Hellhound?
Did you know your parents are still looking for you? They never stopped.
Tattletale pursed her lips.
A model dragons used before?
You should have seen the looks on their faces when I told them you were alive and well,
Pigot said. She measured the look on Tattletale's face, smiled.
Yes, I visited them in person.
Tattletale's eyes narrowed.
I could turn the tables on you, pick you apart.
Please do. Waste time. You won't accomplish much. Look at me. You know as well as I do that I wear my shame and disappointment on the outside for the world to see. I had the muscles of my legs torn apart years ago on the job, lost the ability to keep up exercise, coupled with hours behind a desk, hours of the dialysis and recovery from surgeries, no time to take care of myself with work. I know I'm ugly. I know I'm fat. There's nothing you could say to me that I haven't said to myself 100 times over.
You sound almost proud, Trickster said, a hint of disgust in his voice.
I have no powers, Trickster. I'm lowly, a mere mortal compared to you. I admit it. I admit I'm weaker, slower. My options are pretty limited in a fight. But I'm tenacious. I'm shameless, if I have to be, because I refuse to lose to you.
Her voice bordered on a growl as she uttered the word refuse. This was the director of the PRT? Hearing her speak, I'd almost thought she was like Coil at first. Cultured, proud, arrogant. Now that she was showing her true colors, it was almost the opposite, and, strangely, it was equally problematic. A flick of spit flew from her lips as she continued her rant.
And I find it pretty fucking poetic that I have the upper hand because of the very things that you capes look down on us for. I'm fat, frail, scarred, and I have old wounds that I'll never recover from. But because of that, because I could die in a matter of hours if you don't let me seek treatment, you're either going to have to compromise with your personal code, or you're going to have to let me walk away and find another way to beat Dragon.
This isn't working.
Sundancer, you and the medic watch Trickster and the director. Rest of you with me. We'll talk over there.
We retreated from the woman.
Regent ran his fingers through his hair. Tattletale had her arms folded as she leaned against a wall, staring at the ground. She wasn't smiling, and she wasn't venturing to comment. "What are you thinking?" I asked. "This isn't working, obviously."
"We could take her to her house, give her the treatment she needs," Gru said.
"That's what she wants. There's a trap there. Either she's got some measures in place at home, guns hidden where she can get at them, or some kind of safe room, or the PRT is already there, waiting to ambush us."
"I could control her," Regent said. "Send Shatterbird back, lock her up, get control."
"Which would take time, again," Tattletale said. "The benefits would be negligible, and it would take longer than you think, because she's trained in resisting mental and emotional attacks."
"I wouldn't have thought," I commented.
Tattletale shook her head. "Let's figure it's half an hour for Shatterbird to get snug in her cage, 2 or 3 hours to get control of her. And for what? They have an idea we captured her. If they haven't revoked her access and powers by now, they will have by the time Regent's finished with her. So how do we use her?"
"We're running out of time," Gru said. "It's maybe 2 or 3 in the afternoon. That gives us maybe 20 hours to get this done by Coil's schedule. Brainstorm. More ideas, come on."
"We could abandon the job. Say fuck you to Coil, let his grand plan fall apart," Regent said. "Get bitch and leave town."
"I don't like that," Gru said. "On a lot of levels."
Sure, but it's the most obvious choice."
"Not an option as far as I'm concerned," I replied. "I won't blame you guys if you want to do that, but I gotta do this. Finish the job or fail trying."
"Okay, I sort of expected you to say that. Hear me out on this before jumping down my throat, but why don't we torture her? She's been begging for it, practically."
I stared at him.
"Torture doesn't work," Gru said.
"Without getting into too much detail, I'd say it does. Sometimes," Regent replied.
"Not with someone like her," Tattletale said, sighing. "Even if she didn't have a background in that sort of thing, her personality... If anything, I think she'd be glad we did it. Not while we were doing it, but it'd validate her view of the world."
"Which is?" Gru asked.
"That we're monsters. In her eyes, our trigger events highlight a moment at the worst point of our lives, and our powers make it so we can never put that behind us. Good guy or bad, she sees us as walking personifications of whatever issues drove us to get our powers in the first place, inflicting some shadow or abstract representation of those traumas on others with our powers."
"How can someone educated and professional like her think that way?" Gru asked.
"For one thing, she's not all that wrong," Tattletale replied, shrugging. "We are. But even people without powers are walking issues. There's no big surprise. Having powers just makes it all more noticeable. Picot's suffering from some tunnel vision is all. Happens with any bigot. Anyways, my point was, if we torture her, we're only reinforcing her worldview. It would almost negate any psychological stress we put her under. No, torture is out for a few reasons." "What if we give her treatment?" I asked. "Not at her house, off-site."
"We'd be showing our hand, maybe cluing her in to our connection with Coil, and it would still take time we don't have," Gru answered. "Nothing saying we'd get enough in the way of answers to be worth the time spent."
"I don't see what was wrong with my suggestion," Imp said.
"Which was?"
Imp pulled off her boot and then peeled off a knee-high sock, wiggled her toes before jamming her bare foot back in the boot. She stretched out the sock. "Gag the fatty." "I need her to answer if I'm going to get the detail we need in any reasonable length of time," Tattletale said. "She's not answering anyways, right? Get what you need from her body language." Tattletale frowned. "Yeah, you're right. But it's going to take time."
"And we're operating in the dark until then," Gru said.
"We did okay with the last fight," Imp said.
"Barely,"
I cut in. At the same moment, Gru said, "We didn't."
"We walked away," Imp clarified. "Where are you on the other thing, what you were talking to Coil about?" I asked Tattletale. "Trying to get info. It's hard with the way communications are down. We sent some soldiers out in trucks, each going down a different major road in the hopes of getting far enough away to get cell service. Then they gotta get back here to bring me what they got.
Time's our most valuable resource here, Gru said.
I spoke up. I don't think we can afford to wait until we hear from your soldiers or the director.
Heading out?
I nodded, pointing towards the others. We rejoined Trickster, Sundancer, and Brooks. Imp shoved her sock in the director's mouth and took the silk cord I offered, tying it in place. Careful, I said. Trouble with this sort of gag is that if she pukes, she could choke on her own vomit.
How do you know these things? Regent asked.
I'll be careful, Tattletale assured me. Let's plan then. Tattletale, any idea if the other suits would be active yet? The ones we had Pigot shut down? Not yet, but soon. Then I'm thinking we should split up into 2 teams, I said. Strike while the other 3 suits are shut down and waiting for Dragon's attention. If we can rescue our teammates, we'll be half again as strong.
We don't have the firepower to fight those things, Trickster said.
We have lots of firepower, I replied. Problem is, they have a lot more. So pick your fights. Strike at the right time and hit hard. Play dirty. Don't give them a chance if you can help it. Gru, you should go with Sundancer and Trickster, so we've got even numbers on both sides.
You sure?
Your power works well with Sundancer. Keeps the enemies unaware until she can get that miniature sun close, and you can keep them off the machine's radar. Thermals or whatever. Hopefully.
And you?
My bugs will give us early warning if a suit's nearby, and they might alert me if there's radar or anything subsonic. If Regent and Imp come with me, we'll have some firepower from Shatterbird.
Okay.
My team will go see if we can find Bitch, rescue her from whatever they sent after her. You guys do what you can to rescue Ballistic, then hunker down. If you succeed, stay put, wait for us. If we don't arrive before dark, assume we lost, mount a rescue. If you aren't there, we'll assume the same.
Sounds good, Gru said.
Either way, we'll figure out where we're going from there. The director raised her head, staring up at the sky. You have something you want to say? Tattletale asked. The director shrugged. Tattletale removed the gag. What? I'm looking forward to this. Which part? Tattletale asked. The interrogation? The rescue mission? The fight. 7 suits in this city right now. The Melusine 6, Cawthorn MK3, the Glaurung 0, the Ladon 2, the Astaroth Nidhu, the Pythios 2. That's 6 ships, right there, that Dragon explained were old models. Previous versions of her suits that were cannibalized for parts, abandoned after taking severe damage, and recently repaired or simply outdated. And the 7th? The Azazel. Note that there's no version number. It's a fresh design, crafted to go up against the 9 and put up a serious fight. The first truly original suit she's made in 4 years, and I assure you that Dragon has advanced her skills in that time frame. If that isn't enough of a pedigree, the Azazel was created by Dragon working in tandem with her new partner, a fellow tinker. Armsmaster. She saw the reaction from us, smiled a little. Yes, a new partner. It was his suggestion that we park the suits here when they aren't needed. And even though I know he's a new cape, nobody you'd know, certainly nobody who'd have a grudge. She smirked a little. I think it's a safe bet to say that he had you in mind when he was building it. Tattletale jammed the sock into Pigot's mouth and turned to us. Which ones did you fight? Foam sprayer, drone deployer, force field generator, and a wheel dragon with electricity and some electromagnet, I said. Cawthorn, Glaurung, Ladon, Pythios, I'd guess, with only the names and what little I've seen of Dragon to go by. That leaves the Astaroth Nidhu, Melusine, and the Azazel. One went after Ballistic, another after Genesis, and a third went after Bitch. Meaning that the way we're splitting up and taking on whatever machines attacked our missing teammates, each of our groups has a 1 in 3 chance of going up against the Azazel, I concluded. Better cross your fingers, Tattletale suggested.
Arc 16, Chapter 4. I was turning to leave when I was struck with a thought. Did Bitch move to her new territory yet? I know we planned for her to relocate to the city outskirts. Not yet, Tattletale answered. She was trying to get the gag back in place. Pegot was screwing her eyes closed in disgust. So she's somewhere near the train yard? Yeah, Tattletale replied. We're going to need transportation if we're going to get there without losing too much time. Brooks can hotwire a car for you, show you how to start it up again when you're ready to head back, Tattletale suggested. No, I'm not sure it'll be able to navigate all the fenced-off areas and debris that'll be in the train yard. Bitch hasn't been clearing the mess, as far as I know, and it wasn't easy to navigate to begin with.
If we use the car to get there, Gru started.
I finished his sentence for him. We run the risk that it'll break down, run out of gas, or get wrecked somewhere, stranding us and forcing us to hike across half the city to get to Ballistic's territory. Let's minimize the opportunities for stuff to go wrong. Beggars can't be choosers, Tattletale said. I glanced at Pegot. We're capes, not beggars. I was thinking about Sundancer and something like a hot air balloon, but I'm not sure how much forward acceleration you could pick up that way. But something like that. A lot of our powers operate off virtually limitless power sources. I've used my power all day, every day, and I haven't been any worse for wear. Can we use that for some extra mobility while we don't have Bitch on the team? You could try a James and the Giant Peach thing with us, Imp said, only it'd be backwards, bugs on strings and the bird along for the ride. I shook my head. My bugs would get tired. That leaves Shatterbird. I can only fly with one person, maybe two, Regent and Shatterbird spoke in unison. What if you aren't flying? I asked. Maybe not my best idea in retrospect. We were putting our lives in Shatterbird's hands, or in Regent's hands, depending on how I interpreted it. Which wasn't to say we weren't getting where we needed to be in record time. Shatterbird had pressed and embedded glass into the wood of a door, and we'd taken off the hinges, and Regent, Imp, and I were standing on the surface while Shatterbird flew above us, using her power to pull on the glass. With our weight resting more towards the back than the front, the door was angled upward, skimming on the surface of the road or through the shallow water of streets that were still flooded. We had to be pushing 40 or 50 miles an hour, and any time we were forced to make a turn, we inevitably went wide, sometimes bouncing off a wall. That was without getting into the cars and debris that still covered the roads, or our total lack of solid handholds, seats, seatbelts, or brakes. I'd parceled out silk cord to grip, but they also served to emphasize how momentum swung us out to one side or another when we turned. It was easy to underestimate how fast even a lower cruising speed was when safe inside the interior of a vehicle, removed from the road by 2 to 4 feet of solid material. Either way, we headed into the thick of the docks. Our makeshift vehicle sped towards a chain-link fence. "Regent, fence!" I warned, leaning forward to speak into his ear and make sure he could hear me. We continued forward without slowing. Half a block away, 70 feet away. "Fence!" I raised my voice. 30 feet away. Shatterbird hit the fence with a wave of glass, knocking it down to a 45-degree angle. Our makeshift craft lifted up fractionally, and we hit the makeshift ramp, remaining airborne for only a second or two before hitting the ground and continuing forward. "You dick!" I swore. Regent and Imp laughed and cackled. What had I been thinking, inflicting this pair on myself? We made our way into the train yard, and the ride became much bumpier as we navigated areas with overgrown grass, train tracks, and piles of trash. A crash and howl informed us of our destination before my bugs did. I signaled Regent, and we were close enough so he could bring the craft to a stop. Bitch and the dogs were fighting, and there were signs the fighting had been going on for a while. There were 6 dogs in the area, including Bastard, Bentley, and Sirius, but only Bastard and Bentley were still fighting. Bitch, Barker, and Biter had stepped up to fight as well, with Bitch's civilian henchpersons were hiding nearby. The vet girl was taking care of a smaller dog. Looking at the situation, I couldn't figure out why they'd be having trouble with their opponent. Dragon's suit wasn't that large, didn't seem to have that much in the way of weapons or gear. She stood maybe 8 feet tall, 8 feet wide, with each arm forming roughly a third of its mass, ending in disproportionately large, squat claws. Barker screamed, then slammed his teeth together with a clack my bugs could hear. His power turned the noise into a concussive force, erupting around the armored suit. The suit reeled, staggering back from where it stood on top of a derelict train, nearly falling. One of the dogs charged and tackled it, tearing into it with claws and teeth. The suit hauled the dog off of it, climbing to its feet in an instant. It leaped forward to close the distance to its human opponents, and Biter stepped forward to meet it, his fist swelling to 5 times the normal size, along with the spikes and blades he'd worked into the fabric of his glove. The suit went flying, gathering itself into a rough ball shape as it careened backwards into the side of a train. Had we stepped in just as the fight was wrapping up? The suit stood. That didn't surprise me. It brought its claws to either side and clawed at the side of the train, crumpling metal in its massive claws. My bugs gave me a sense of what was going on as the suit drew the metal into itself with crushing mechanisms and gears. Its torso expanded slightly as it made room for the new material, armor plates reshaped by internal mechanisms and shifted into place to patch up the worst of the damage. I arrived on the scene, Imp and Regent only a short distance behind me. A glance showed me that Bitch, her underlings, and her dogs were injured, beaten to the point that they were dirty, bruised, and scraped. Her eyes widened as I approached. "It won't," she growled the words between pants for breath. "Fucking die!" I wouldn't have picked a brute-type machine to go up against Bitch if I'd been in Dragon's shoes, but she'd apparently decided this would be a good matchup. Or was this Armsmaster's idea? I was put in mind of the fight at the fundraiser, him trying to not just defeat Bitch, but to beat her into submission. Not that he was really fighting for a crowd here. Or was it something else? The suit could absorb metal. What would give Bitch that much trouble? "It's drawing scrap metal into itself," I said. "Self-repairing." "I know!" "So stop it from getting the scrap metal." "You want to fucking try?" This wasn't good. From the moment we'd arrived on the scene, this suit would probably be signaling others. We wouldn't be sure that Pigot's order to stand down would still be in effect for the other suits, so we had to anticipate reinforcements. Except this suit seemed to be made to be durable, to stall and wear us down. It wouldn't be easy to take this down in the limited time we had. Which was it? The Melusine? The whatchamacallit Nidhugg hybrid? Or was it the Aasil, presumably designed to take on the Nine, with defeating the Undersiders as a secondary design goal? "We'll try together," I said. "Regent, we need Shatterbird in here. Imp, you're backing us up. Drag the injured to safety. Did you ever take that first aid class?" "Gru told me to, but I haven't gotten around to it." I swore under my breath. "Not totally my fault. Things have been kind of a mess since I joined the team. Not like there's classes or anything." "There probably are." I watched the suit step away from the train, adjusting its shape to sort out the additional material it had absorbed into its body. "Not like it's easy to find classes," she clarified. "Just take care of anyone that gets hurt. I don't know how much you can do here. I think one of Bitch's henchmen is over there," I said, pointing. "Okay," Imp retreated. "I'm telling you," Bitch growled the words. "Can't fight it. It doesn't die." "We'll try. There's got to be a way. Barker, Biter, you two okay?" "Hurt," Biter said. Barker nodded. "Throat's sore. Keep knocking it down. Keeps getting back up." "1 or 2 more tries," I said. "We'll hit it with everything we've got. Bitch, which dogs are least hurt?" "Bentley and Bastard. Had a few more I was sending in, but they're hard enough to order around when something isn't hurting them." "We'll need their help then," Bastard's not trained enough. I glanced at the wolf cub. He was 5 or 6 times his usual size. He'd grown rapidly in the past few weeks, but it still meant he was small. His mutation seemed different from the other dogs. Was there a whole other department of changes with various subcategories of the wolf breed? The suit raised one hand, and a chain fired out, a grappling hook on the end. We threw ourselves out of the way before it could catch any of us. "Keeps doing that," Barker muttered. His voice was gravelly. "Trying to tire us out, wear us down." "Let's avoid giving it another chance. Longer range powers first, everyone else close in." I hadn't even finished talking before Shatterbird was hurling the glass-coated door into the suit. She followed up with a veritable tide of glass shards, pulling them from debris and the edges of the street. The suit staggered back, putting it closer to the train she had just harvested scrap metal from. "Keep it away from anything metal," I reminded them. Easier said than done. The area was a fenced-in yard with railroad tracks, rusted train cars, and trash that ranged from signpost to disused trash cans. There was metal to spare. I was limited in my options. Bugs wouldn't hurt this thing's metal body. That left me the less stellar option of fighting it like I had Mannequin. Barker shouted 3 times in short succession before bidding the resulting clouds of smoke to detonate violently. The suit shielded itself with its arms, leaving it defenseless as Bentley flanked and charged it from one side. It sprawled, landing face down, and reached over to grab 2 rails from the train track. In one motion it rose to its feet and hauled 2 lengths of track out of the ground. Each of the rails bent and folded as they were absorbed into the suit, churned up by grinders and more complex devices. Bentley charged again, but the suit swung both rails simultaneously to catch the dog in mid-air and hurl him to one side. Bentley was on his feet in a second, getting his paws under him and lunging for the suit before it could turn to face him, savaging the suit's metal exterior with claws and teeth. My bugs began to encircle the suit. The silk had enough areas to catch on, and my bugs were finding openings to crawl within, but I couldn't find much in the way of stuff to interfere with or attack. The suit's interior was hot, more so as my bugs drew closer to the very center, to the point that my bugs died if they got too far inside. Everything was solidly made. Wires had chain mesh protecting the insulation. Pistons and valves were sealed and reinforced, with more delicate technology presumably contained within cases and covers. There was nothing for my bugs to get into. Using silk to bind the main body wouldn't do anything. Spider silk had strength on par with steel, but this was an armored suit capable of tearing railroad tracks from the ground and crushing them in one hand. A material as strong as steel wouldn't accomplish anything against a machine that could rend metal. I'd have to play this smarter. I used cords of silk to seal valves shut or bind them in an open position where I could, and focused the rest of my efforts on more strategic deployments, forming cords as big around as my arm. The suit's arms and legs would be free to move, but my goal was more along the lines of restricting its movements. Biter used the metal bear trap jaw guard in combination with his ability to distort parts of his body to large sizes, clamping down on the suit's hand. He had to hurl himself back and out of the way to avoid the suit's retaliatory attack. As he climbed to his feet, he spat out 2 fingers and a section of the suit's hand. I hurried to send my swarm after the discarded parts, using silk and the cumulative strength of the swarm to haul the bits away. Biter hit the suit twice with enlarged hands and then backed off as Bentley hurled himself into the fray, catching hold of the suit's other arm and hauling on it with all the strength afforded by his muscular forelimbs, neck, jaw, and shoulders. He struggled, strained, to tear the arm from its housing. The suit fought to keep its feet beneath it, leaning hard to one side to compensate for the 2-ton bulldog's weight hanging off its arm. It used its free, damaged hand to grab the dog by the scruff of the neck and flung it hard to one side. Shatterbird hurled a wave of glass-encrusted debris at the suit. Not 1 second after the suit was bludgeoned by the trash cans, wooden planks, and pallets, a second wave caught it from behind, striking its legs out from beneath it. Lying on its back, it reached for us and fired another grappling hook. With the speed it was moving, it looked like it could have caved in someone's ribs, but we each managed to get out of the way. Some of the people in Bitch's group were moving slower, their reflexes and mobility suffering due to their fatigue. Okay, this wasn't easy, but it didn't seem as impossibly hard to fight as some of the other suits either. It was just a question of keeping up the onslaught, keeping the suit from gathering too much metal for self-repair, and hoping that the suit didn't get any reinforcements. With luck, the other suits would either be on standby due to Pigot's orders, or they would be occupied with Trickster, Sundancer, and Gru. Not that it would be a good thing if they were fighting, but it would at least mean we got out of here okay. The suit struggled to its feet, using its arms to shield itself from 2 more shouts from Barker and a barrage from Shatterbird, then stopped short as the cord of silk I'd bound around its neck pulled taut. The other end was wound around one of the coupling rods that stretched between the wheels of one rusted train. I'd worried the coupling rod would come loose, but the elasticity of the silk combined with the durability and sheer thickness of it meant it didn't snap. The suit was pulled off balance, giving Biter and Bentley a chance to close in, hammer it into the ground, and thrash it. I glanced at Bitch, saw her mouth set in a grim line. The suit fought its way free, and Bitch whistled for Bentley to back up. I could see how it was mangled, metal torn and rent. Yes, it had displayed some self-repair technology, but every part of it was a ruined mess. I didn't want to underestimate Dragon's work, but... Hot steam hissed out from the gaps in the suit, seconds before it turned itself inside out. The parts on the exterior folded out and were absorbed into the suit's interior. New components emerged from within and locked into place. They still smoked from the heat of being forged and reforged in the heart of the machine. The suit's joints shifted position as it settled into a quadruped stance. I recognized it now. It didn't have missile launchers, and it was a fraction smaller than it had been, but it was the same suit Dragon had used when I'd first seen her, the suit she'd used against Leviathan. That suit had also peeled apart to reveal a lesser suit beneath. Presumably, it had possessed the same self-repair capability and the ability to do what this suit had done, but hadn't had the chance. Except I wasn't even sure how to define or process what I'd just seen. It was such an overhaul that I was left grasping for a word to explain it. Reincarnation? It was easy enough to picture. Any time the suit took enough damage, it reforged itself into a different shape with the reserve components deep inside its body, or it shed its outer layer, ensuring that it was always in pristine fighting condition. Give it an opportunity, and it harvested metal for raw materials, and it would keep going until its battery ran out. With the kind of stuff a tinker like Dragon could make, cold fusion reactors and self-sustaining energy sources, that battery could have one hell of a long life. Either way, it wasn't a new model. That meant it wasn't the Azazel suit Pigot had told us about. "You could have explained," I said. "I did," Bitch answered, glowering at the smoking suit. "I said it won't fucking go down." "You could have explained why." "I don't understand why." The reforging process had killed every bug I had on the thing, and it had burned through the silk cord I'd leashed it with. I was left wondering what the black market price would be for something like Armsmaster's EMP device, something that would serve as a get-out-of-a-fight-with-a-tinker card. Tinkers had so many options that they brought to the table, a crazy synergy with any teammates, and an ability to customize their approach to counter specific threats or individuals. I, on the other hand, was pretty screwed if I went up against anyone with flame powers, cold powers, electricity powers, enough durability to shrug off my bugs, or a way to clear out large numbers of bugs at once. I'd managed thus far by thinking on my feet, but it sort of pissed me off that tinkers existed as the antithesis of that. Yes, I was aware that tinkers had to put in hours upon hours of work, and that I only ever really experienced the end results of that investment. I didn't care. Whether they had vat-grown monsters, clockwork layers, impenetrable suits of armor, jetpacks, and exploding guitars, or programs to tell them how to win a fight, tinkers were a fucking pain in the ass. "New plan," I announced. "We hit it hard enough to slow it down, and then we scram." "You want to run?" Bitch asked. "We don't have a choice." "We do," she said, still glowering at the suit. "We gotta kill this thing sometime anyways, so you come up with a plan like you usually do. We'll make it happen, and I won't have to give up territory to this armor asshole." I stared at her, trying and failing to process how she was looking at the situation. Then it dawned on me. This was why Dragon and Armsmaster had pit this suit against her. It wasn't that it countered her power exactly. It was that it was set up to work against her stubborn nature. With the way her mind worked, she couldn't back down from a fight she subconsciously felt like she was winning. It didn't matter that we were losing in the long run. She was focused on the fact that we could do damage, and walking away would be a forfeit. Barker was screaming a long series of invectives at the suit, detonating them. With 4 legs solidly on the ground, it wasn't budging, and Barker's shouts weren't doing much to the armor. "Look at it this way," I said, trying to stay calm. "We just defeated it. Heck, every time you've forced it to change like that, it's been a win for you." "How many times was that?" 4. 4 times you've kicked its ass. If you walk away, that's 5 wins total and 1 loss, if you can even call that a loss. But we can't afford to stay much longer, or one of your dogs is bound to get hurt." As if to give evidence to my statement, Bentley howled as he grappled the suit, trying to tear into its neck while the suit attempted to wrestle him down to the ground. Biter leaped onto the machine's back. His hands, with the spiked knuckles, worked into the gloves, growing larger so he could tear the armor plates away. Bentley joined in, setting his teeth at the lower part of the armored suit's spine, for lack of a better word. Her eyes narrowed. "We run?" "We have to stop it from following first. One more time, guys. Regent, stand ready. We need as much glass as you can spare." The suit turned our way. 3 masters standing in the back lines while we sent our bugs, dogs, and lunatic supervillain thrall into the fray. It began to glow, steaming, and Biter virtually yelped as he threw himself off its back. Bentley was slower to react, but he fell back, shaking his head violently as flesh sizzled around his muzzle. We backed up a few paces as it advanced 1 step. It whipped its head up until it almost pointed to the sky, then opened its mouth. Blue flame streamed over our heads to pool behind us, cutting off our retreat. We had to scramble for cover before any droplets or sparks landed on us. I wasn't sure if it was flame at a temperature I wasn't used to seeing, if it was a liquid accelerant that just happened to be on fire, or if it was plasma, but I didn't want to touch it and find out the particulars. All of us, dogs, Barker, and Biter included, headed inside a building to seek further cover. The structure rumbled as the suit climbed the side and settled on the roof. The AIs liked high places, it seemed. "Need to hit it hard," I said, my voice pitched low so the suit wouldn't overhear. "1 good hit." "We don't have 1 good hitter," Imp said. I turned my head to see her crouching by the vet and 1 wounded dog. "Maybe Shatterbird, but everyone else is about a lot of littler hits." "We need 1 good hit from someone who isn't Shatterbird," I clarified. "Can't," Biter said. "Limit to how big I can grow myself before I do permanent damage." "Define permanent damage." "Stretch marks, scarring, permanent aches and pains. I have some in my midsection, all day, every day it hurts." "Okay," I said. "Barker?" "I can't hurt the fucker." You screamed something like 3 times, then detonated that smoke you made whenever you made noise. Can you do it more? More shouts? Louder? At my limit, probably not. Bentley's hurt, I said. What about Bastard? He'll probably listen to me, but he might attack anyone else. He's too dangerous when big. And that suit's dangerous too. In case you haven't noticed, it's either trying to beat us to a pulp so it can drag us into custody, or it's going to burn us alive. We have to use one of your dogs, and Bastard's in the best shape. We have to use him. Bitch frowned. How? I told her. You've taught him to fetch? She nodded. Fetch something big then, I said. Wait until my signal. Hit him as hard as you can. Everyone else, let's run for it. I could see Bitch tense. Her henchwoman, the vet, stood nervously, circled around the edge of the room to join us, giving Bitch a bit of space. You're leaving me behind. We're counting on you, I said. Wait for my signal, then come with Bastard. More damage you can do, the better. All together, we bolted, Bentley following immediately behind us. I could feel the dragon suit reorienting to face us, felt it angle its head before it spewed another stream of liquid fire. In a residential area? This wasn't an occupied area, but, well, the suit might know that. It might be another reason it was deployed here. Hard right! I shouted. We turned to head for a nearby alleyway before the liquid fire even touched the ground. The suit leaped, and I grabbed Imp's wrist, hauling her out of the way. It landed a short distance from us, then barreled through our group, sending Biter, Barker, and the vet in training sprawling. Controlled movements. Everything it's doing, it's all calculated. Even the more dangerous attacks were geared to hold back just enough to hurt, not to kill. Even the hurt was fairly minimal. If Biter had still been on the suit's back when it turned red hot, I was willing to bet it would have shaken him off to avoid giving him terminal burns. There had to be something about that I could use. Trouble was, I wasn't sure when or where the suits drew the line. I couldn't trust that they'd follow the rules enough that I could offer my own life in the bargain, much less anyone else's. I signaled Bitch, and she was out of the building in a second. Bastard was as large as I'd ever seen him, and there was something about his appearance. He looked less wrong than the others. The spikes and ridges of bone that lined his body weren't asymmetrical, and there seemed to be more art to the design. Drool flew out of the corners of his mouth as he bounded forward, fangs clamped around a wooden post. The suit was halfway through turning around to face them when Bastard drove the end of the post into its stomach. It skidded, sparks flying as its claws dug into the pavement for traction. "Pull it free!" I shouted. I didn't wait for her to follow through before calling out the next order. "Regent, fill the hole!" Bitch hauled on Bastard's chain, and he followed the direction, pulling back, the post still clamped in his mouth. When it came loose, it revealed a rent in the armor's side, far less empty space than I'd hoped, and a dislodged joint where the leg met the pelvis. Shatterbird called forth a stream of glass, shoving it into the hole. I didn't need to give the next order. I realized she was using her power more through my bugs than any other sign, the telltale high-pitched noise that was above my human limits. A second later, the suit's rear legs lost their traction on the ground. Its lower body collapsed. The suit began struggling for footing. It was still operational. I swore under my breath, still backing away. Shatterbird moved one arm, and the suit slid a few feet in that direction. She had a hold on the glass. More forcefully, she pushed it into the nearest building, then dragged it across the alleyway to slam it into the opposite wall. She repeated the process 2 more times before the suit tried a counterplan. It began to reshape itself, glass shards pouring out of the openings as pieces slid in and out. A third form, something airborne. Shatterbird slammed it into a wall before it was done reshaping. The fallen glass shards levitated into the air to find new nooks and crannies to slide into. The suit was hot. naturally heating up as part of the reincarnation or reformation process. I watched as glass melted, running into holes and slats in the armor. Shatterbird pushed again. The suit barely moved. She wasn't so adept at moving molten silicon. We continued backing down the alley. The suit raised its head, preparing to cut off our retreat with another pool of flame. In her second jousting run, Bitch lanced the thing through the base of the neck. Fire spilled down around it, setting the post aflame, and the attack was stalled. She wheeled Bastard around and shouted, "That's 6 fucking wins to 1! Go!" We ran. I maneuvered my swarm behind me to watch for its approach, felt it step forward and then collapse, its legs giving way. Even the forelegs? Okay, that was interesting. The glass. It had melted, and it was cooling in the lower recesses, farthest from the body's core. I could have told Bitch she'd beat the suit, that we might have defeated it 100%, but I kept my mouth shut. Didn't need her acting on what might be a false assumption. If it freed itself, found a way of reconfiguring where all of the glass-affected areas were contained, or if it simply abandoned its legs in favor of a smaller form, too many possibilities. Better to leave it and cross our fingers. Damn tankers. What the hell was Dragon's specialty? The ability to make stuff without half the time other tankers would need? So many different suits, so many different projects and tasks, and it rarely interconnected, if ever. We ran 2 or 3 blocks before we had to stop. Shatterbird sent glass shards into a nearby door, then tugged it free. A sled for Regent and Imp. With some coaxing, I got the vet trainee to climb onto Bentley's back. The other henchman, the guy, climbed up behind me. Barker approached Bastard and received a mean growl in response. We searched for an option for Barker and Biter before Regent and Shatterbird offered another door. We made good time on our way to Ballistic's lair. We'd planned to arrive by dusk, but the sun wasn't even setting. The others weren't there. We double-checked, then mobilized to find them, spreading out. With reluctance, I drew my relay bugs from the interior of my shoulder pad. I felt a twinge of disappointment as I handled them, gently passing them on to dragonflies that could carry them. They were dying. Panacea hadn't given the relay bugs a digestive system, and in my haste to save Atlas from a slow death by starvation, I neglected to pay attention to them. It wouldn't have mattered anyways, probably, because Gru had only had so much time to work with. The dragonflies sent my relay bugs out so I could keep in touch with the others as we searched for Gru, Trickster, Sundancer, and Ballistic. Bugs were tough, natural survivors. I knew that cockroaches could survive lengthy periods of time without heads, that other bugs could be frozen solid and thawed and be little worse for wear. They subsisted on relatively little food, considering their body size, and the relay bugs had held on this long with an inability to eat at all. Their physiology wasn't quite the mess that Atlas's was, and they retained some basic hibernation instincts, defaulting to a near immobile state. It was a struggle to even get them to extend my power's range for me. I found the next dragon suit before I found the others, and I immediately knew it for what it was. It had to be the Azazel. Arc 16, Chapter 5. If I was remembering right, the Slaughterhouse 9 had introduced themselves to their prospective members roughly 2 weeks ago. I couldn't be sure what had happened, but Pigot had alluded to the idea that Armsmaster had banded together with Dragon. 2 weeks, and they'd built this. The other dragon suits had the general stylings of dragons, with claws, armor plating that resembled scales, and heads or faces that resembled a reptile. In the end, though, they were still machines, and the theme was just that, a theme. Rather than armor plates, the scales were fine, intricately detailed and arranged with a kind of natural sense to it, with denser scaling in the areas which saw the most movement, creasing and folding, and heavier scales around the elbows, talons, and face. There were wings, bat-like, with openings at the base of each finger that the membrane stretched between. The actual body was more like a lizard, but the angle of the forelimbs and shoulders resembled those of a human. When Aasil moved, its scaled exterior rippled with the shifting movements of the mechanisms underneath. My bugs found their way inside, and I discovered it was very different from the machine we'd just fought. It wasn't sturdily built, nor was it solid. The wires and internal mechanisms weren't heavy-duty, reinforced or covered in chain mesh. They were so numerous and dense that I couldn't hope to make any headway with every bug in the city committed to the task. It was, just going by what I could tell from my swarm sense, a machine as intricate and multi-layered as a living organic being. But how? It didn't make sense in terms of the time frame. It would have taken time to make each individual, unique part with their condensed and intricate design, but he'd only had 2 weeks. A thought dawned on me. It was a half-formed thought up until the moment I devoted some attention to it. Then it clicked. Tinkers had a knack, a specialty, be it a particular field of work or something they could do with their designs that nobody else could, and I knew dragons. She could intuit and appropriate the designs of other tinkers. It put everything in perspective. The machines she was using, half of them drew on ideas I'd seen other tinkers put to work. The drone model had used Kid Win's anti-gravity generators and Armsmaster's ambient taser. The wheel dragon might have used the same theories as the electromagnetic harness Kid Win had been packing when we attacked the PRT headquarters. It also served to explain how she could invest the time to make the suits. If her power afforded her the brain power and raw thinking power to understand and apply the work of other tinkers, then she could put all of her resources towards manufacturing. Armsmaster made the base design. She appropriated it, and then turned artificial intelligence or her own power to creating the necessary variations. I could imagine how she had worked herself into the Protectorate and the Guild for just this reason. It would get her the funding and raw materials she needed. Being a member of the team would give her access to the work of the various Tinker heroes, in the name of oversight and security. Add the confiscated material from criminals like Bakuda, and she had unparalleled access to other Tinkers' work. There were realizations that were kind of a eureka moment, except not so much an inspiration born of creativity or creation as being about finding that weak point, finding that way out of a corner. This wasn't one of those. This was one of the realizations I wish I hadn't had, because I could feel my own morale plummeting. If I was even close to being right, then Dragon was the incarnation of why Tinkers were so dangerous. Which didn't change the fact that we had to find a way to stop her, or everything we'd worked for would be for nothing. I used the relay bugs to extend my search out further, and ran into a snag. My swarm died in droves, bugs being obliterated or having half their bodies sheared off as they approached too close to what the suit was building. It slammed one claw down, and my bugs could sense a thin rod skimming along the surface of the ground, tracing bumps and depressions. The telescoping rod extended several hundred feet, crossing from the corner of one building to the base of a wall on the other side of the street. It stopped, and there was a pause as the suit moved on. Then the rod bloomed. There wasn't a better way to put it. It expanded, unfolded, the rod of metal peeling open like a stick of bamboo, leaves and shoots unfolding over milliseconds. The final stage, what I might call the flowering, was familiar enough. If I could see it, I'd describe it as a vague blur. Armsmaster had used the effect for the weapon he'd used to hack away at Leviathan, and Mannequin had been in possession of a knife with the same effect. Except these blurs were 5 or 6 feet around. I watched as the suit scanned the area, its head sweeping right to left to survey the area before it planted 2 more. One extended for what must have been 1/10 of a mile before it met another wall and stopped. Since I'd been watching, 4 streets had been rendered impassable. What did the Undersiders and the Slaughterhouse 9 have in common? Besides our general intimidating natures and disturbing powers, we were both elusive, favoring hit-and-run tactics with a degree of shock and awe to keep our enemies off balance. Dragon and Armsmaster had decided on this as their means of attack. They would seal off our movements by erecting barriers that were the high-tech equivalent of barbed wire. Barbed wire that would turn steel into vapor. That wouldn't stop Siberian, though. What technologies had I seen that they might use against her? Or was it a technology I hadn't seen before? There were some ugly possibilities there. Something long-ranged that could take him out before he could get to cover? A microscopic form of attack that could fill the air and debilitate him if he wasn't in an airtight container?
"What's wrong?" Bitch asked.
"Found it. Trying to find the others, but I'm running into a bit of a snag. The suit's setting up barriers."
"The force field thing they sent against Sundancer?" Regent asked.
I shook my head. "I think it's the Aasil suit the director mentioned. It's using that blurry stuff that cuts through anything. I told you about it."
"I don't remember that," Imp said.
"Just don't touch it," I told her. "Not even in a joking way. You're likely to lose your finger or your hand before you realize something's wrong."
"Uh-huh." "I thought these things were supposed to be packing non-lethal hardware," Regent said. "Blue fire and now this?"
"I don't know," I said. "The director said these suits were supposed to go up against the 9. You want to be as lethal as you can get. I'm pretty sure they're holding back, though. They could have hit us a few times and didn't. We might be able to use that, but that's testing our luck."
"What, you're thinking about a kamikaze attack?" Regent asked.
"Probably not. We don't know everything that suit could be packing in terms of devices or hardware, especially with Armsmaster helping out. It's definitely going to have something they think can counteract Siberian, so let's rule out a brute force attack. The hedge maze it's building would hold off Hookwolf or Bonesaw's creations, and the sturdiness of the design would protect it against Jack. In terms of other tactics the Slaughterhouse 9 might use, hostages, I bet it's packing containment foam."
"So what do we do?"
"It's still a machine, a well-made machine, but it's a machine. We can break it, given an opportunity. But our #1 goal is going to be keeping it from catching us out of position and walling us in."
"We could move up to the rooftops," Regent said.
"I have a bit of a policy against doing that," I replied. "It leaves you with a shortage of escape routes."
"It doesn't sound like we'll have many anyways."
"No, but we'll worry about that when it comes up. Worst case scenario, we climb for the rooftops when it happens. The dogs are mobile, and I assume Shatterbird can lift 1 or 2 people at a time?" I asked. Regent nodded confirmation. I continued. "For now, we'll take the long way, keep our distance from it, see if we can't find the others." I looked around, saw some nods. I glanced at Bitch. Would she see it as cowardly? "Okay," Bitch said. "Good. Let's leave your people behind. No use bringing them into a fight." She nodded. I looked over my shoulder at the vet trainee and the guy, and they took that as their cue to climb down. The remainder of us rode. Me on Bentley, Bitch on the wolf cub's back, Barker and Biter riding in tandem on one door just behind Regent and Imp on the other. The machine was gradually taking over an area near Ballistics territory with the disintegration hedges. Going counterclockwise around Aasil would have meant running face first into the crater Leviathan had made. Traveling the edge threatened to put us dangerously close to the suit, and with the water on one side, we'd have denied ourselves one of the cardinal directions as far as escape routes went. That meant we were left with only one viable route to travel if we wanted to head further into the downtown areas, turning left and giving the suit as wide a berth as possible. I kept one metaphorical eye on the suit as we traveled, while sweeping out with my swarm to scan for the others. Aasil was laying down more of the hedges, not connecting them, but placing one and then winging past intersections and streets to place another 2 or 3 blocks away. I couldn't be sure what the point was. Our teammates were nowhere nearby, as far as I could tell, and the openings were wide enough that the barriers wouldn't really hamper us, even if we were running straight through the area. Maybe a bit if my power wasn't informing me of where we needed to go, but even Bitch would be able to get by without too much trouble. I couldn't shake the notion that I was missing something. Was there something about those rods that I wasn't aware of? None of the rods were any thicker around than my pinky fingers, so they didn't leave room for any real traps to be hidden inside, Armsmaster's special talent or no. It had been too long since I rode one of the dogs. They weren't well suited for riding, and that was doubly the case with Bentley, with his broad shoulders and barrel-like chest. It forced my legs apart, and that made for an uncomfortable ride when coupled with the bouncing motion as he ran and the lingering soreness of my shoulder from the battlefield surgery Brooks had provided. I thought about calling for a break when I noticed movement. Not Aasil. It was coming from the other direction. My heart sank. The drone dragon. "Incoming!" I called out, using my bad arm to point in the general direction of the approaching suit. It was approaching at a right angle, accurately enough that I feared it had a way of tracking us. This was one of those moments where I had to make a clutch decision as leader, but it seemed like a choice of a half-dozen equally awful options. Splitting up, moving closer to Aasil, trying to confront the drone deployer, hiding and risking getting cornered? Damn. I wondered if I was maybe better at improvising than I was at spur-of-the-moment strategy. There was a distinction there. "This way!" I shouted. Running straight down the road left us dangerously exposed. I led the group down a diagonal route, zigzagging between alleyways and the main streets, away from the drone deployer and slightly towards Aasil. When Aasil shifted positions and took flight, heading straight for us, I was left to wonder if that had been their plan all along. "We're being herded!" I called out. "Reverse directions!" I hauled hard on Bentley's chain, getting him to turn, then goading him to start running the way we'd come. Regent, Imp, Barker, and Biter had a harder time. The sleds were too dependent on momentum, and they didn't have built-in traction. Bitch and I pulled ahead on our respective mounts, while the others tried to get turned around and build up speed again. We couldn't afford to stop and wait for them. The drone suit flanked us on our right, drones spilling out of its ports to trail behind it like my bugs trailed behind me. Other drones were moving to cut us off in front. Aasil was behind us and to our left. The herding was still underway. The sole route left to us, if we didn't want to run straight into a mess of drones or one of the suits, would be going left. Left took us into the area Aasil had employed the rods and the hedges. Fuck that. I could see what Aasil wanted to do now. The moment we were in there, it would take flight, setting down rods to close the gaps and trapping us inside. My swarm and my eyes scanned the area. In a matter of seconds, this decision would be made for us. I saw what I was looking for. A third option. If I was eyeballing this wrong, or if Bentley didn't have a hard enough head, well, one of us would get hurt. "Go!" I urged the mutant bulldog on, steering him for the nearest building. He pulled away, and I steered him back on course, ducking low so I was hugging his neck as I drove him forward into the already ruined display window of a mini-mall. I could feel the top of the display window scraping against the armor on my back as we passed through. We stampeded past a store that had already been looted, headed for the glass window that faced the mall interior. If I could find a shortcut through here, exit on the far side of the drone dragon, we would be able to make a break for it. Shatterbird could drag the 2 sleds faster than the dogs could run. She wasn't that fast. I could remember how she'd fallen behind the rest of the 9 in the fight where we'd taken her captive. Still, they could fend for themselves for just a little while Bitch and I got some breathing room to prepare a counterattack. The drone deployer could see what I was doing. Drones were moving down to cut me off, cut us off, as Bitch had followed. Bentley and I crashed through the store entryway and into the mall proper. It wasn't a big place, and the interior was riddled with tents where some people had holed up. Store owners wanting to protect their goods? The area was empty now. Had Aasil evacuated it? I could sense 2 drones orienting themselves to bar our way, and steered Bentley between them. 20 or 25 feet of distance would be enough, if there wasn't anything to conduct the ambient electric charge. There was. Bentley and I were rocked as both drones fired off at once. The dog took it harder than I did, and we sprawled. Bitch slowed as she approached. She started to head my way, maybe to rescue me, maybe to help Bentley, but I could sense a drone moving straight for me. "Go!" I shouted. She turned and ran, the 3rd drone turning to pursue her. It was too slow. She, at least, would get away. I couldn't say why the electricity had reached me. I'd thought I'd figured out their basic range when I'd first fought them, but maybe the simultaneous effect had extended the charge between them? Or was there something nearby that had helped carry the charge? Something in the tents or the mall's design? Through the plexiglass that framed the mall entrance, I caught a glimpse of Aasil. The scales that covered it were small and dark, glossy, and the spaces between them glowed like hot coals, red and orange. Its head paused as it glanced through the window, and a red eye fixed on me. It stamped 1 claw down on the ground, in a movement my swarm had felt too many times. No. The rod extended beneath me before I could climb to my feet. In 1 second, smaller branches had extended under, over, and around me. 1 more second passed, and they bloomed into the blurry effect. Bright red, orange, and purple, as if to signify the danger it posed in the most basic, primal sense, like the yellow of hornets or the bright red of poisonous berries. I froze, afraid to even breathe. I was still in one piece. Tentatively, I commanded some of the bugs out from beneath my costume. The insulation had protected some. Luck and sheer durability had saved a scant few others. They died the second they moved more than an inch away from my body, vaporized. My heart was pounding from the recent exertion, adrenaline still flowing through my veins. As I realized the situation I was in, my body was shifting into fight or flight mode, but humans weren't engineered to go into the same deer-in-the-headlights state like conventional prey animals, and that was what I needed to do. I needed to freeze, not to fight, struggle, or run. My lungs screamed for oxygen, and I let out a small breath. It came out as a half-whimper. I watched as 1 lock of hair shifted from where it was draped over my shoulder pad, slipped down to touch the blurry growth that surrounded me. It turned to dust, and I held my breath yet again, afraid I'd inhale the vaporized hair and cough. Aasil was taking the long way around the building, heading into the same storefront I'd ridden Bentley through. It wasn't huge, but it was big, and its progress was agonizingly slow. I'd been on my hands and knees for 10 seconds, maybe 20, but already my body was feeling the strain, screaming at me to change position. A crease on the inside of one of my knee pads was digging against the bone of my kneecap. The branches that extended around me might hold me, but they might not either. And there was nobody even close by. If this was the movies, it would have been an opportune time for Tattletale to make her move, but we'd already been that fortunate once, with Imp forcing Pagot to order a standby. I couldn't hope for a second lucky save. Azazel was moving through the store now. It was a minute away, as it carefully planted its feet to avoid crushing store merchandise. I wanted to scream at it to move faster, that I was afraid my hand would lose traction on the dusty tile and slip into the disintegration effect. I could lose a limb like that, or belly flop onto the blur beneath me, bisecting myself. Why hadn't it cut me when it grew? Because whatever guided the growth kept it from tearing up the surrounding material. It was why the halberd and dagger hadn't been destroyed by the growth of the disintegration cloud around them, why the growing hedges of the stuff hadn't cut out sections of building. I wasn't in immediate danger, besides the obvious, so I decided to try something. "I'm going to fall!" I screamed. I could sense Azazel lunging forward, crushing a store display as it hurried to the opening, its mouth opening. It directed a blast of superheated air at the ground, so it cut through the lowest portion of the disintegration hedge, clearing the area beneath and around me. I winced at the heat of it, but took it for what it was. "You may lie down, but do not try to move from your current location, Skitter," the machine spoke. It was the same voice as the armbands and drones, but deeper. "Do not stand or make dramatic movements, or you may be harmed." The message delivered, Azazel began spraying Bentley down with containment foam. I checked with my remaining bugs. A bubble with a 4-foot radius had been cleared around me, but the larger branches still existed and a rough dome loomed over me. The area where the hot air had been vented in made for an area I might have been able to fit an arm or leg through if I felt brave, but I wouldn't be able to crawl through, not with the branches being where they were. "You assholes aren't holding back," I muttered. When the suit didn't respond, I glanced up. It was standing stationary above me, apparently content to have me and me alone. My allies were still making a run for it. The drone ship pursued Shatterbird, Regent, Imp, Barker, and Biter, and some stray drones were chasing Bitch but falling behind. I positioned the relay bugs to keep in touch, but didn't know what to communicate. That I was captured, but they shouldn't come back for me without a plan or reinforcements? Bitch would let them know. No, I was stuck here, in custody. "So, she designed you to talk?" I asked. Silence. "This statement is false," I told it. "I'll go with true. There, that was easy," Azazel replied. Damn. Wouldn't be able to shut it down with a paradox. Dragon apparently had a sense of humor. The reply sounded canned, a recitation, or she had a liking for popular culture I wasn't aware of. Think, Taylor, think! What were my options? I had bugs, but they wouldn't be able to do anything. I drew them closer, wary of the 2 drones that were picking themselves off the ground. Bentley was down. My weapons wouldn't cut me free, and I was leery of trying to use my weapons on the larger branches, in case I brought something down on my head. Armsmaster had called it nanotechnology. It cut through anything, everything. If some dropped free and fell to the ground, would it keep falling, cutting out a bottomless pit? No, I needed to find and exploit weaknesses. If my costumed career had taught me 2 things, it was that things could always get worse, and there was always a solution. It was, in a way, why I wasn't freaking out over the whole end of the world. I'd already accepted that things could get bad, and I held out hope that we could find a way out. I could find a way out here. The suit had used a heat gun. Was the nanotech vulnerable to heat? To fire? It would be ironic in a way. The growth around me resembled fire with its hues and blurry, transparent nature. Fire frozen in time. The entire scene made for a strange picture. Aasil and its fire weren't moving in the slightest, and the only things that were moving were the two drones that were rotating lazily around Aasil and the clouds of dust that had been stirred by the blast of hot air. With my swarm, I felt around my utility compartment. Yes, I had a box of matches. I'd packed tissues in there to keep them from rattling around, like I did with my change purse, so I'd have to use my hands to withdraw them, probably. The suit wouldn't let me once it saw what I was doing. I wasn't sure what the response would be, but it could range from blasting me with containment foam the second the fire ate at the nanotech to hitting me with that superheated air to blow me into the side of the dome, vaporizing me. Had to deal with Aasil first. I looked up at the reptilian face with glowing red eyes. I could see the snake-like neck, the human-ish shoulders and arms. It looked more like a demon than a dragon from this perspective. The only weapons I had were my bugs. There weren't enough in my range, even with the relay bugs, to do anything to the suit. The model we'd just fought in Bitch's territory had been able to bend steel, would have been able to tear my spider's silk. I couldn't hope to tie Aasil up. It was bigger, and I was willing to bet it had more raw strength. Maybe it was better to say that I was confident enough it had more raw strength that I wasn't willing to take the risk. No, my bugs wouldn't serve. I sent some cockroaches in to see if they could nibble through the insulation of some wires, but it felt futile. Even in what stood to be the more vital areas, like the neck, I doubted my ability to do any real damage. What other tools did I have? My voice. Dragon was smart enough to write an AI that wouldn't crumble to a simple issue with paradox, but the AI wasn't necessarily brilliant. It had leaped to my defense when I'd said I was in danger. Either it wasn't smart enough to discern truth from a lie, or it wasn't allowed to when a life was potentially in danger. I'd wondered if the machines were obligated to preserve our lives. Now I had a better sense of it. Now how to use it. Regent and Imp were still fleeing the area on one of Shatterbird's sleds. They had outpaced the drone ship, which was moving too slowly to pursue even Shatterbird. It was better suited, it seemed, for seizing and protecting an area than for pursuit. Good. I drew out a message on Regent's back. Hide. Imp was directly behind him, and bugs on a white shirt would be clear as day to her. I hoped. They were almost out of my range, relay bugs or no. You're Aasil, correct?
Correct.
What's the other ship called?
The Glaurung Zero is an old model, designed to deploy drones of varying loadouts.
Thank you for the information.
You're welcome.
Don't suppose you'd tell me how to defeat you?
No.
Or your self-destruct code?
No.
What if I told you that you were putting a human life in grave danger?
I have no reasonable cause to believe that.
Damn. But if it wasn't designed to tell truth from a falsehood, maybe... Imp had a second trigger event. She should be invisible to your sensors.
I have no reasonable cause to believe that.
Doesn't matter. Imp may be in this room. If you move a foot, you could be stepping on her.
Imp could not be in this room. As of 2 minutes ago, she was recorded at a distance of 0.4 miles away from this location. She could not return here in that span of time unobserved.
The suits were communicating. That was good to know, but it wasn't exactly good. It made this harder. She could if Trickster leapfrogged her here, I said. If Trickster was currently engaged in a fight with one of the other models. This could blow up in my face. But the suit didn't refute me. It didn't speak at all. I used my power to signal Imp and Trickster and ask them to help. They're nearby, and it's very possible Imp is here. She could be crawling on top of you, for all you know. If you open your mouth, move your head, or move a wing, you might be causing her to fall. With your head being where it is, it's not impossible she could fall and roll into this nanotech hedge you've made, right? I waited for a response, for the canned reply saying Aasil had no reasonable cause to believe it. Nothing. Had it worked? Maybe I should be more specific, I said. I told them to help in general. They might not be helping me, so it's very possible that any other suit might be in immediate proximity to Imp. Be careful you don't accidentally crush her. No reply. Hopefully that would help the others somehow. It wouldn't stop any of the ones in the air like the Glaurung drone suit, but it could stall others. Now, I said, picking my words carefully, my pulse pounding. I'm going to light a match and try to burn this thing away. I drew the matchbook from behind my back, grabbed a match from the box, hesitated. If the hedge burned quickly enough to matter, what would happen? Aasil could easily spray me down in containment foam. I began organizing my bugs, placing them on the ceiling, drawing out lines of silk cord. The PRT could be entering my range any second, ready to take me into custody. I needed to be fast, but I couldn't rush this. I was replicating the natural design of a spiderweb 3 times over, but I was making each strand 50 or 60 times as thick, braiding other threads into cords and braiding cords into thicker strands. It took a minute before I was satisfied. I was aware of the drone that hovered some distance over my head. I adopted a general runner's pose, then lit the match. With my bugs, I was able to sense the safe distance I could raise my hand, match held high. It burned faster than I would have thought. With a whoosh like I might expect from lighting a barbecue, it was gone. A series of things happened in that instant. I pulled free of the branches that hadn't burned away, sprinting for the exit. Aasil opened its mouth and began spewing containment foam, and the drone began speaking,
"Attention, citizen."
I maneuvered the spiderweb nests into place in the stream. 2 were far enough away to catch only a little, but the burden was heavy, growing more awkward for my bugs as the expanding foam captured some and rendered them unable to fly. I still managed to drag the foam nets into place, covering one drone's eye lens and the other's gravity panel. They spiraled out of control, one striking a column, the other plummeting for the ground. The other net was fixed just in front of Aasil's mouth, strands already wound around the scales of its face. It tore free on one side, but the foam expanded, forming a beard, then covering its mouth. The makeshift barrier had kept the worst of the foam from reaching me. I scrambled out of the way of the rest, narrowly avoiding getting the damned stuff on my costume. Aasil's chest opened, and a grappling hook speared out. Still trying to recover from dodging the foam, I couldn't dodge it. It seized me, and I hurried to climb over the railing that surrounded the now empty fountain to keep Aasil from drawing me up into its chest, or into the foam that wreathed its head. I climbed under the railing to see if I could wind it up any further, then jerked to a stop. The hook was frozen in midair, still clutching the armor at my chest and shoulder. Right, so this was how they'd planned to counteract Siberian. I couldn't free myself, and I couldn't fight back, so I waited. Armsmaster had said this technology drained his batteries, but Aasil could have a major power source in its chest. It took only a minute before the hook went limp. I managed to pry myself free. Other than opening its mouth to spray the foam and turning its head, Aasil hadn't budged from its position. With my swarm, I signaled Regent and Imp. Good job, come back fast. Without Bentley, I couldn't cover enough ground, couldn't run. I found a hiding spot by the mall entrance instead. From the spot, I used my swarm to covertly keep an eye on Aasil, praying that whatever dragon was doing was consuming her attention, praying that she wasn't about to override the simple head game I'd pulled on her hyper-advanced mecha suit. A very satisfying crunching noise ran through the mini-mall. I stood there, watching in approval, with my arms folded as Gru, Sundancer, Ballistic, and Genesis approached. I'd signaled Trickster to tell him to stay back. No use giving the suit away to rationalize its way out of my lie.
Is that the Aasil?
Gru asked. Yeah, I replied.
It's not moving.
Because I told it that it might crush Imp if it did.
Ah,
Gru answered. He didn't ask for clarification. How'd it go? Regent asked. Aasil had started venting the mist to clear away the containment foam, freeing its head and front claws where it had been covered in its own foam, but I'd already formed a mesh of spider webs to keep it from opening fire with any of its weapons. The mist had also exposed enough of Bentley for us to save him. Working together, we'd already cut the real Bentley free of the desiccated flesh of his larger self that contained him. The bulldog and bastard were happily sitting between Bitch and I. Shatterbird was hammering at Aasil, smashing it repeatedly with a massive wrecking ball of condensed glass. Sundancer spoke up. We took down the hybrid model. Giant gun was sitting in the stratosphere, shooting down Genesis every time she sent a body out into the open. Our group took down 2, Bitch said.
Where are the others? Shouldn't more reinforcements be arriving?
Gru asked. I shrugged. If they come, I'll know, and we can react. We've gotten this far. A minute passed, punctuated by the thud of the glass sphere against Azazil's outer body. Only a little damage was done with each hit, but it was adding up. That, and it felt good, in a way. Sundancer created an orb of flame and drove it into Aasil. I watched as the metal melted and the wiring burned in clouds of acrid black smoke. In the span of a minute, the suit was slag. I signaled Imp and Trickster to tell them that it was okay to approach. We watched the suit burn. Trickster and Imp joined us from the outskirts of the mall. I feel bad about this, I said. Why the fuck would you feel bad? Bitch asked. They must have put millions into manufacturing this. That was supposed to stop the 9, and it was powerful enough that it might have, if it had had Dragon's brain backing it up.
They can build more,
Gru said. Scary thought, Sundancer commented. We got lucky, I said. What with Imp being able to force Pago to shut them down, and the way I could exploit its AI to lock down its movements. Maybe you can make a program versatile and leave yourself open to the program using loopholes to work around any safeties you put in place. Or you can make it heavily restricted and leave it open to vulnerabilities like what I exploited there. I guess we're a ways off from an AI being smart enough to work around those limitations. It's a matter of time, Regent said. You're such a pessimist, Imp retorted. And I'm so right. The suit continued to burn. Containment foam billowed out of a container within Azazil's body, putting out the worst of the flames and leaving us with an assurance that Aasil wouldn't be lurching back to life the second we turned our backs.
Let's go,
Gru said.
4 more suits to take down, and we don't have long before it gets dark.
I nodded. We were half a block away from the mini-mall when a phone rang, startling the living daylights out of us. It was my satellite phone. Dragon? Tattletale. Phones are back on. Why? Is she baiting us? Trying to get us to reveal our positions? She's gone, Tattletale replied. Suit's leaving the city. Satellite phones are working.
Few factors at play there. I got word back from the Dragon Slayers. Paid them a few $1,000,000 to tell me how they keep getting the upper hand on Dragon, tell me how she's relaying commands to her suits. With that, I had some squads plant C4 and knock down cell towers. That slowed her down, cut her bandwidth, so to speak, and limited her ability to reprogram them on the fly. I'm guessing you guys took out 1 or more suits?
3, Bitch said. 2 or 3, I clarified.
That cost the Protectorate a good chunk of cash, and it's detracting from Dragon's primary mission, which is the 9. My guess is she's zeroing in on them. Better to have a few suits closer to where she thinks they are than to leave them here in the city for you guys to keep breaking. So she thinks, anyways, and the bigwigs that are footing the bill seem to agree.
I can live with that, I said.
I think we all can. It doesn't mean there won't be more coming down the road, but whatever else she does, she won't be able to sell the local government on the idea that victory is 100% assured, and she'll have to justify the costs to the PRT. That means we're getting a reprieve. When she does come back, it'll only be because she's certain she can win.
I glanced around at the others. That's good to know, kind of.
What's important is it won't be in the next little while. If they intend to send someone like Eidolon or Alexandria here, even, it won't be any time soon. So I can give you the official announcement. We won. Job complete. The Pure have hauled ass out of town. Fault Lines apparently decided it's safer to be out of the city, and you've humiliated the heroes enough that they can't honestly contest your claim. There's nobody left.
The city is ours?
Gru asked.
The city is ours, and here's the thing. Order from the one in charge.
Lisa paused, and her meaning was clear. An order from Coil.
You're done. Good job. Your final order for the time being is to take a few days off. No costumed tomfoolery. Go back to your territories, make sure things are okay, but no getting into fights. If I see you out in costume, you're fired. Hell, I'll shoot you.
It sounded like a joke, the way Tattletale put it, but the deeper meaning was clear. Coil was telling us to stand down, no matter what.
Just like that?
Gru asked.
Yeah,
Tattletale said. I was going to go out, I said. Uncostumed, don't worry, but, didn't want to say where I was going on a line the heroes might be listening in on.
I get it,
Tattletale said.
I know where. 1 sec.
A pause, no doubt while she checked with Coil.
Okay, cool.
She said. I can go? It won't cause issues?
No issues, so long as you...
I know, I cut her off, so long as I left the costume at home.
We'll talk later,
she said.
Gonna go see if I can get more details on what happened. Betting someone blew their top when they realized you guys demolished 2 of those suits.
3, Bitch said.
Sure, 3,
Tattletale clarified.
Ta-ta.
She hung up. Our group paused, each of us looking to the others, as if we couldn't believe it, or we were measuring each other's reactions. We'd won. We'd cost the PRT too much in resources, pride, and money, and they'd apparently decided it wasn't worth their time to uproot us. I hated the bureaucracy, the fucked-up mindset of the institutions, but it was clearly working in our favor here, at least. Coil had his city. There was nothing more I could do. The only thing stopping Coil from following through on his end of the deal and releasing Dina was, well, Coil. I exhaled slowly, letting out a deep breath that I felt like I'd been holding in for a month. Arc 16, Chapter 6. We should throw a party, Imp said. Celebrate. Rub it in a little.
Rub it in? Gru asked.
Yeah, party in the streets, maybe some fireworks. Show the heroes that we know we won, and we're doing fine.
There were a few chuckles from the others, Regent and the Travelers primarily.
In what way is that even close to being a sensible idea? Gru asked.
I didn't say it was sensible, but it's fun, and that's why we got into this, right?
No, it isn't. It was maybe a side bonus when I joined the group, if anything, But things have changed since then. I warned you this would be hard work, that it wouldn't be fun and games, and throwing a party to celebrate a win is a monumentally bad idea when we don't even want the heroes to know we consider this victory anything out of the ordinary.
It is out of the ordinary. We're not giving anything away if we're celebrating scaring off Dragon.
I kinda have to agree, Regent chimed in. Gru turned his way, and I could imagine the death glare that was behind his mask. Probably scarier than the mask itself.
Maybe you're right, Gru said. Maybe. I won't say you're absolutely right there.
Of course not, Imp said, sighing.
But we definitely don't need to rub it in the heroes' noses. Not if it means they have both an excuse and motivation to try this again sooner.
If you're afraid of that, we'll never be able to celebrate a win.
I'm okay with that, Gru said.
Do we get to chime in? Trickster asked. Because I'm siding with the Imp here. Morale could be pretty important if we're going to be building up individual gangs and collections of henchmen.
Gru sighed. Feeling outnumbered here, Skitter?
What? I blinked. Sorry, not keeping track of the conversation. She's out of it. Tattletale broke Skitter when she said we won, Regent said. I'm alright. Lost in thought.
Gru settled a hand on my shoulder. I couldn't read his expression with the mask in the way. I sighed and confessed.
I guess I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. Isn't that what happens? The second things start to go right, the next disaster strikes? Empire 88, Leviathan, the Nine, Dragon.
That's a pretty defeatist way of thinking, Trickster commented. Didn't Tattletale basically say that there's nobody left to cause us any problems?
There's always something, I said. I'd rather anticipate it and be ready. Look at it this way, Genesis spoke. She was in a human-ish form, not unlike her real self, though she was wheelchair-free. If it's more dangerous than Leviathan, the Nine, or the Dragon suits, there's no way we could make some plan to deal with them until they make the first move. If they're less dangerous, we can deal. Relax, we're in good shape.
I shrugged.
So, Imp drew out the word. Party?
No.
Gru and I spoke at the same time.
Imp groaned.
Coil told us to check on our territories. We should do that, I said. Take your costumes off. Take it easy. I'm going to see if the food and drink I'd arranged to go to people in my territory is still okay, and make sure that they get fed and don't have cause to lynch me. Then I'm probably going to sleep for 12 straight hours.
Wait, didn't you just say no party? Imp asked.
It's not a party. It's something I was doing before the dragon suits came.
Do the heroes know that?
Dragon could confirm it, I said. She disrupted the preparations.
Dunno, that sounds pretty flimsy,
Imp said, sounding way too pleased with herself.
Maybe you better cancel, just to be safe.
Imp.
Gru growled the word.
Imp laughed. I'll go patrol our territory. I'll be using my power, so no worries about being seen in costume.
Coil said we shouldn't go out in costume at all, I said. I thought that part of the message was pretty clear.
Fine, Imp said. Whatever. If I'm not supposed to do anything, I'm going back to our place. Gonna kick back and catch up on some shitty reality shows.
No TV, Gru said.
Nuh-uh, no way. If you two want to play hard-ass mom and dad and be controlling assholes, okay. But you can't tell me I can't watch TV.
I mean, you won't get any channels. There's no cable, no digital connection, and no satellite. Only static.
Imp groaned, an agonized sound one might expect from someone who had just been speared through the gut. What did it say about me that my metaphors were tending towards that kind of violent imagery?
Why don't you come by? Regent asked her. Play video games. I've got shows on DVD. No shitty reality shows, but stuff.
I looked Gru's way to gauge his reaction to Imp and Regent hanging out, only for our eyes to meet, so to speak. We were thinking the same thing.
I don't think...
Gru started to speak. Imp wheeled on him, jabbing a finger in his direction.
Enough! You don't dictate how I live my life.
No fighting, please, Sundancer said from the sidelines. We've been through too much already. Gru stepped forward, raising one hand, but Imp didn't give him a chance to touch her, backing away, swinging one hand through the air as if to swat his hand away if he tried.
You've said enough. You don't want me to celebrate my first legit win where I was actually fucking useful. Fine. You don't want me to go on patrol? Fine. I'll accept that shit because I'll take orders from the guy who actually pays me. But if you're going to whine because I want to play video games with a teammate, I'm not going to stand here and listen to it. Deal.
If you just... Gru started. He stopped and sighed. What? I asked.
I was going to say something, he said, turning around, but I can't remember what.
We experienced a moment where the conversation died, where nobody was sure what to say next, and nobody was able to tie things back to the prior conversation to resume an earlier topic. We did what we were supposed to do, Trickster said, finally. Good work. Skitter's right. Let's go retreat, tend to any wounds, and we'll take a breather. There were nods and murmurs of assent from everyone present, myself included. More to his team than the rest of us, Trickster said, I'm located closest to Coil, so I'm stopping by, gonna check on Noelle, see if Tattletale needs our help setting our captive director free, and then I'll talk to Coil about his progress with our issues. Don't get on his case, Genesis said. Whatever his plan is, he's under a lot of pressure right now. I'd rather wait another few days and then talk about it with him than push it now and risk upsetting him. The difference between us, Trickster said, terse, is I'm not willing to wait. With that said, he tipped his hat at me and walked away. He wasn't 3 paces out the door before he found something to swap with, leaving a mailbox at the mall's edge. The rest of the travelers began to file off. I'll be off too, Regent said. He offered me a sloppy mock salute. Good work, Chief. I winced at that. I hadn't wanted to raise the subject of me taking over as leader for the previous confrontation. I glanced at Gru and found him looking at me.
Can we talk? He asked.
Thanks, Regent. Yeah, I said.
We did make plans.
You're dating? Bitch asked.
I didn't say that, Gru said.
But you're dating.
Yeah, he admitted.
Bitch looked at me to double-check, and I nodded. She somehow conveyed smugness with the monosyllabic response. You want to come? I asked her. Hang out? No. You sure? I asked. You're welcome to spend some time with us, kick back, watch something, eat some good food. Being around people's too tiring. Warm night like this, nice weather. Figure I'll go play with my dogs. Make sure they aren't too hurt, throw a few balls for 'em in the moonlight, eat when I want to eat, sleep when I feel like sleeping, not have to worry about getting in anyone's way. You wouldn't be getting in the way, I assured her. It's all good. I'm happiest doing this. Well, stay in touch. If you feel like some company, come by again? She shrugged and turned to leave, Bentley to her right and Bastard to her left. With every step Bentley was taking, he was getting larger. When she was nearly out of sight, Bentley was big enough for her to climb on top of, leaving Gru and me standing in the mall.
I'd almost think you didn't want to spend time alone with me, he commented.
He was looking at me. I felt scrutinized, like every movement and every part of me was suddenly under the spotlight, anything I did potentially being read as meaning something. No, I said, very carefully. Not exactly. I just didn't want to hurt him by taking away his role on the team, and I knew it would come up. I tucked my hair behind the spot where the armor of my mask covered my ear.
No, being alone together is good.
Your place? He asked.
Yeah. My people were active in my territory, but they were busier cleaning up the mess than they were actually getting stuff done. It was irritating on a lot of levels. We'd been accomplishing something, and Dragon had interrupted. We're in the world on the other side of the looking glass, I thought, where it's the heroes who get in the way of progress and recovery. I could understand why Dragon did it. I wasn't saying it was her fault, exactly, especially if it wasn't actually her directing the suits, but it was still irritating. The silence between us was a tense one. I wished Bitch had decided to come along. Not because it would have generated conversation, but because it would have put off the subject of discussing team leadership, and the third wheel would have made for a reason for the quiet. Was it bad of me to think about using her like that? Or was it just accepting that she made an uncomfortable silence comfortable by her very nature? I used my power to scout for any groups of people as we made our way to the beach. We weren't supposed to be out in costume, but we didn't have any great options at this point. I figured Coil would forgive us this much. We entered the storm drain and made our way up to my lair. Charlotte and Sierra looked surprised to see us as I opened the door. Charlotte had 3 kids sitting on the couch with her, while Sierra reclined. She rose to a sitting position. "What happened?" Sierra asked. She glanced nervously at Gru. I saw Charlotte and the kids had plates on their laps, the pork we'd been cooking earlier in the day. I headed for the fridge and found a hunk of it wrapped in cling film. The PRT didn't like the fact that we'd claimed control over Brockton Bay, so they sent in 7 dragon suits to root us out. "What do you want us to do?" she asked. "Nothing. It's fine. Stick to business as usual. I'm glad you managed to get back to the food in time to make sure it finished cooking all right. Any other problems?" "We didn't get a lot of work done," Charlotte said. "We weren't going to anyways," I said. "That's fine. I'm going to grab some food. Gru, you want any?"
"Yeah, please."
7 dragon suits?" Sierra said. "If they come back—"
"They're dealt with,"
Gru said. Was the surprise on Sierra and Charlotte's faces because of what Gru had said, or was it the way he'd said it with such confidence in his strange, echoey voice? I set 2 servings worth of the pork onto one plate and put it in the microwave. "They may come back, but that'll be a little while coming. What I'm worried about is my territory. Were people upset?" "Yeah," Sierra said. "A few people got shocked by those floating flying saucer things." "The drones," I said. My heart sank a little. My promise to protect my people had been broken yet again. "Yeah, drones. People were pissed. They were trying to get the drones, catch them in trash cans, but the wings got in the way, so they started using tarps. They even got hold of a few before the drones started fighting back." Gru gave me a look that I couldn't read. Stupid masks. "Anyone seriously hurt?" Sierra shook her head. "Okay, good. Listen, I'm going to be working from the background these next few days. I won't be appearing anywhere in costume or overtly using my powers. Are you okay with keeping things running smoothly? I'll be available by phone if you run into any problems." I don't know." I opened the microwave and withdrew the plate of smoking, herb-rubbed pork. "What's the problem?" "I'm worried people are going to recognize me, and it'll get around to the people I know." "I'm not asking you to do anything criminal. I'm just looking for someone I can trust enough to put in a management role. Make sure things are cleaned up and that nobody's slacking off. It's nothing you wouldn't be doing working for a cleanup crew somewhere else in the city." "Except I'm doing it for you. I'm working for a criminal. Even doing what I'm doing right now, it doesn't sit right. No offense." "Okay," I said, pausing. I was apparently taking too long to prepare the food,
because Gru was edging in to take over the preparation, cutting the meat into 2 portions and arranging the plates. How was I supposed to manage this? Listen, I'll take $5,000 out of the safe upstairs, sometime late tonight or early tomorrow. It's not about the money, or the lack of money, or any of that, she protested. I know, I'm not trying to bribe you, not exactly. I guess, I trailed off. I was tired, thinking at high intensity for too much of the day. I'm trying to say I trust you, and I value the work you put in. So take that money. Then, if you know of someone who could do what I'm asking, someone like Charlotte or someone else you think we could trust, give them as much as you think is appropriate. If there's any left over, maybe you and Charlotte split it, or split an amount between the people who fought the drones, and be sure to tell them that as much as I appreciate them standing up to Dragon, I don't want them to do anything like that again. You don't? The last thing I want is people who live in my territory to get hurt for my sake, and I don't want you to be inconvenienced either. Think about what you'll do with the money tonight, but don't overthink it. It's a gift, a thank you. I can't take your money, Sierra said. Then don't, I told her, trying to look like I was more focused on the food than anything else. It wouldn't do for her to see how much this was gutting me, and I didn't want her to get guilted into anything. I grabbed a Coke from the fridge. I gestured with it to Gru, and he nodded. I grabbed another for him. I had to swallow and clear my throat before I said, I hope you'll stay. I really do. But if you're not comfortable doing what you're doing, that's okay too. You can take a secondary role, or you can leave. I'll be disappointed, but I won't be angry. Okay. I looked at Charlotte and the kids, the steaming plate in my hand, a Coke in the other, my right foot resting on the bottom stair of the staircase. I asked Charlotte, Are you okay with the status quo? Yeah, but I'm just looking after the little ones and making sure people get fed. I'm out of sight. I don't come off like a second-in-command or anything. Sierra and I have talked about this before, her being uncomfortable. I'm okay because this works for right now, but I understand what she's saying. Her voice quirked with uncertainty as she finished speaking, as if she were asking a question or asking permission to have that opinion. I understand too, I said, sighing. I'm sorry I haven't been around enough for you to talk to me about this, Sierra. You've had bigger things to worry about. And I shouldn't have forgotten about this stuff while I was doing it. I'm sorry. You do what you need to do. Decide if there's any compromises or options you want to ask for. I think I'll understand, whatever you do. She nodded. Gru had walked ahead of me and stopped halfway up the stairs. I followed him, leaving my nanny cook and reluctant lieutenant behind. Fuck.
You going to work that out? Gru asked.
He paused on the second floor. After a moment's thought, I tilted my head up towards the next set of stairs. Don't know. Hope I can keep her. Wouldn't have made it this far without her to hold things together when I was away. If there was something I could do for her, maybe I would. I don't know. We stepped into my bedroom. I was glad I'd left it more or less tidy, but I had to take a second to hastily make my bed and throw some stray clothes in the hamper. I moved some folded clothes from a wooden chair and let Gru take a seat. I grabbed a remote and turned on the TV, only to remember that there wouldn't be anything to watch. I left it on the display screen for the DVD player. Edgy with nervous energy, I took a moment to remove my mask and find a pair of glasses from the bedside table before seating myself on the edge of my mattress, my soda at my feet. Gru had pulled off his helmet in the meantime to start eating, and I saw his face for the first time since we'd left his apartment for Coils. I could see the dark circles under his eyes, which suggested he probably hadn't slept well last night. He wasn't better, but it wouldn't be reasonable to expect him to be. Brian swallowed.
I wish I could offer you advice, but Imp and I are at a point where it'd be nice if we had to worry about retaining... What did you call them way back when?
Employees.
Right. If we had to worry about keeping our employees, it'd be good, because it'd mean we actually had some. I'm not sure how to get underway on that front. We're intimidating.
I'm intimidating, I said, admittedly defensive.
You are, but I'd say you're more intimidating as an idea than you are in person.
Gee, thanks.
No, that's not bad. You're more intimidating overall than I am, and yet you're more approachable than I am. I'm tall, I've got broad shoulders, I've got the mask, I've got the mass of darkness rolling off me. People run when they see me coming for them.
My costume isn't exactly lovey-dovey either. I've got the bugs crawling on me. Sure, I'm smaller, narrower, but...
The idea of being attacked by you might be spooky, but even if you can hold your own most of the time, people don't imagine getting in a hand-to-hand fight with you and feel scared. It's your power that's scary. Me? I think people look at me and they can imagine me pounding them into a bloody pulp, or worse. My power's inconvenient, it's spooky, but it's not the scary thing.
You can't really see your darkness, though.
He shook his head. I know where it is, but I don't really see it.
I think you underestimate what it's like.
Maybe. But my point is that people are more likely to run than stick around and talk when I'm approaching. You can take your bugs off the table, make it clear they aren't a threat, and people feel less threatened. They're willing to hear you out.
Maybe, but if that's the case, don't give them a chance to run.
What? Pop out from a corner, scare the living daylights out of them, then offer them a job?
Sure, why the hell not? Or have Imp break into apartments and leave a card.
I don't think that would send the right message. It's vaguely threatening.
You're vaguely threatening. If your prospective hires can't deal with that much, then they probably won't handle the job all that well either. If you can't find anyone, then maybe I send some of my people your way to help get you started, or you could shell out for some decent mercenaries.
Maybe.
There's options. Don't stress about it. Whatever else happens, we have a few days before we decide on the next leg of our plan. Let's relax. Movie?
Sure.
I stood from my bed and began going through the box of DVDs that Coyle had supplied with the TV. Most were still in the tight plastic wrap that they'd been bought in. I looked through, then handed some to Brian before turning back to the bag to keep browsing. What the hell were we supposed to watch? I didn't want anything that would ruin Brian's mood or remind him what had happened, so horror was probably out. I was sick of the high-intensity stuff, but I couldn't stand romance or bad comedies.
Going back to the earlier topic, Brian said, the subject of leadership, being in charge. I winced. You took over today. Are you wanting that to be a permanent thing?
I turned around. No, not permanent. Just until... I stopped short. How to put it?
Until...
When I was getting really obsessive about what I was doing, when I was losing sleep and making mistakes, I deferred control.
To Trickster, Brian said. I could see a shadow pass over his expression.
Yeah, and that's a bad example because it didn't work. It's just that we both know you're not getting enough rest, so maybe I can pick up the slack in the meantime.
Brian sighed. He didn't look any happier.
I don't want to make you unhappy, I said. I'm not wanting to oust you or co-opt your role permanently or completely. You were the leader, even if we didn't really establish an official title over it. But we can divide the duties for the time being. Tattletale handles the information angle of things. I maybe keep Bitch reined in and handle the spur-of-the-moment calls, while you handle Regent and Imp and all the rest.
Which is less than it sounds like, especially when you and Tattletale contribute on the rest in little ways.
No, I started, then sighed. Maybe, yeah. I don't want to come off as manipulative or anything. Like I said, I don't want you to be unhappy, but at the same time, I do want the whole team to get by in the meantime.
You don't sound manipulative, he said. His fork hit the plate with a clatter. Jesus, this sucks. I know you're right. I know this is for the good of the team, and if I could just get over this shit... It's not that easy. Don't do yourself a disservice and expect too much. My whole life I've been bigger than my peers. I've been stronger than most. Spent my time around pretty powerful guys. Boxers, martial artists, other criminals. I didn't have many friends, but they were the people who were around me, you know? And they were the types to go after you if you show any weakness. You get shot, nobody's going to call you a wimp. I don't see why it's different if the damage is mental or emotional instead of physical. I know, but you're not getting it. I was the type to go after someone if they showed a vulnerability. Wasn't until I'd had my powers about a year, Aisha tells me I was being an asshole, just like one of her stepdads used to be. So I tried to be better, but I always wanted to protect her, always wanted to help others. Teach you and Alec to fight, step up and take charge when a situation demanded it, sometimes when a situation didn't. Yeah. So it isn't just about me trying to adjust. Christ, it's like having my world turned upside down. It's others protecting me, others helping me, others covering me in a fight, others taking charge. Aisha's the one fixing things for me, and you... Me? This thing with Coil. Don't think I'm so obsessed with what's going on with me that I don't see it. It's like a burden's fallen from your shoulders. You've got concerns, but you're more relaxed. You've got hope that you didn't have 12 hours ago, and it's dramatic enough that your posture's changing. Even since we left the mall, it's like you're slowly convincing yourself that this is over. Coil's going to follow through. We'll move on to taking care of our territories and everything works out in the end. I folded my arms. I don't think that. Like I said, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop. You say that. You tell yourself that. But I don't know that you're feeling it. I'm worried you're setting yourself up for a massive disappointment, and that you'll be affected enough that you won't be able to deal when it happens. But I'm mostly worried that all that will happen and I won't be in a position to help because I'm distracted by my own shit. You don't have to take up all the slack. We have other teammates. Lisa isn't exactly a heavy hitter, and let's not fool ourselves into believing that Alec, Rachel, or Aisha are going to offer any meaningful emotional support. We'll manage, I said. We've managed this far. More or less. Problem is, managing is fine up until we don't manage, if that makes any sense. Then it's over. I sighed. How did Genesis put it? There's no use in getting worked up over it if we can't plan around it or do anything to change it. So we'll each do our own imperfect jobs of taking care of each other and taking care of ourselves, and be as ready as we can for whatever comes up. He sighed. We're not perfect. We're flawed people, and as much as I want to help you in every way I can, I know I can't. I'm not good at this. I don't know how to act or what to say, but I like you. I care about you. I'm going to do my best, even if I know it's not good enough, and I won't expect any more of you. He nodded, but he looked glum. No hard feelings? He shook his head. He didn't look happy. I won't be leader forever. I don't know, he said. Might be better that you keep the job, even if I do bounce back eventually. Except I don't want the job. That might be why you should take it. I don't know. Can we drop the subject? Sorry. It's okay, just heavy topics with lots of ramifications, and it's hard to shake the negative thoughts. I'd rather talk along the lines of what you said before, about taking care of each other. About taking care of ourselves, I said. Getting enough sleep, eating right. Okay, he said. There was a pause. I slept well the other night. Then stay over. There's nothing pressing coming up, so we'll watch movies until we fall asleep. He smiled a little, and for the first time in a long time, there was a glimmer of that expression that had gotten my attention in the first place. I put 3 DVDs into the drive so I could use the remote to play the next movie without having to get up, then pulled off the armor panels of my costume before settling into bed. My back pressed against his chest, and I could feel his breath against my hair. I felt so self-conscious that I could barely keep track of what was going on. I was thinking every unromantic thought there was, worrying if I had body odor from being in costume and running all day, wondering if I should get up to go to the bathroom now so I wouldn't have to go as desperately as I had the other morning. I felt his hand on the zipper at the back of my costume, lowering it an inch, then stopping. A fingertip traced from the V where the top of my costume parted, all the way up to the nape of my neck, then back down. I could feel his fingers on the zipper, felt every tiny hair on my body standing on end. A million thoughts raced through my head at once. All put together, they amounted to a mumbled, There was no response from behind me. I could hear him breathing. I could feel the warmth of his breath, the slow rise and fall of his chest against my back. He was waiting for me to make my decision, and the thing that loomed largest in my mind was the sensation of his fingers on the tiny tag of the zipper, strong, insistent, there. Any confidence I'd picked up in the past weeks or months fled. I felt as vulnerable as I had in early April, brought to tears in front of my worst enemies, except this wasn't wholly negative. Not entirely. I still felt acutely aware of every vulnerability. I thought of every part of myself that I tried to ignore when I looked in the mirror in the same way I might see my life flash before my eyes before I died. Again, thinking that way, why couldn't I think in a more romantic way at a moment like this? Was I broken in my own way? "Let me get up and turn off the lights?" I asked. His power blanketed the room. I could feel the phantom touches of it against the thin fabric of my costume and my bare face, leaving me blind and deaf as we were plunged into darkness. As I was plunged into darkness, he could see just as well. This totally wasn't what I'd wanted. "That's not fair," I murmured. He placed one hand on the side of my head to get me to turn his way, then pressed his lips against mine. I didn't protest any further.
Heavy footsteps carried him through a crowd of people who were having the worst days of their lives. There were doctors and nurses who might never be able to return to the careers they had worked so long to achieve. He saw new parents, almost all in their 20s and 30s, huddled close and openly weeping or staring into space with puffy red eyes. There were family members trying to give them support, not knowing how. Not that the extended family would be suffering any less. Police officers and detectives were trying to gather statements, well aware that the families wouldn't know anything pertinent. Some were standing by, notepads in hand, unwilling or unable to proceed with their witnesses. He'd known this feeling once, to be the bystander, watching the aftermath, agonized as much by the inability to help, the lack of knowledge about what he should do, as by the tragedy itself. To have it happen again and again, he banished the memories before they could take hold. It was easier to distract himself and think about the work. If there was no work to be done, he would let himself slip into that other state of mind, seeing the world coming apart, ways things could fit together. But right now, he would focus on the job. He glanced out the window. 4 or 5 hours ago, these same parents might have been standing outside the window, watching their new baby sleeping. Now, there was only a sheet taped up to block the view, marked for what it was by a yellow X of police tape. Keep walking. Something nagged at him, as he set his right foot down, like a pebble in his boot, except not. He reached out, as if he were trying to move a finger, but the artificial nerves were hooked into his suit, and the impulse didn't go anywhere in his body. He felt the air shift as the openings in his mask sealed shut. He sent out another command, and the microphone came online. When he spoke, only his ears and the microphone heard his voice. Note to self, prosthetics and right leg feel alien.
I should check the treads of my old boots, see if one of my legs is longer than the other. Maybe try to dig up recordings of myself to match my new gait to my old one. Should time adjustments coincide with next procedure, of course.
Note made, he shut off the microphone and opened the vents. He saw two women embracing one another, eyes red, staring at him as he passed through the last of the gathered crowd. They were hoping for the impossible, willing it, but bringing their child back just wasn't in his hands. The best he could manage would be revenge, or justice. The line between the two got pretty damn thin at times like this. The local sheriff was waiting for him as he approached the waiting room. "Defiant?" the sheriff asked. She looked small, mid-60s, gray-haired. He suspected she was someone who had gleaned some experience in Boston or Brockton Bay and then retired out to a smaller town in the middle of nowhere. She wouldn't have expected to face a situation like this in her retirement. Nobody would. But she was holding herself together in a way that suggested she had some experience to fall back on. She'd lost officers, and the town was small enough that people she knew would have been among the casualties. But she was all business, her chin set, her small dark eyes set with determination. He liked her right away.
"Yes, ma'am?"
He shifted his spear to his left hand and extended his right hand to shake hers. "Miranda Goring, Sheriff. No need for that kind of formality here." She sounded like she said something similar on a routine basis. She frowned. "I would have a hard time expressing just how much I appreciate your being here." How was he supposed to respond to that? He couldn't even think of a response for it. She was studying him. Her eyes settled on his weapon, the 14-foot-long spear. "How on earth do you carry that spear indoors?"
"It folds. It can contract to be half the length," he said.
"I see," she replied. She shook her head, as if stirring herself from idle thoughts. Back to the nightmare. "Do you want to start in the nursery?" He shook his head.
"No. I can guess what happened, and I doubt there will be anything I can use there. Show me the other scenes."
Wordlessly, she turned and led him to the stairwell. He noted the gouges on the walls, 2 or 3 inches deep, with blood splatters following each. Plastic had been taped down over each individual mark and splatter. Evidence cards were stuck next to each. He could guess the culprit. Jack. Another impulse sent to his hardware, and his spear broke down to 3 loosely connected sections as they made their way down to the next floor. A practice motion let him catch the weapon under his arm.
"Do you have any local parahumans?"
3. Nothing notable. Edict Illicit, a low-rated master, and a low-rated striker. We also have one villainess who occasionally tries to make it in one of the big cities, and then retreats back home when she can't cut it. Calls herself Damsel of Distress. He reconnected his spear as they passed through the door.
"I know her. Mover and shaker. Storms of unevenly altered gravity, time and space. Edict Illicit, keep her in check."
"They manage with our help. Why do you ask?"
"The Slaughterhouse 9 are recruiting. Their numbers are down, and they'll be looking for quantity of new members more than they're going to be looking for quality. At least until they're stable enough that they can afford to be picky. Once they can, they'll replace the weakest recruits with better ones. I don't want them to get that far."
"I understand, but would they want her? Damsel of Distress? Her lack of control over her power holds her back. I wouldn't say she isn't a problem, but she's never been a priority threat to anyone."
"She's the heavy hitter. They can give her control, or they can use that lack of control. Let's not forget that they might be looking for Edict Illicit. I'll need you to send me their files as well, please."
Of course. He didn't really need the files. The PRT had provided access to everything except the highest level secured files. He suspected that Dragon would be able to gain access to those if the need arose. Still, asking the sheriff had let him gauge whether she really was as cooperative as she seemed in her level of connection to the hometown heroes. There had been no resistance, which was reassuring. She led the way to the area at the front of the ground floor. They stopped at the perimeter of the scene. He could see the path that Hookwolf had traveled, the bodies and body parts that littered the area, each covered by sheets of squares of cloth. There was little to be done about the blood. Every officer present was from out of town, and everyone was staying to the edges of the area. There was more evidence than there was ground to tread on. Defiant examined the area.
"They hit the nursery first. Jack and Siberian moving elsewhere in the building. Your officers got the call, but didn't have enough details to know what they were getting into. They came in through the emergency room here, and Hookwolf was waiting for them. Am I correct?"
Yes, Sheriff Goring said, staring down at the sheet in front of her. Her composure was slipping, emotion seeping into her posture and expression, softening that hardness. Again, he wasn't sure what to say. He needed her in control, but any reassurance threatened to make things worse. He didn't want to upset her, but everything about this was upsetting. There was no denying that. She would regret it if she broke down in tears here, and it would waste his time when he needed to be in pursuit.
Tell her it's not her fault.
Dragon spoke in his ear.
It's not your fault,
he told the sheriff.
They planned it this way. I would guess they controlled the information that was reported to your station to keep you in the dark, then would have had Hookwolf sitting in the lobby in his human state, indistinguishable from anyone else that was waiting for a turn. They have years of practice in this, and this is what they're doing 99% of the time. Hit isolated areas, terrorize. Sometimes it gets reported in the media because it's sensationalist, and sometimes it goes unreported.
Back on track. Cut the digression.
There was nothing you could have done differently knowing what you did,
he finished, feeling like he was leaving his explanation incomplete. If it were him on the other side of things, he'd want the full picture, but he would take Dragon's advice. You're right, but that doesn't make it much easier.
No,
he agreed.
I don't expect it would.
The lens of his right eye clicked through multiple frequencies and resolutions until the scene stood out in high detail. The blood shone ultraviolet, and even particles of dust were highlighted. The entire area stood out with fingerprints, footprints, and frost-like patterns where air currents had layered dust over walls and windows. He began to pick his way through the scene, setting his feet down only where there wasn't any evidence to be damaged. You're hunting them? She asked him.
Yes.
Will you do me a favor?
If I can.
Talk to me? Give me some assurance that some good will come of this, that you'll be able to track them down because of what happened here, and that you'll be able to stop them. He stared at the landscape around him, all white, gray, and the brown of red and drying blood. It was washed out, stark. The magazines and brochures had been covered by an arterial spray, and clothing was hidden beneath sheets.
Give it to her straight,
Dragon urged him.
He was waiting here.
He pointed to a chair.
The blood and the way the bodies fell, Hookwolf wasn't holding anything back from the moment he made his move. A walking chainsaw massacre. I'm trying to look at how it played out so I can read something into how they're operating and where their priorities are.
How? Goring asked. He saved the settings of the lens and then switched to a radiograph ultrasound reading. The world was cast in monochrome now, and he could see the vague shapes of the bodies under the sheets, light and dark, painting a picture of densities rather than light. He closed his mouth so the sheriff wouldn't overhear and spoke into the microphone.
Count the skulls.
22.
22 bodies,
he spoke aloud,
and the waiting area alone. It seems like too many for a town this size, this time of night.
We're the only real hospital for this part of the county. We get people from neighboring towns flying in by ambulance or helicopter.
I see. Even so, it's more than I would have guessed. I suspect there was some announcement across the hospital as the attack started. The way people were clustered here, they were probably ordered to stay put and stay calm. Your officers entered and Hookwolf attacks. There's hesitation from the bystanders. People are caught between perfectly rational self-preservation and the authority of the hospital staff who didn't have the full picture.
Don't assign blame,
Dragon whispered.
The Slaughterhouse 9 are the ones in the wrong here.
He lunges across the waiting area to the doors, cutting off retreat and tearing through anyone in his way. This is new to him. He's used to fighting people who resist. People with powers and law enforcement officers with the technology to fight him. This gives me the impression of a fox in the henhouse. The crowd turns to flee for the hallways and he cuts them off there, herds them towards the center of the room, and then finishes them off.
He could see the pain on the sheriff's face, but she was holding up. And that's useful? Defiant nodded.
Hookwolf was largely content doing what he was doing in Brockton Bay. He viewed himself as a warrior, a general, and there was a degree of honor in what he did. He wasn't honorable, but he followed a code. The person who nominated him for the group, Shatterbird, is no longer a member. So why did he join? Our working assumption was that there was threats on some level, extortion, but he's shifting focus too quickly, adopting a new mindset. It's possible Jack Slash convinced him in another way.
Or he's under their control,
Dragon said, communicating over their personal channel.
Or he's being coerced,
Defiant said for the sheriff's benefit.
An implant, something that turned him into a puppet.
He looked over his shoulder at the sheriff, but she wasn't venturing a response. Back to the job. He pointed with his spear, where Hookwolf had been seated, then traced the path the villain had taken. Front door, then one hallway, then the other. A loose Z. People had clustered around the middle of the room, and he'd leaped in the midst of them to finish them off. Defiant's eye shifted to the front desk. There was blood splattered there, but it was the furthest point from the path Hookwolf had traveled. It would have been his last destination where he moved elsewhere. Defiant used the lens setting to watch for blood splatter and footprints as he made his way behind the desk. There were more bodies. One was propped up against the wall, and the strains that were soaking through the sheet were more brown than red. He'd had his lower abdomen opened, the last to die. With his fierce point, Defiant lifted the sheet away from the man's head. Young, head-shaved, a tan-collared shirt with a star on the shoulder and a Kevlar vest. His arms and hands were mangled beyond repair. Defiant studied the area, noting the presence of footprints, then replaced the sheet. His progress out of the area was slow, and not entirely because he was trying to preserve evidence. He needed to think, to draw the entire picture together and confirm what he was saying before he addressed the sheriff. "Find anything?" she asked.
"Your deputy went down fighting,"
he said.
"Tooth and nail."
Her jaw clenched, and he could see her eyes glisten. She stared hard at the wall.
"He couldn't have won. Not against Hookwolf. But I think he gave us what we needed."
"Did he?"
The aftermath of the fight suggests Hookwolf is in control of his actions. What's more, I think Jack Slash is grooming him. The General and the Cutthroat, playing off one another, educating each other in their respective disciplines, so to speak. Jack's going to want to keep the center play going, maintain Hookwolf's interests, and keep him from getting restless. Where's the nearest town? Prescott. Second nearest? Enfield. "Thank you," he said. "I'm going to talk to my partner. Join her in paying a visit to the damsel of distress if she hasn't already wrapped that up. Then we'll be leaving. With luck, we'll be right on our heels."
"Execute the motherfuckers."
"I'll damn well try."
He extended a hand, and she shook it. He turned to leave, sending nervous impulses to the computer system in his suit, drawing up a map of the hospital and overlaying it with the image he was seeing in his visor. He made his way to the exit and briskly walked toward the field where he'd parked the Luther suit.
"Talk to me, Colin. What's the thought process?"
Hookwolf gutted the deputy and then stood by while he died a slow, painful death. Footprints on the other side of the room were probably Jack's if you looked through the feed. His back would have been to the filing cabinet.
"I see it. Hookwolf doesn't have a reason to inflict a slow, painful death if he's just a puppet under Bonesaw's control."
That's my line of thinking. From the looks of it, he was standing there longer than Jack. If Jack moved upstairs, which matches with the gouges in the stairwell, then he was leaving Hookwolf there to watch the man die over the course of minutes. The deputy was someone strong, ferocious, a warrior, which is how Hookwolf defined himself. This wasn't just killing, but rejoicing in the cruelty of it, the feeling of superiority over the fallen. I think what Jack was trying to instill in Hookwolf, challenging him to alter his code and be something darker.
"I don't like it when you try to get into their heads like that."
We have to be proactive, predict, get ahead of them, so we can stop them before they attack the next hospital, the next neighborhood, or school. That means figuring out what they're thinking.
"I know. I just don't like it. Not the way Mannequin approached you."
Mannequin's dead.
"And he approached you for a reason."
He signaled for the Uther's cabinet to open, then made his way inside. It was half the size of a commercial plane, outfitted with basic living quarters, and outfitted with long-range weaponry. The moment he was inside, the systems kicked into life, the pilot's chair turning to be in position for him to sit, monitors lighting up. He only had to think, and the images changed, the cursor flying across the screen, with a thought to click on icons.
"You're not responding."
Sorry, still getting used to setup. I feel like a baby, still figuring out how to move my arms and legs.
"I hope it's a little more intuitive than that if you're airborne."
Exaggeration for effect. I'm like a toddler then. I can walk, but I could fall if I don't pay attention to what I'm doing during the more complicated bits.
He settled into the pilot's seat, and his senses opened up with the vague, tactile responses from the Uther. He felt it lift into the air. Monitors in front of him let him note Dragon's location.
"You didn't respond to my question, Colin. I was asking if you think I need to keep a closer eye on you."
I don't think so,
he replied.
I don't know how you could be closer, but it helps having you there. I appreciate the tips of the sheriff. I would have fucked that up.
"It's not a problem."
Any notice on Damsel?
"Seems like we're too late. They got her."
His heart sank.
Got her in the sense that she's dead, or got her in the literal sense?
"The latter."
Fuck!
One more to contend with. He remembered who he was talking to.
Sorry.
"I swore when I found out. Don't worry. I'm thinking Enfield. You?"
We're on the same page. It's close enough, but not so close to the next place we'd look.
He shifted the Uther into motion and plotted a course for the Nine's next likely destination. He could see Dragon doing the same with her own suit. They wouldn't be able to do this for long. They were only able to track the Nine like this because their quarry was unaware. It would only get harder, with Jack obfuscating the group's movements with traps and misdirection. A contest of second-guessing, trying to think more steps ahead. He thought aloud.
We should have fought them sooner, in Brockton Bay.
We weren't ready, on a lot of levels. You hadn't recuperated, and I didn't have anything that worked as standalone firepower. Better to wait, confront them with 6 suits at once.
He opened his mouth to respond, then stopped.
Damn,
she said.
I was hoping you weren't paying enough attention.
I'm always going to listen when you talk. What happened to the other 3 suits?
Melisine's out of commission, so I can build some replacement limbs. Aasil and the Astaroth Nidhogg were melted down.
He frowned.
The Undersliders?
And the Travelers. I pulled the remaining suits out of the city. Can't excuse the losses. Now with bigger fish to fry.
That's irritating.
What part? That they get to keep doing what they're doing, or that I didn't mention it?
I'm still officially a prisoner. I'm just a prisoner on a manhunt now. If you want to control what info I get, I'll live.
I can't tell if you mean that.
I can't either. But right this minute, I'm more focused on the fact that the Undersiders and Travelers could hold their own against the full flight of the 7. If they can get that far, couldn't Slaughterhouse 9 be able to defeat the suits as well, and us with them?
It's the AI substandard. They follow directions without an issue, but they aren't creative. The AI can't think outside the box. They don't plan or get creative. They just do the task they were assigned. Sequester, fight, detain.
It's your work. I know you're capable of designing outside the box.
I'm working my hands tied, Colin. There's too many redundancies in my code. The rules against me making AI, they're still there. You gave me some detours, some workarounds, ways to get around them, but I'm still stumbling over them.
He tapped his fingers on his armrest, thinking.
I'll see what I can do.
Please?
I don't want to spoil your code. This isn't my field of study. It's not even something I've dabbled in. As a rule, anything I do to change it is going to make things less elegant.
In that one department.
And I'm legitimately afraid I'll do permanent damage if something runs out of control.
I have backups. Weekly.
Which means we'd have to bring you up to speed on the mission here. I'm saying it's dangerous. I like the you right now more than I like the you of a week ago.
That sounds almost romantic.
He smiled a little.
Saw that.
He smiled wider.
You're bordering on the obsessive now.
I could dial it back. How are the prosthesis?
Holding up. Eyes working great.
I saw.
She replied. He smirked. She sounded legitimately embarrassed as she said it.
Whoops.
Don't worry. I knew you were watching. It's fine. Good to have an extra set of eyes on the scene. The other parts are fine. I made a note to fix my leg. I think it's a little too perfect. Feels uncanny, but I suppose you heard that.
I don't listen in on any personal notes, just like I won't pry into journals you keep or personal mail. The deal we struck with the PRT was that I would make sure you follow the rules. That's what I'll do, but your thoughts are your own.
Alright.
You don't sound overly concerned either way.
I'm not, really.
You let me know if you do start feeling uncomfortable.
I can do that. Listen, there's no use in me getting deep into your code when we're about to be getting there in a matter of minutes. I'm going to look at my needs in the meantime, then maybe I'll refresh myself on your code if I have time before we land.
Alright.
He glanced at one monitor, and windows opened to show images of the leg. He was able to draw crude shapes that represented individual pieces even when he wasn't looking at the screen. Triangle here, a circle there. Another window opened up with a line connecting it to the triangle, and he drew an identical triangle, began filling it with more shapes. By the time he had a fourth sub-window open, he was drawing from previous notes copy over schematics folder work, seeing where things could go. Everything could fit together. The waste of energy of one system could help power another. Even on a molecular level, there were ways to harness the ambient radiation that was emitted by everything in the known universe. Some was infinitesimally small, but it was usable. That energy could be heterodyned or redirected into loops long enough that they were near infinite. Hyper-efficient, dense energy generation that could benefit from being hooked up to more devices. It was the fundamental basis of his work. Efficiency. Which suited him well. Efficiency, intensity, focus were all the same thing in a sense, and they were his strengths. The flip side was that they weren't strengths when they were applied to relationships, or to human relationships. It seemed to be working for him with Dragon so far. Someone else might have bucked at the closeness of their partnership, the intimacy of it, her unending presence and watching eye. He understood that she thought faster, that she didn't sleep, didn't stop. She was fond of him, and she was programmed to emulate people. Maybe she came across as intense at times, but that was simply a poor translation. Normal behavior overclocked and given no chance to pause. He would watch for any problems just as she was keeping an eye out for the part of him that had drawn Mannequin's attention. For now, his own obsessiveness, arrogance, and goal-oriented mindset would keep him focused on the 9, push other concerns to the periphery of his attention. He could adjust to any of Dragon's peculiarities in the meantime. He could even enjoy them. His lips quirked with another smile. She was amusing.
Okay, I'm done for now. Want to look it over while I get into the code?
Sure. You have 8 minutes before you should get your stuff together.
He'd had to make a program just to get a handle on the code. It wasn't working with a fixed structure, but was instead a torrential waterfall of data, a river of lightning, a trillion eels weaving through one another in a singular mass. Deciphering it required that he think in an entirely different way. To actually change it was something else entirely. The rules Dragon was obligated to follow were a fundamental part of herself, and everything she remembered filtered through that. He isolated a part of the program and set it to run in a loop so he could study what it was doing.
Your design doesn't work,
Dragon informed him.
Does too.
You inserted the nanomachine thorn generator into your leg, but your power source vents straight into your calf. You'd gradually roast flesh from your bones.
I'm inserting more of the same into my calf. Daisy chain.
More self-alterations? Colin.
We've been over this.
I was going to suggest we take some time tonight. Play another round of 10 by 10. At the rate you're going, there won't be a point.
You're exaggerating.
Not by much.
He could have responded, but he held back, stayed quiet. No use starting a fight now, not when they might be fighting the 9 shortly. 10 by 10. The game involved some interplay between him and her android self, physical contact, and rating the sensitivity of the contact on 2 scales of 10. It had started out as a means of calibrating the very sensations her body experienced, and ensuring his own prosthesis weren't causing any damage to his nervous system. But things had progressed to inevitable, intentional conclusions. Not the obvious conclusion. There was more to be done refining her body and expanding her capabilities before they could take things that far. Would it be more machine than she was by the time they got there? On the other side of the coin, he had to wonder, could he afford to hold back? They were engaged in a battle of attrition against the 9. In the grand scheme of things, there were also the Endbringers to consider. He'd gone too far in Brockton Bay, but the fundamental principle was right. They had to be stopped, if it was even possible, and he wouldn't complain if it was him who did the deed. If it was a question of going all out, holding nothing back, showing no compunctions, and finally stopping the abominations, well, he'd do it all over again. He wouldn't trust the nanothorns to the same extent. They apparently couldn't cut through the entirety of an Endbringer, but he'd do the same thing again, and he'd feel the same regret he did now.
You've gone quiet.
Thinking.
3 minutes before you take the thinking cap off and we get battle ready.
That's fine. I'm thinking in circles anyway. In the interest of being useful, I'm trying to isolate your higher brain code from the rest. You want to take a minute, maybe turn your attention to my leg's prosthesis again?
On it.
He began to select outliers from the 2 distinct strains of code.
Think about nothing in particular, he told her.
Harder than it sounds.
Think white, or stare off into space.
He could see the code shift. He began to gradually narrow down the outliers. Nothing too pertinent. It would help him to keep any changes from damaging the most essential parts for her, but nothing too useful. Conversationally, he asked her,
The Undersiders are still holding the territory they did then.
They kidnapped the director long enough to get her to order the AI to stand down, got away from one altercation, then used some combination of Tattletale's power and the director's knowledge to figure out how they could slow me down by knocking out cell towers. As far as I know, they're in a better position than they were.
Damnation.
How are you feeling about that? The Undersiders.
Psychoanalyzing me. I'm itching to stop them. If you ask me what I'd change, I don't know that I can name a thing I'd do different. I'd do everything over again, but do it better.
You wouldn't get caught.
There's that,
he said, sighing.
And maybe I was too harsh in my judgment of Skeeter. I was angry at her. I was tired. Maybe that led me to label her with some malice she didn't have. In retrospect, yeah, she made the decisions she did, but she had reasons for doing what she did.
And the same way you did.
I wouldn't put it like that.
Dragon didn't respond. He swore under his breath, knowing she could hear it.
They took down our Aasil?
He asked, aiming to change the subject.
Yes.
Fuck.
He muttered. It would have been useful to have here. He could see a blip in the code, well beyond the outliers he'd marked out.
What were you just thinking?
Flight plan, battle strategy, and fixes to the Aasil hardware. I have the black box data.
Think back through each of those things.
We're going to be at our destination in less than a minute.
Please?
There was a long pause. Then again, the flare of data being altered well outside the boundaries he'd noted. He opened up the full stream in the view window, spreading it across every screen in front of him.
Keep going,
he told her. The cursor flew between the 7 screens, marking out areas in color to see where code was changing most radically. It was like the work he did with his own power, the smallest elements impacting everything else. Like his own power. He leaned back in his seat.
What is it?
Either Andrew Richter was far better at designing AI than I suspected, or there's something else at play. Do you have any notes on your code from a few years ago?
We just reached Enfield, Colin.
I'm only barely wrapping my head around this code as it is. I'm worried that I'll lose track and this will all be gibberish to me if I look away. Notes on your code?
How far back?
Let's say in intervals of 4 years.
Loading them onto the Uther system. This isn't like you, Colin. Getting distracted? Making the Slaughterhouse 9 a lower priority?
4 years ago. I think it's the same. Hard to find flares like that and not think I'm cherry-picking data.
Colin, I admit I'm a little unnerved. The way you're talking. Sounds like Richter put some safeguard in place and I could fall apart any second.
It's not that. Can you load up the earliest archive of data you have?
I'll have to clear away one of the other files.
Do it. They're useless. They're the same thing as most recent set.
He watched as the flow of data appeared. It was odd how he could look at it and she almost felt younger, like a musician might read music and hear it in his head. Only here, it was like looking at a video image of a girlfriend as a child. And more constrained. Certainly more advanced than anything else in existence on the planet, but things flowed. A led to B led to C. He sped through volumes of the data to hunt for a flare, glanced at the time markers, a year ahead. 2 years. No, he couldn't afford to pour through Dragon's entire lifetime. He closed the image, leaned forward and stared at the screen, the recent image of Dragon's code, caught in a 3-second loop in the midst of her plotting her design.
What is it?
You're a tinker.
This isn't a revelation, Colin.
No, I mean, not just as far as the classification applies to you. You're a parahuman. I don't have time to hunt for it now, but at some point between now and a few years after your creation, you had a trigger event.
How can I be a parahuman if I'm not human to begin with?
I don't know.
I'm not even close to human. I might be trying to emulate one, but a sea cucumber is closer to being a human than I am. That doesn't make sense.
I don't know either.
What does this mean?
Yet again, I don't know. But now it's my turn to remind you that we've got to carry on our mission. See if we can't track down our targets. The 4 AI suits are close?
They'll be here within the minute.
Good. But this thing with the data and your nature is important. A clue. I'm only mortal. I might not come out of this alive.
Don't say that.
But it's true. I want to leave nothing to chance. So I'm going to leave a note. Just in case the worst happens and we both die somehow. Instructions.
To look at the code.
To look at the code. The fact that you haven't noticed this yourself suggests there may be a mental block in place.
I don't have a mind to put any mental block inside. I'm data. And the same limitations still apply.
Just in case, we're going to make sure someone can look over the code if we don't make it back. Whatever happens, someone's going to page through your memory, get our first hard data on a trigger event. Ideal world, it'll be us. You can't remember it happening?
No.
Well, we'll just see how well that data was erased, or if it even was erased. Could be a block keeping you from accessing a very real memory. With luck, Maybe a bit of a loophole like the one I created around your ability to create child AI? We can unlock that memory, decrypt it, or find a snapshot of it as it's in progress.
To what end?
It was a good question. It took him a moment to conceptualize it in a complete thought.
Since the day I got my powers, I see myself as a soldier in a greater war. Good against evil, order against chaos, mankind against the likes of the Slaughterhouse 9 and the Endbringers. It's a war on every front, and sometimes that's called for ugly choices. When we talked about unlocking the restrictions in your code, breaking down the barriers Andrew Richter was so careful to put into place, we talked about the idea that you and I could work together, give our side the upper hand in sheer firepower. And I think we can, with a little more time, a little more work. With this snapshot, this recording of a trigger event in progress, maybe we can get the upper hand in knowledge, too.
I know what you're thinking. Reproducing trigger events, deciphering or even controlling the source of powers. This is the type of radical thinking I'm supposed to rein in while I'm working with you.
Are you saying I'm wrong? That we shouldn't investigate?
No, we should. I'm worried about the can of worms this opens up, but we should.
I don't see why you're so reluctant.
He was already typing up the note to check the code, marking out the dates and times to investigate, the things to look out for. It was painfully abstract, but the right tinker or the right genius could find it. He opened the channel to deposit the files on the primary PRT server. His computer froze.
Dragon?
Do you trust me?
Yes,
he said. The speakers produced the sound of a sigh.
We won't put the note on anything the PRT can get at.
Why?
He asked.
That,
she said,
is a long story, and it's where I'm asking you to trust me and leave this for later discussion. Our priority right now, this moment, is the Slaughterhouse 9. I doubt we'll stop them outright, but we'll try. 6 powered suits and all. I can't disobey the directive, and you can't let yourself lose track of the mission, or you'll never get back on it. I'll explain this later.
You said you couldn't put the files on anything the PRT can get at?
I'm almost certain they already know whatever we stand to find out. I suppose it's unavoidable, given how close we are in so many levels. But you're getting drawn into another fight, with an enemy that may be the same level as the 9 or even the Endbringers. An enemy I can't afford to fight face to face.
Who?
I'm obligated to follow the laws of the land, to obey the local government no matter who they are. When we're done here, whether we stop the 9 outright, see them escape yet again, or lose the fight, you should ask me about Cauldron.
Arc 16, Chapter 7. Living in a city meant dealing with some recurring issues. Crime, having to lock the doors, congestion on the roads, crowds getting in the way on footpaths, stuff we dealt with so often that we considered it routine. We considered it background noise, or we managed without even thinking about it. Construction work was something we couldn't dismiss so readily, something that always seemed to elicit groans and complaints. Maybe because it was so blatant, so grating, and it changed the tone, location, and degree often enough that we couldn't adjust. Not today. No, I felt a level of satisfaction and security as the bulldozers and pile drivers went to work in my territory. For every car on the road, there were 10 trucks carrying debris out, and 5 trucks bringing materials in. A lot of that would be Coil's doing, I knew. There was construction and clearing going on throughout my territory, and building inspectors were checking blocks, all despite the warnings that were going around regarding big, bad, unpredictable Skitter, and that would be because he greased palms, or the construction companies at work were his. Damn it, I felt restless. I wanted to go to Coil's territory and discuss Dina, and I might have if Trickster hadn't been the first to speak up and declare he was going to confront Coil. I suspected that Coil wouldn't release Dina this soon, and if he was under too much pressure to hear Trickster out, he certainly wouldn't listen to me. If he did have something to offer Trickster, he wouldn't welcome my distraction. I had to wait. I hated it, but I recognized it as the sensible route. Trickster's focus was on Noelle, though, and nothing I'd seen indicated that Coil had made any advances on that front. All I knew, really, was what Tattletale had told me and the little things that had come up in our brief discussion with the travelers about our strategy. She'd been a girl, maybe not in the best of health. It was possible Trickster had been trying to save Noelle in the same way I was trying to save Dina. The circumstances were different, obviously. Coil was the best answer the travelers had to Noelle's situation, but he was the cause of Dina's. Still, it made me think. I was officially hands-off in my territory. I wasn't going to deviate from orders now and risk upsetting Coil. That meant no costume, no showing my face, no intervention in the management of things. Which turned my thoughts to Sierra. As far as my ability to sense things with my swarm went, Sierra was easier to identify than many. Her dreads gave her a distinct profile. I couldn't find her. I could find Charlotte. That wasn't a problem. She was in the company of the kids, half a block away, giving each kid 2 6-packs of plastic water bottles to ferry out to the various work sites.
You've been lying there since I woke up, eyes half open, staring off into space.
I blinked hard, then rubbed my eyes. Hey.
Hey.
I looked at Brian. He was pulling himself up to a sitting position, the covers over his lap. I glanced over his upper body. None of the battle wounds I'd seen him sustain in the past were there anymore. The scars from the shallow cuts Cricket had carved into his chest were gone, as were the defensive wounds and old scars on his hands and arms. He was in perfect shape physically. But I'd sort of explored enough to discover that last night. It hadn't been a perfect night, not even excellent, but it had been nice. Considering all of the other humiliating or awkward possibilities, I was happy to take nice. Thinking about it made me self-conscious. I pulled the sheets up to my collarbone. You sleep any?
Some. Woke up in the middle of the night. I made some noise. I'm surprised I didn't wake you.
I frowned. You should have.
He shook his head. You were exhausted. Once I saw you there, it helped me to realize where I was, dismiss them for the dreams they were. Took me a bit to relax, but it wasn't bad, being here.
Hated that he was struggling like that and I couldn't help fix it. Do you need to talk to someone? A psychiatrist? I could see him flinch at that, his entire upper body stiffening in some kind of knee-jerk resistance. I waited, not pushing. He sighed, and I watched that battle readiness slowly seep from him, the tension leaving him. Up to a point.
Don't we all?
Probably, but you're the one I'm worried about.
I'll figure this out myself. Have to do this myself, or I feel like it won't count. It won't really be a fix.
I didn't like that response, but it was a hard one to argue with. I won't pester you about it, but can you at least tell me that if this goes on for any length of time, you'll go get help?
It'll get better. It has to. I feel like I've taken strides forward, forcing myself to let down my guard, to be here with you.
I tensed. Forcing yourself?
That's not what I mean. I mean, you know, I can't relax. Can't stay still. Can't stop watching over my shoulder or make my brain stop replaying scenes in my head. Except I can if I'm active. If I'm doing something like we were against those dragon suits. Or if I'm with you and I'm lying here in your bed trying not to wake you up. Then I know I can't get worked up. It gives me these boundaries I can force myself to work inside.
My eyebrows drew together in concern. It sounds like it's causing you more stress in the long run.
No,
he said. He reached out and used both of his hands to seize mine. He squeezed. "Come on, no. Is that really what you want to talk about right now?" "I'd love to talk about other stuff," I said. I wasn't sure I was telling the truth. Things were more awkward in the light of day. Only seconds ago, I had prodded a sore spot for him by raising the idea of psychiatric help, offended him. If I didn't clear my head and get centered, I wasn't sure I trusted my ability to avoid another misstep. But I made plans with my dad. It's... I paused, closing my eyes. 9:28. I figure I need to shower and get dressed, which might take an hour, eat, do a quick walk around my territory in civilian clothes, then head over. I want to spend time with you, but after the intensity of the past little while, taking things slow this morning feels like a nice idea.
How do you know the time?
Bugs on clock hands, I said, pointing toward my bathroom.
You want company?
My eyes widened a little. In the bathroom?
He grinned. For breakfast. And the walk around, if you want. I could learn stuff. We're liable to lose track of time if we share a shower.
Yeah, I said. Please, we'll have breakfast. Walk. I climbed out of bed, tugging one of the sheets free of the bed so I had something to wrap around myself as I made my way to the bathroom. With my bugs, I could sense Brian getting out of bed shortly after I'd abandoned the sheet, climbed into the shower, and pulled the makeshift shower curtain into position. He made his way downstairs and began putting breakfast together. He set 2 plates down and then said something to the empty room. I still had the scene in mind a little while later as I ventured downstairs. I was dressed now, a tank top, jeans, and sweatshirt around my waist, my hair towel-dried but still damp. Were you talking to me?
I was saying it probably isn't very hygienic to have houseflies landing on dinner plates.
Okay, so he wasn't going crazy. They landed on the edge and they're mine, from the terrariums upstairs. They're in as sterile an environment as you'll get.
Okay, just saying.
I can't hear you through my bugs, by the way. It's not the first time you've done that.
Right. Wasn't sure because Tattletale said you were working on it.
I shook my head. No progress.
And I'm getting used to talking to empty rooms. Sometimes catch Aisha off guard. Breakfast? Sit down, I'll put the kettle on. Didn't want to fill it while you were in the shower.
Thank you. Through some unspoken agreement, we didn't talk about work. We didn't discuss Coil, Dina, the Travelers, Dragon, or the Nine. Instead, our discussions turned to favorite movies and shows, my favorite books and memories from our childhoods, shows we'd watched and nearly forgotten, moments from school. Emma came up a lot as I thought back on it. My parents, too. The 3 of them had been the focus of my world, with everything else taking a distant second place. Emma had turned on me, my mom had left me, and my dad, I had to admit I'd left him. I didn't raise any of the heavier stuff, but I mentioned that Emma had turned out to be one of the bullies that plagued me throughout my stay in high school. Brian, in turn, talked about his life growing up. That did touch on the heavier stuff, and as much as I liked learning a bit more about the details of his life, I was glad when we detoured into a discussion of martial arts. As he explained it, he was more interested in the broader strokes and philosophy of a given style than on the particulars. Once he had a sense of how a given adherent of the style might approach a fight, and enough basic techniques to see how they put it into practice, he tended to lose interest. All around us, I could see people hard at work. My people were deferring to any legitimate construction crew that set to work, shifting their focus to nearby areas. I could see people moving supplies out of a nearby building so the crews could bulldoze it, others helping to unload a truck of building supplies. When I got back to this and started to give orders, I'd have to find work for them that wouldn't put them in the way. I couldn't quite track how many people were working for me in my territory, but it was far more than before. I felt like I should be losing people each time I got pulled into a fight against a major threat. I had, when Mannequin and Burnscar had attacked, but I'd walked away from the first Mannequin fight with something of a following, and I'd expected to see my people leaving in droves after Dragon made her move. Except it wasn't happening, and I wasn't entirely sure why. Our walk took us on a circuit, with us turning back to my lair, and I left to go back to my dad's while Brian headed back to my place to use the shower. I felt weird about that, parting ways so casually after spending the night together. Oddly enough, I felt weird about letting him in my lair while I wasn't there. He'd be passing through my room, seeing my stuff. I knew it was paradoxical to be bashful, covering myself with a sheet and feeling guarded about my privacy, all things considered, but that didn't change the fact that I felt that way. I wouldn't refuse to let him use my bathroom because of it, but yeah. In a way, we'd sort of done everything backward. We'd started with the long-running partnership, with the family, if I wanted to think about managing the others in that sense. In the course of that, we'd been through hell and back. We'd backed each other up, helped each other, all hurdles one might face in a marriage. Then there were the more recent cases of actually talking about the relationship happening. There was last night, then the more casual date and getting to know each other better this morning. If it wasn't 100% backwards, it was at least pretty jumbled up. Or maybe I was looking at it in an immature way, expecting some simplistic, formulaic storybook notion of how a relationship was supposed to proceed. I made my way to my dad's, thinking about 1,000 things at once, not wanting to think about anything in particular. There were cars parked out front. There was a strange car in the garage with the door open, 2 others in the driveway, my dad's at the end. With a few stray houseflies, I casually noticed 12 people inside the house. My dad was there too. I immediately thought of Coyle. Had he divined what I had planned today? Planned some counterattack? I'd foregone my costume so I wouldn't feel compelled to use it in a pinch, and I'd removed my knife holster from the costume and had it clipped to the back of my waistband so it was in the midst of the folds, blanketed by various wasps and spiders. The setup might have been awkward for anyone else, but spending the past few weeks and months while using my bugs to help guide my hand left me fairly confident that I could slip my hand through the folds and draw it at a moment's notice if I had to. Then a man opened the door. I let myself relax. "No shit," he said. "Taylor?" "Hi, Kurt," I greeted my dad's coworker and longtime friend. "Been a long time. Barely recognized you, kid." I shrugged. "How are you doing?" He cracked a wide grin. "Working, getting by. Better than we were doing. Now, you coming inside, or are you gonna stand in the driveway for the next 5 minutes? I followed him into the house. My dad was in the living room, surrounded by familiar faces. People I'd seen around when I'd gone to his workplace or when they'd dropped by the house. I could only put a name to the people who my dad called friends. Kurt, Kurt's wife Lacey, and Alexander. Even Lacey was burlier than my dad, with a build like Rachel's, muscle added onto that. The other 3 were familiar, but I didn't know them well. My dad and myself excepted, every person in the house had spent their lives doing manual labor. Just looking at him, he looked like the odd one out in every way, in clothes and body type and demeanor, but he was relaxed in a way I hadn't seen in years, surrounded by friends with a beer in hand. My dad saw me, mouthed the word, "Sorry." Kurt saw it. "Don't blame your old man. Alexander brought a truckload of beer in from out of town. We got to drinking. We thought we'd include Danny, drag him along, invited ourselves. Didn't know he had plans." "It's fine," I said. "Nobody that could be a threat. None of Coyle's people. I let myself relax. What had I been thinking? That he'd strong-arm my dad? "Heya, Taylor," Lacey said. "Haven't seen you since the funeral." Nearly 2 years after the fact, it still hit me like a punch in the gut. "Hell, Lacey," Kurt said. "Give the girl a second to get used to having people in her house before you drop that on her." I glanced at my dad, elbows on his knees, a 24-ounce can of beer clasped in both hands. He'd lowered his head to stare at the can. He didn't look devastated or even unhappy. It hadn't caught him off guard like it had hit me. Knowing these guys, I could guess it came up with enough regularity that he was used to it. "Aw, baby," Lacey said. She raised a beer in my direction. "Just a little drunk. Wanted to say your mom was good peoples. She hasn't been forgotten. Sorry if that came out a little direct." "It's okay," I replied. I shifted my feet restlessly. I'd never felt more a stranger in my own house. Didn't know where to go, where I wouldn't be drawing attention, have people asking me questions. It was hard enough with my dad and I having this distance between us, but there were other people in the equation now. "We're leaving in a few minutes. It's hard to get around, so they're scheduling events together so we don't need to make 2 trips. The last debate is this afternoon, then mayoral vote right after. You catch the debate the other night?" I shook my head. Didn't even know what happened. "Well, if that's any indication, this one's bound to be a pisser. So we're drinking to mellow out. And I'd feel a hell of a lot better if your dad had more than 1 beer, so he can relax some and hold back from choking one of the smarmy bastards." "Not about to do that," my dad said. "Wish you could, but it wouldn't be worth it in the end if you wound up in jail and left that daughter of yours alone. It's all good. We'll go in stinking a beer, offer some drunken commentary from the sidelines, punctuated by a few off-color words." Kurt smiled. "Please don't," my dad said. He hadn't raised his eyes from the beer in his hands, but he was smiling too. "You want to sit and let 'em say what sounds good for them?" Kurt asked. "I was thinking it'd be better to ask the hard questions if we get a chance. A big part of the crowd's going to be people from the North End. Good few of them are going to be from the docks. So why don't we ask him what's happening with the ferry?" "He's going to brush it off," Lacey said. "Not in the budget, with everything that's going on." "Then that's a good time for some booing and drunken swearing," my dad answered, smiling. Kurt busted out a laugh. "You want to start a riot, Danny?" "No, but might sway the undecideds to see just how unimpressed we are with the man." "Everyone's unimpressed with Mayor Christener," Alexander spoke up. He was a younger guy, heavily tattooed, with thick eyebrows that gave him a perpetual glower. Every time I saw him, he had his hair cut in a wild style. Today he had the left 1/3 of his head shaved, showing off a fresh tattoo of an old-school pin-up girl in a bikini, with her elbow appearing to rest on his ear. "Disaster does that," I spoke up. "We want someone to blame, and the guy in charge makes for an easy target." "He's a deserving target," Kurt said, seating himself on the arm of the chair Lacey was in. She wrapped one arm around his waist. He went on. "There was this thing in Washington, talking about whether they should throw walls up around the edge of the city, blockade the streets and shut off services, get everyone out of here." "He said no, right?" "He said no, asshole. Probably earns more money this way. Take a few million for restoring and helping the city, help himself to a percentage." That surprised me. "You're not happy the city was saved from being condemned? Did you want to be kicked out of the city, to leave your home?" "It'd suck, but the way they were talking about it in the paper, there's a big fund that's set aside for covering the damages those Endbringer motherfuckers cause. Idea was that they'd dip into those funds, give everyone that they oust a bit to cover the cost of their homes." "There's no way that's doable," I said. "What about everyone who left when they were told to evacuate?" "Don't know," Kurt said. "I'm just saying what the papers did." I felt an ugly feeling in my gut. And they'd give us what the houses used to be worth? They'd give us what the houses might be worth now, he said. So, not much. It's more than they'll be worth a few years down the line, after the rot sets in and any mold problems get worse. Getting expensive to get supplies into the city, which means it'll be costly to fix things up and renovate. Not necessarily worth it. I saw construction crews at work. Kurt downed a swig of his beer and cleared his throat. Sure, the companies that are buying up all the materials, purchasing land on the cheap, all in the hopes that this city gets its act together and the land turns out to be worth something. It could. Come on. He made the words a groan. We're under the tyranny of supervillains. Heroes don't have what it takes. Used to be they were outnumbered, but they were trying, making a difference in little ways. Now they're outnumbered and losing. What's the point? Just a hypothetical question, I said. But isn't it better to be in a city that works, where villains rule the streets, instead of a failed city with the same villains in a less prominent position? Lacey groaned a little. Sweetie, had a few too many to wrap my head around the question. Might be time to stop then, Lacey, my dad said. Turning to me, he said, I suppose you're asking the classic question, Taylor. Would you rather be a slave in heaven or a free man in hell? Free man in hell, Kurt responded. Fuck. You think I'd be doing what I do, living here, if I was willing to make nice, suck up to the guys in charge, and do what I was told? Some of the others were nodding, Lacey and Alexander included. I looked at my dad. What's your answer, Danny? Kurt asked. I'd rather not be a slave or in hell, my dad responded. But sometimes I worry I'm both. Maybe we don't get the choice. You're the most depressing asshole of a friend I got, Kurt said, but he said it with a smile. Why are you asking, Taylor? Lacey asked. I shrugged. How much could I say without giving them cause for suspicion? Saw some of the stuff going on in the shelters. Some sick people, unhappy people. It was a long while before anything started getting better, and as I understand it, it was the villains who made the first move in getting things fixed up. For their own benefit, you can't rule a hole in the ground, Alexander said. Maybe, I said. Or maybe bad people can do good for the sake of doing good, at least once in a while. They're taking charge. They're keeping things more or less quiet and peaceful. It's better than what we had. The problem with that, my dad said, is that we'd be setting humanity back by about 3,000 years if we let that happen. It'd be falling back into an Iron Age mindset and leadership. The people with the numbers and the weaponry lay claim to an area through sheer military strength. They stay in charge as long as they can through family lines, merging families with whoever else has the military strength. That lasts until the family in power peters out or someone smarter, stronger, or better armed comes in to seize control. Might not sound so bad until you figure that sooner or later, the person who gets control is going to be someone like Kaiser. Kaiser's dead, Kurt said. Yeah? My dad raised an eyebrow. Okay, but I was speaking in general terms. Could just as easily be Lung or Jack Slash, instead of the relatively benign villains that are in charge right now. Again, I stress, it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time until we lose. I lose, and someone else claims Brockton Bay for themselves, I thought. What would you rather have happen? I asked. Don't know, he said, but I don't think complacency's the answer. Last debate, Kurt said, people kept bringing up the capes. Moderator kept shutting them down, telling them that they were supposed to be talking economy and education. Today, we'll hear some talk on the crooks running the city, hear what the candidates have to say on the subject. We should go soon, Lacey said, if we want to get a seat instead of standing around at the sides. My dad looked up at me. Can I get you any food, Taylor? I promised you something. I'm all right. Had a late breakfast. Maybe when we get back? I'd offer you a drink, Kurt said, chuckling, but that'd be against the law. How old are you, anyways?
15, I said. 16. I turned to look at my dad. It's the 19th, he said. Your birthday was a week ago. Oh. I'd been a little distracted at the time. A week ago, that would have been around the time we were wrapping up our confrontation with the Slaughterhouse 9. Lovely. That's the saddest goddamn thing I ever heard, Kurt said, getting off the chair's armrest and helping Lacey to her feet. Girl missing her birthday like that? I'm guessing you don't have your license then, huh? No. Damn. Was hoping you'd be our designated driver so your dad could have another. I've only had half a tall boy, my dad said, shaking his can lightly to let us hear the contents sloshing against the sides. And we'll be driving slow on these streets anyways. Who's driving the other car? Alexander raised his hand. He only had a glass of water. Then we're off. Out of my house, he said. I could see him wincing in pain as he used the chair's back to help himself to a standing position, but he recovered. He started shooing the burly dock workers out the door. Go, into the cars. We began to file out. Kurt and Lacey climbed into the back seat of my dad's car. The others got into Alexander's truck. Should you be drinking with the kidney damage? I asked as the doors shut. You had trouble standing. I got cleared yesterday. I'm back on a regular diet. Any hurt is just the muscle and the stitches. Thanks for worrying about me. Of course I'm going to worry about you, I said, frowning. You have changed, my dad commented, resting his elbows on the roof of the car. Wasn't so long ago that you would have walked into that situation and clammed up. Feels like that was a year ago. Anyways, I'm sorry, he said. I'd hoped this would be just you and me, having a chance to catch up. They invited themselves. It's okay. I'm glad that you've got friends like that. They're a bit overbearing, my dad said. The window's open a crack, Kurt said from inside the car. We can hear you. They're overbearing, my dad repeated himself, raising his voice a notch. At a normal volume, he finished by saying, but they're all right. Smiling a little, I climbed into the passenger seat. Hey, Taylor? Lacey asked. Her voice was overly gentle, and for a moment I thought she was going to mention my mom again. I winced a little. What? I turned around in my seat, as much as I was able with my seatbelt on. Just wanted to say thanks for the warning. You told your dad that Shatterbird was around, didn't you? I nodded. He told us. We were careful. I don't know if it saved our lives or not, but thanks for watching out for him, and helping us out as caller. You're welcome, I said, before she could fumble over her words any further. I was glad he was in touch with them. From what I'd seen, I'd been left with worries that my dad was all on his lonesome. Introverted people like him, like us, were best paired with the Kurts of the world, or the Lisas. People that wouldn't be ignored or shrugged off, people who pushed the boundaries, so to speak, and drew us out of our shells. I enjoyed the drive as we made our way downtown, more than I thought I would. My dad and Kurt knew each other well enough that their dialogue flowed easily, and the same went for Lacey and Kurt, what with the pair being married. I had a feeling that, by the end, Kurt was feeling like he'd wound up on the short end of both exchanges. The town hall had survived the waves. The stone building had crenellations and an American flag over the door. We joined the trail of people who were filing in, walking past stands with the posters and images of the candidates, booklets of brochures about the issues, and stands with newspapers from neighboring cities. My dad and Kurt grabbed a few papers each and put them into the plastic bags that had been made available to us. It was a nice thought, putting those out. There wasn't any TV at present, and we had to keep abreast of what was going on somehow. The signs led us past the old historical courthouse and to the auditorium. We'd expected the seats to be filled,
leaving us only with standing room, but the opposite was true. The back of the auditorium and the rear rows were filled with reporters and camera crews, and the rest of the crowd had filled in random spaces on the benches. 500 or 600 people, somehow less than I'd thought. It was an odd election, in a way. The city had been without working computers for a week and a half. Most had lost their cell phones and were left without landlines. An election without media for advertisement? For many here, this would be the first and last time they heard a candidate's stances on the issues before voting. Was this how it had been in the past, when poorer households hadn't gotten newspapers and there hadn't been televisions or radios? I looked at the candidates. A dark-haired woman in a dark blue suit, a blonde man, and the older incumbent, Mayor Christner. How many others in this auditorium were aware? Some time ago, Coyle had told us that 2 of the candidates for office had been bought. Mayor Christner, well, I could remember standing in his backyard, him pointing a gun at me, pleading for me to step in and save his son's life. Would the debate turn to the subject of him arguing against the condemnation of the city? And if it did, how would Christner justify the decision he made? I was caught between an ugly feeling of guilt and genuine curiosity in how the event would play out. Mostly guilt, but I couldn't do anything about that. I'd done what had to be done. On the curiosity side of things, I wondered momentarily if either of Coyle's mayoral candidates had military backgrounds, or if he'd hand-picked his politicians the same way he selected his elite soldiers. That train of thought ground to a halt as something caught my attention. It was habit now to have my bugs sweeping over my surroundings, giving me a perpetual sense of what was going on in the surrounding 3 or 4 city blocks. When the vans found parking spots around the building, it didn't even warrant a conscious thought. When the soldiers began filing out of the vans, it startled me. Men and women with machine guns and body armor. Not PRT. No, definitely not PRT. The armored limousine pulled into the middle of the street, just outside the front doors. By the time Coyle climbed out of the vehicle, his soldiers were either just past the doors on either side of the building, or standing at the ready to accompany him by the front. Coyle here? It didn't make sense. He wasn't the type to show himself. It didn't fit how he operated. Hell, if the mayor was here, his son would be too. Triumph would be in the crowd. I glanced at my dad, and he squeezed my hand. Not too bored? I shook my head, trying to keep my expression placid as my mind raced. Coyle was making his play right here, right now. Arc 16, Chapter 8. There was a tap on the microphone.
If we could have silence from the audience, please.
The low murmur of conversation throughout the auditorium gradually died down. The place wasn't full, but 4 out of every 5 seats were filled, and there were more people at the back, primarily reporters, many from out of town. My eye darted across the room, trying to assess the situation. The heavy woman in the front row, was that Pigot? It made sense that every person worth talking about would be present. The disasters and Tattletale's attack on the cell towers meant that there wasn't TV, there weren't phones, and the only way for interested parties to find out what the candidates had to say was actually attending. Outside of the auditorium, Coyle's men gathered in the lobby, and at the sides of the building. Some were taking point on the roof, gathering in pairs, working together to assemble sniper rifles, preparing for a fight, for a war. Coyle was in the lobby now, and he was joined by others. I could recognize Circus by the sledgehammer she was carrying, the metal head dragging on the floor. Coyle said something, and she lifted it up. Was he talking about the noise? It shouldn't matter. He was accompanied by 2 others I didn't recognize. A teenage guy and a larger, more athletic man in a heavy metal frame.
Thank you to everyone for coming. Tonight is a 3-way debate. Let me introduce your candidates, starting with Mr. Roy Christner, our mayor incumbent. We also have Mrs. Carlene Padillo, City Councilor of Communications, and Mr. Keith Grove, CEO of East Star Financial. Tonight's subjects are crime, public safety, and the state of the city. Would you start us off, Mayor Christner? What sets you apart from the other candidates in your views?
I glanced over my shoulder to verify what I was seeing with my bugs. A young man was making his way up the aisle with a toddler, straight for Coyle.
I won't lie,
Christner said. I glanced his way, saw how haggard he looked. In a way, it worked for him, made him look determined.
Things are bad. The situation's improved from where it was weeks ago, but we're still in an ugly situation. No less than 40% of the city has evacuated, hospitals are overflowing, and villains claim to own the streets.
I looked back to the dad and his kid. They opened the door, stepping through, and 2 of Coyle's soldiers were on them before they could open their mouths and shout a warning. Putting hands over their mouths, the soldiers retreated from the door, separating dad from child. Within seconds, both were being gagged and restrained. The door closed on its own, leaving nobody any wiser to what was going on.
Cabbage Bargle, involved with the defense every step along the way. I've discussed the subject with Legend, with Dragon, and with Chief Director Costa Brown of the PRT. Daily, I've been talking with and working with Director Pigot to see what actions need to be taken to see the city restored to what it once was. That's setting the bar pretty damn low,
Grove said, gripping the sides of his podium.
No interruptions, please,
the moderator spoke. Christner waved her off.
You concede the remainder of your term, Mayor? Let's hear what Grove has to say. Very well. Mr. Grove, 2 minutes to speak. He wants to restore the city to what it was? I think he's wanting us to forget that half of our city was a cesspool before the Endbringer came. Many of you in the audience live in the North End. You know how bad it was. Or maybe the mayor is referring to the city's heyday, when the docks were bustling with activity, and the entire city could hear the ships coming in and out of the ports. If he's trying to convince you we'll return to that time, he's telling you an outright falsehood. The Lord's Port, known to many as the Ship Graveyard, would cost the city $23 million just to clear away the damaged ships and dispose of them. That's not getting into the cost of actually refurbishing the area and updating it to modern standards, or the fact that anyone approaching within 1.5 miles of the area is subjected to uncontrollable, suicidal despair. I visited, I know.
I sent a message to Coyle, drawing words with my bugs. I'm here, stop. He broke up the words with a casual wave of his hands, scattering the bugs, almost dismissive. Of course he wouldn't stop now. He'd made little secret about how important his plans were to him, and to stop now, at a moment this important?
The mayor wants to take us back to where we were? That's not good enough. I'm proposing that we make this an opportunity. The slate, in many ways, has been wiped clean. Let's start over again. There's national and international funding that's been put in place to help recover from Endbringer attacks and events of gross parahuman involvement. My budget, which is detailed in handouts that will be provided in the lobby, details how we'll use our tax dollars and that recovery funding to rejuvenate the city. The ferry, which has become a local in-joke, will be started up once more. Low-cost, high-yield housing plans for the North End, demolition and reconstruction on a large scale for downtown and other damaged areas. and marketing to the rest of the United States to promote and sell Brockton Bay as a symbol of perseverance and human spirit, drawing in new residents and tourism.
Counselor Padillo,
the moderator spoke.
Any response?
Keith Grove is not addressing the question. He paints a pretty picture, but he doesn't mention the presence of the local supervillains or the pressures they put on us.
I fidgeted. Could I attack? Should I attack? If I left now, maybe stepped into the side hallway, I could maybe avoid the soldiers, get to a vantage point where I could mount a counterattack against Coil. Except I didn't know what he was planning, and my dad was here. I could take my dad, but then I risked having to explain what was happening, and it would mean leaving Kurt, Alexander, and Lacey behind. It meant leaving all these other civilians behind. It wasn't practical to bring anyone else along, but I couldn't bring myself to run from my dad here. I couldn't say why, how, or any of that, but I felt as though leaving my dad behind here would mean I could never come back, that it would break our relationship, whether it was me getting outed as a supervillain, a break in whatever tenuous bond of trust we had, or because one of us would die. I tended to be more rational than emotional. If I was being totally honest with myself, though, my rationalizations were pretty heavily influenced by my feelings. I could come up with a rational justification for pretty much any course of action. It had led me this far, which wasn't necessarily a good thing. Counselor Padillo was still talking, even as my mind raced.
Cabbage Bargle points to a mismanagement of resources. The mayor would like us to believe that he was involved in genuine efforts to save this city. I can't believe he would want to be associated with the PRT's operations as of late. Loss after loss on the part of our heroes. The losses aren't the fault of the heroes. It's even understandable, given the sheer power wielded by the likes of the Endbringer, of the Slaughterhouse 9, and the various other threats within the city.
Coil was moving now, his people getting in rank and file around him, his pet parahumans standing by. I had to make my call. Stand up to him and jeopardize everything I'd been working towards? Here, now, with Coil drawing on his power, with 3 parahumans and no less than 20 elite soldiers who I knew were entirely capable of hitting what they were aiming at, backing him up? Even if I stayed hidden in the crowd, I couldn't say for sure that he wouldn't spot me or my dad and order one of his people to move. The alternative was that I could do as I'd been ordered, avoiding any costumed activity, trust Coil and his power to handle the situation. I hated him on a level, but I knew he was smart, and I knew he knew I was here. I'd asked Lisa, and she'd asked him if it was okay. He had to have a plan for dealing with me if I took any action.
Open fighting in the streets. No, the blame lies with the PRT and the mayor's administration, which he admits was heavily involved in the decisions made. Highly questionable decisions. Holding back when they could have intervened. Forcing confrontations when our heroes were gravely outmatched.
I saw Pigot shifting uncomfortably in her seat at that. Had this been arranged? A staged scene? Coil started striding for the closed double doors that led to the back of the auditorium, flanked by Circus and the other parahuman, rank after rank of his soldiers following. I gripped my dad's hand, held it tight, and stayed where I was. The doors banged open. Coil, Circus, and Uber was with him, in a heavy metal suit. Leet stood off to one side, holding what looked like a ray gun. People screamed, and it set off a chain reaction of responses throughout the auditorium. People started running for the other exits, only to have their paths barred as more soldiers emerged. My dad and I stayed in our seats, and I crouched low in front of my seat, pulling my dad down so he would be under cover.
What the hell?
The mayor growled into his microphone.
Coyle?
Mr. Mayor, Coyle spoke.
This is insanity.
Grove spoke.
Genius sometimes looks that way to those who don't see the whole picture.
Coyle had advanced far enough down the aisle that I could see him clearly. He turned to take in the crowd, and for one heart-stopping moment I thought he'd stop when his eyes fell on me. His head kept moving, and he walked further down the aisle, closer to the stage. Grove said,
The local heroes
are occupied. Fires started at select locations, areas where the damage won't be immediate, but they cannot be allowed to spread. One such fire is at your headquarters. My apologies. I wanted to target high-priority areas. The other fires will occupy the members of the Undersiders and Travelers and slow them down as they recover from the loss of their individual headquarters.
I tensed at that. How much of it was a bluff?
You bastard,
the mayor growled.
First my niece, now this?
Niece? Of course. I'd heard Dina was niece to one of the mayoral candidates. I hadn't realized she was the niece to the mayor.
She's safe and sound, Coyle said, as are any people here without a title. If you're the mayor, or a candidate for mayor, if you call yourself chief of police, lieutenant, director, or major, I'm afraid I can't promise your safety.
What are you going to do?
Let me demonstrate. Circus?
Circus was walking through the assembled crowd as though she were on solid ground, but each footstep was onto the back of one of the auditorium seats. She extended her arms out to either side, fingers splayed, then closed her hands into fists. Knives stuck out from the spaces between each finger. Mr. Grove and Mrs. Padillo ran first, and Mayor Christner was only steps behind. It didn't matter. Circus flung her arms forward, and each of the 8 knives hit the mark. People stood from their seats, and for long moments I couldn't see what happened on the stage after that. I only felt the bodies hit the floor with the bugs. I didn't dare move the bugs to try to see exactly where the knives had landed. Coyle's soldiers were holding the reporters and cameramen at gunpoint. I raised myself up high enough to see him turning around to face the largest group of cameras.
The other villains want to seize the city from below, to start at the streets, out of sight, to remove any who would threaten their rule, and claim the various districts one by one. They ignore the fact that there are others in power who aren't superhuman, ordinary mortals with the power to make decisions that affect its citizens. I would take the more direct route. Brockton Bay is mine. I will make the decisions, claim and distribute the taxes, and decide who sits in seats of power. Anyone who would disagree will face the same fate as the mayor, Mr. Grove, and Mrs. Padillo.
I rose up enough to get a glimpse of the stage. The mayor was lying on his back, chest rising and falling with too much force, as if he was sucking in lungfuls of air and then forcing them out with just as much strength. He had a knife sticking out of the middle of his torso, another in his shoulder, and yet another in his leg. My father pulled me down before I could see the others. The mayor wasn't dead, but he looked like the man might be dying. Was I condoning this by staying silent? I'd told myself I would let Coyle's plan play out until he did something unconscionable, and this threatened to cross the line. It was only the fact that the mayor was still alive, and the fact that I couldn't think of what I might do to intervene that kept me on the sidelines, hiding from the soldiers and the assault rifles they were wielding.
You cannot expect this to succeed.
The voice blared over the speakers.
Director Pigot, Coyle spoke. I must admire your courage, putting yourself in the line of fire so soon after your last escapade. Kidnapped by the Undersiders, weren't you?
Through my bugs, I could sense how Pigot was leaning heavily on a desk just in front of the stage, using the debate moderator's microphone.
This plan of yours was doomed from the outset. Just for what you've done, threatening these people and ordering the execution of those 3 on the stage, they'll send the entire protectorate after you. America will demand it. Or are you so mad you think we'll let you crown yourself king?
Mad? No. A monster? Maybe. Better to say I'm a freak of nature. My power is to control my own destiny, to reshape and cultivate it. What you see here is only the tip of the iceberg.
There's a greater plan, then.
Quite. A shame you won't discover it. Circus?
Pigot backed away from the table and ducked low. It didn't help. Circus lobbed a throwing knife into the air so that it arced. She didn't have eyes on the director, but the knife nonetheless went high, catching the light as it reached the peak of its flight near the high ceiling of the auditorium. It plunged down to strike its target, and screams sounded from the front of the auditorium.
Someone contacted the heroes, Leet spoke. My UI says they're on the way.
Good,
Coyle responded.
Circus, come. Squad captains, maintain order here. We'll be back the moment this is done.
The bitch is too fat. Thinking I didn't hit anything vital, Circus said.
See it through,
Coyle ordered, turning to leave with Uber and Leet accompanying him. Circus turned to follow, flicking her wrist hard over her shoulder. 3 knives traveled through the air, their paths eerily in sync as they nearly touched the ceiling, converging together as they dropped towards Pigot. I barely had time to think about it, rising to my feet and calling on my bugs. I knew it was too few, too late, but standing by while someone got murdered? 4 or 5 cockroaches, some houseflies, it wasn't enough. I'd held the bugs back, keeping them in out-of-the-way areas, and now I didn't have enough to block the knives or divert them from their path. There was a flash of light around Pigot, and just for an instant I thought maybe she had powers. Maybe she'd had a trigger event, or she always had them but kept them in reserve? But it wasn't her. Weld caught the knives, letting them sink into his palm down to the hilts. It was the wards. Weld and Vista were at the foot of the room. Vista was raising her hands, folding the walls into barriers to block those of Coyle's soldiers who weren't holding the reporters hostage. Kid Win was at one corner of the room, firing what looked like concussion blasts into soldier and civilian alike, a gun in each hand, and the hovering turrets at his shoulder adding still more firepower to the fray. He'd taken the fight out of them with the first barrage, and the follow-up fire was apparently to take down the soldiers who managed to climb to their feet or raise a weapon. The concussion cannons were obviously non-lethal weapons from the casual way he was firing into the massed people, intended to stun and disable rather than harm. Chariot had a gun that was firing off charges of electricity, similar to the one I'd borrowed from Kid Win, and was flying over the assembled soldiers, unloading shots on them. His costume was different from the last time I'd seen him, with single-wheeled rollerblades at his toes and a flight system that didn't seem to be attached to him. A disc the size of a car tire floated behind his head and shoulders, almost luminescent with energy, and the wings of his flight suit, tipped with jets of gold light, floated out to either side of it. Clockblocker formed the final part of the strike party. He wasn't fighting, not directly. He stood by a white cloth that had been frozen in time, covering the soldiers. They were turning the situation around. The suddenness with which they'd appeared, their positioning, they had planned this, assessing the situation, deciding where they needed to be to make a decisive strike and protect the crowd, and they must have teleported in. I knew they had the technology to teleport objects. I hadn't guessed they had it for people, too.
"This way," Weld bellowed. "Evacuate through the area at the back of the stage. Stick to the sides, and I need medical help for the wounded."
Their group was a little battered, beaten, and bruised, and they wore replacement costume parts. Where I could see skin, I noted the welts of bug bites and stings that hadn't yet faded. Vista had covered hers with makeup, but they were there. I was frozen by indecision. I felt almost hopeful, strange as that sounded. If the good guys got the upper hand, if they actually beat Coil, then I could rescue Dina by simply visiting Coil's base and opening the door to her room. Coil was being ruthless here. At his orders, 4 people had been wounded to the point that they might die. If I stepped in to help... No, my help wouldn't be welcome. It could even be dangerous, a distraction at a crucial time. I would also have to escape. A resounding victory might see them locking down the area to take down witness statements, or make sure no soldiers removed their uniform and slipped out with the crowd. Nobody had seen me gathering the bugs in my futile attempt to try to help Pigot, but if they found out Skitter was in the building and won, then it would be a question of narrowing down which teenage girl in the building fit the profile. And if I tried to help and Coil won, well, my dad and I would be fucked. No sense in putting it politely. He would be in a prime position to not only retaliate, but maybe even retaliate without losing the support of my teammates. If anything anchored me in place, it was the way one of Dad's hands clutched my own, the other hand holding my wrist, and the way he seemed to be trying to shield me with his body. His face was taut with fear, his body rigid.
"Wards!" Weld shouted. "All clear?" "Clear! Clear! Clear!"
The cry came back 3 times, from Clockblocker, Kid Win, and Chariot. The soldiers had been taken down. My dad tugged on my hand. Enough people had made their way down the aisles that we had room to maneuver. I followed his lead, letting him pull me towards the aisle.
"Regroup! Optimal range, facing the doors,"
Weld ordered. Vista, Clockblocker, Kid Win, and Chariot hurried to the center of the room. He stayed where he was, watching as civilians from the crowd tended to the wounded. All but the mayor were apparently alive. The only one I could wonder about was the mayor. He was lying prone, receiving CPR at the hands of 2 people.
"Now!"
Weld shouted. Clockblocker moved, lunging 3 feet to his left to tag Chariot. Chariot froze in the air. I stopped in my tracks, momentarily confused. Had some of the wards turned traitor? No. Kid Win and Vista seemed to be taking this in stride. Both were working together to bind Chariot. There were cries of protest from the crowd.
"What are you doing? He didn't do anything." "He's a double agent,"
Weld spoke, his voice carrying.
"Working for Coil. Go, evacuate, get out of here. We have this in hand."
He radiated confidence. Damn it, for all the times we'd fought the wards, for every time I'd cursed the heroes for not doing what I needed them to do, I began to feel hopeful. My dad and I were making our way down the aisle, past the soldiers that Chariot had laid low. We were at the steps leading up to the stage when the doors slammed open. Uber led the way, followed by Coil, Leet, Circus, and a squadron of soldiers. His metal frame took the brunt of the incoming fire, and he used his arms to shield his exposed upper body from the blasts of electricity and the concussion shots from Kid Win's guns and turrets. Vista began shrinking the arms, but the progress seemed slower. She had trouble using her power when there was living material in the way, but it was still working. Being so close to the fighting, to the gunfire and flashes of electricity, people were reacting badly. Screaming, shouting at others to move faster, pushing and shoving. Worst of all, they were making so much noise I couldn't follow everything that was going on. Coil was saying something, his words carrying on to the heroes, but I missed it in the chaos. I didn't want to out myself as being present, so I was limited in how many bugs I could deploy. A small handful on Coil served to let me follow his movements. He dropped to one knee behind Uber, and Leet handed him a small remote control. He wasted no time in pressing the button. The noise of gunfire changed. My head wasn't the only one that turned to see what had happened. Kid Win had stopped shooting, and a shrill whine was filling the air. He turned to Weld, who began tearing at his armor. Leet stepped out from behind Uber and shot Vista. She was thrown down the length of the aisle, slamming against the base of the stage. He took another shot at Clockblocker, who froze himself. Kid Win drew another gun from a side holster and shot Leet. Weld had finished dismantling Kid Win's armor, freeing what looked to be a power cell. I could barely make out the words, but someone in the crowd did. A woman screamed the words, "He said it's a bomb! Sabotage! Run!" In that instant, the crowd became a crush of bodies, each trying so hard to get up and through the stairwell that we barely made any progress. Uber, Leet, Circus, and Coil began running towards the lobby, Uber kicking down the door, leaving the heroes to deal with the bomb they were holding, which was squealing at a higher pitch and volume with every passing second. It was glowing, brilliant in its golden radiance. Kid Win pointed at Chariot. The boy was frozen still, but the wings and pack on his back were still active, not attached to Chariot's suit, and therefore unaffected by Clockblocker's power. Weld caught the setup out of the air, tearing away the outer casing the second it was in his hands. Kid Win changed the wiring. They were shouting something to one another, but I couldn't make out the words. Weld pointed up. The bomb or sabotaged power supply disappeared, teleporting away in the same grid of lines that I'd seen Kid Win use to summon his massive cannon. It dawned on me what they'd done, teleporting the bomb straight up into the sky, where there was nobody and nothing to be affected. Or that had been their plan. It didn't work out that way. I saw a flicker of light from the lobby, the glow of the device, and Coil wheeling around to face us, his screaming lost in the midst of the shrill whine and the shouts of the others. My eye-to-brain response was too slow to process everything that happened next. I saw it in snapshots. The swelling energy of the sabotaged power supply, Coil's body coming apart in pieces, the chairs of the auditorium and fragments of floorboards being thrown into the air as the explosion seemed to move in slow motion. Then it hit us, and I saw only white, felt only pain. Arc 16, Chapter 9. Heavy. The weight of the body on top of me was making it hard to breathe. Some backup process kicked into gear as my body tried and failed to take in air. I was thrust out of unconsciousness, or out of the semi-conscious daze I'd been in. I managed to struggle to get my upper body free, fighting past the aches that made every joint and every bone hurt to heave the body off me. It hadn't felt like sleep, or the darkness of unconsciousness, but I hadn't been thinking either. I felt a moment's disorientation and wondered if I'd suffered another concussion. My thoughts felt too lucid. The body. My dad? I opened my eyes to look, saw only cloudy white. Dust? It was similar to when I woke up with bleary eyes, but no matter how many times I blinked, I could only see a white haze with vague patches of light and dark. Blinking made my face burn where the skin of my eyelids and around my eyes moved. More irritating was the sensation that I had something in my eyes, except no amount of blinking was helping. They'd been damaged? Stupid to look straight at the explosion. I'd thought I had another half-second to grasp what was going on before I had to turn my head and shut my eyes. Apparently, that wasn't good enough. My dad. Right. I reached over and fumbled to find his throat. He had a pulse. I put one hand in front of his mouth and found him breathing. I was whole, He was alive. Anything else would be hard to verify. I was forced to use my bugs to see. What their eyes processed might not translate well in my brain, but it was about as good as what I had. Didn't want to move the bugs or gather a swarm. It would be too easy to track me down, to find Skitter lying among the wounded. No, I only looked, keeping the bugs where they were, and feeling things out where necessary with only a handful of flies. I could feel a breeze. The front of the building had a hole in it. The lobby had been annihilated, and much of it was open to the sky. The black blobs that had pulled up around the building had flickering lights on top. Sirens. They would be first responders. I'd noted the structural damage. I was trying to picture the scene as I had last glimpsed it. What had been where? Who had been where? The reporters had been at the very back of the room, the last to make their way down the aisles in the press of the crowd, and the people making their way out of their seats. Some had lingered, protecting their equipment or filming the scene. I tenderly moved one fly over the area, feeling the shattered boards, the blood-slick expanses of floor, the charred flesh. Several of the wards were working to tend to the wounded. Clockblocker had saved the wards, apparently, but had been too late in tending to himself, and was currently lying prone, receiving some care from Weld. Chariot was gone. There had been hundreds of people present, and too many had still been in the building when the explosion went off. The dad and son who'd been restrained in the lobby, the mayor, candidates, and director who'd been wounded, then left without aid when the explosion injured the people who were giving them first aid, sent the people flying. I couldn't even grasp the entirety of the scene, not without bringing my swarm to bear. I couldn't do that without possibly revealing my presence when I was in a vulnerable position. I felt around to find Kurt and Lacey.
"Hey, baby," Lacey said. "You woke up. You hurt?" "Just a little bit. Might have slipped a disc. Probably nothing to worry about, but I'm going to stay as still as I can with how bad this hurts. I've been watching your dad, trying to tell if he's breathing or if I'm imagining it. You didn't freak out, so I take it that our Danny's okay?" "He's okay, I think." "Good. Kurt's unconscious, but he's all right. You see Alexander anywhere?"
I blinked a few times. Did she not realize I couldn't see?
"No." "Okay, hon. You should stay as still as possible."
I shook my head. "No, going to see if anyone needs help." She gripped my hand, started to say something, then winced. "What's wrong?"
"Hurts is all. Stay put. Safest thing to do."
I shook my head. I couldn't say it, but I felt like I'd been through enough crises and suffered enough that I was aware of what the pain was telling me. I was almost certain I wasn't in critical danger. It was what my gut was telling me. With only a small few bugs to guide me, I left my dad, Kurt, and Lacey behind, climbing up the stairs to the damaged stage, fumbling for the other wounded. I could only draw crude images of the situation from touch, from the blurry images my eyes offered me, and through my bugs. A woman, unconscious like my dad. A man, his arms hugged to his lower stomach as he writhed in perpetual agony. The mayor. I crawled over to him, pressing my fingers to his throat. He had a pulse, but it was thready. I drew bugs from where they hid in the midst of my hair, commanded them down my arms, and tried to bend over so my hair masked what I was doing. Once they were on him, I sent them over the length of his body, noting where there was blood. No use fumbling around with my hands. I didn't want to bump one of the throwing knives and give it the push necessary to drive it into one of his arteries. One of the knives that impaled his hip had moved, probably when the explosion happened, and the offending weapon wasn't serving to cork the blood flow. I pulled my sweatshirt from around my waist, leaving my knife where it was on my belt, folding one sleeve and pressing it around the base of where the knife had penetrated. It wasn't enough. Didn't feel like I was doing anything, but I wasn't sure what else I could do. I wasn't strong enough to do chest compressions. "Help!" I shouted. "I need help here!" Nobody leapt to the rescue. Anyone else that was still in the building was too busy with their own injuries, were still unconscious, or were making their way outside. Damn them. Damn Coil. I would make him answer for this. Yes, I had seen Coil die. I had little doubt others had as well. Even news cameras would have had eyes on the scene. Especially news cameras. Coil had staged this, taken advantage of the reporters' cameras, the fact that there were no working communications and all the important figures would be attending. He was too savvy, too invested in his plan to not have taken all the variables into account. Just the fact that I knew about his power turned this whole scenario on its head. He wouldn't have charged in like this without a backup, without a version of himself staying safe and secure in his underground base, just in case things went awry. No, I might have seen the man die, but the more I thought about it, the less I could believe that man was Coil. The emergency response team had stopped outside, at the perimeter of the building. I listened through the bugs in the area, but I couldn't follow any of the conversation. Even tracking who was speaking was nearly impossible. Whatever they had been discussing, they ventured inside. Some, who I gathered might be police officers, were moving to the most affected areas, the places where the reporters had been, the lobby. The paramedics proceeded down the aisles, too slowly for my liking, checking on the wounded. "Help!" I called out, but my voice was nearly drowned out by the other wounded. It was 1 or 2 minutes before a paramedic saw the mayor and hurried to my side. I could tell where he was because of the bug I'd planted on him, but I couldn't say as much. "I've got this," she said. The paramedic was a woman. I gratefully backed away. Even the strain of pushing the makeshift bandage down had been making every ache and pain across my body stand out in sharp relief. "Your name?" she asked me. "Taylor." A short distance away, my dad groaned a response, as if he'd heard my voice. I noticed more because of the mosquito I'd placed over his carotid artery than my ears. I didn't let on that I'd noticed anything. "You shouldn't be moving, Taylor." "I'm sore, but I don't think I'm hurt. I wanted to help." "What kind of pain?" "Bruises, aches. My dad took the brunt of it." I pointed in his general direction. "My face hurts and, I can't see." "Don't worry. As soon as we take care of the critically injured, we'll look after you." "I'm alive," I said. "I mean, I'm okay. I'd rather you guys checked my dad and his friends, made sure they aren't hurt, help the other candidates and the director. They were stabbed before the explosion. All of them, like this. They were getting help when the bomb blew. I think whoever was helping them got knocked away by the explosion." I was rambling. How fine was I? The paramedic shouted, "Burrows! Sturdivant! Manry! Girl here says there's MSW victims on the stage here." I could hear running footsteps. One of my bugs brushed against one of them as they ran past. There wasn't much more I could do. I'd gladly out myself if it meant I could use my power to help people, maybe identify the most wounded, but I was worried it would do more harm than good, both in the short term and in the long. I was left to sit there, blind, while the paramedic checked my dad over and then got someone else's help to lift him to the ground. As the paramedics checked whether people were alive, others were rousing. I could hear the cries of pain, the shouts and the screams. Coil would answer for this, for the people he'd hurt for his own selfish ends, for knowingly putting me in the line of fire, for the lives he'd spent like currency. "Taylor, was it?" the paramedic asked me. "Yeah. You're very quiet. You're breathing hard." "Angry. And a little sore. But I'm okay, really. There are others who need help." "Others are getting help. We've got a lot of people here, and very few with serious injuries. You have a burn on your face. We're going to want to look after that." "The reporters at the back of the auditorium, I thought you couldn't see." "I remember seeing them there, just before it went off." "Very few people were badly hurt. Less than you might think. Just stay calm." If I hadn't used my bugs to see the evidence for myself, would I have been able to tell she was lying? She wanted me to stay calm. It was odd, but I felt very calm, and I didn't feel like I was in shock. I was pissed. I was worried about my dad, worried that I was missing something critical with Coil's overarching plan, but I wasn't panicking. I wasn't stressing about the burn or my eyes or any of that. I'd handled worse in terms of injuries. I wouldn't freak over that much. I'd love to be able to see what was going on, to not have to worry about permanent blindness, but I wouldn't worry about it until I could confirm how bad it was, confirm that it was permanent. Sort of like how I was looking at the potential end of the world. I wouldn't worry about it until we'd exhausted every resource available and verified that in this era where countless people had the ability to break the fundamental rules of reality, someone couldn't stop it from happening. "I am calm," I said, after confirming it for myself. I tried to take a deep breath to demonstrate, but winced at the pain from the bruising. I might have been pushed into the railing by the force of the explosion. "But I don't want you to worry about me. My dad, the bald guy by the stairs?" "Yeah. My partner's looking after him. Let's make sure you're okay. If there's spinal damage or internal damage and we're ignoring it and letting you move around like you have been, things could get much worse than they are right now." I shut my eyes, noting how the blurry white haze gave way to darkness. I could remember when Leviathan had hit me, how Panacea had noted internal damage that I'd been entirely unaware of. I sighed, opened my eyes to stare at the hazy figure. "Okay. We're going to be putting you onto a stretcher, but we won't be carrying you out for a minute. We can't leave you alone, but I'll need to help my partner carry your dad out. What we're going to do is put you next to someone, so someone can watch 2 or 3 of you at once." "Okay." I was lifted into place, then carried a short distance before being set down with great care. The paramedic there was talking with one of the other patients, leaving me free to think. Why? That was what got me. This whole thing bordered on senselessness. Hurting these people, putting me in the line of fire. Why attack the event? It would draw attention from heroes across the nation, and it would make holding the city that much harder. Had he abandoned the plan? Or were there nuances I wasn't aware of? What was deliberate in how this had unfolded? He'd wanted to take out the mayor, but the candidates, hadn't they been his? I was looking at it the wrong way. Circus. She had been part of the plan from the beginning, and he'd hired her for an explicit reason. Her powers included her personal pocket dimension for storing items. I couldn't think of how that might be used. She had minor pyrokinesis, but that didn't apply here either. She also had an enhanced sense of balance and enhanced coordination. The balance wasn't a major thing here, but the coordination? The way she'd been able to casually target Pigot as she tossed the throwing knives over one shoulder? If I had to guess, Circus's knives had only killed the people Coil wanted dead. The others would have been hit in non-vital areas. Her enhanced hand-eye coordination would have given her the accuracy needed to ensure the knives hit where she wanted them to hit. Uber, then? Leet? What was the rationale for them? When we'd left the fundraiser and Coil had revealed himself as our employer, it had been Trainwreck in Coil's company, but Trainwreck had joined the merchants, possibly at Coil's behest, and the merchants had been eradicated. He was dead. That led me to wonder if Coil had brought in Uber as a stand-in for Trainwreck, wearing another heavy metal suit. Was there a reason for why Coil wanted it? Circus, Uber, Leet, Chariot, the candidates, moving parts in a greater set of machinations that I wasn't aware of. The reporters, me, my dad, and any number of people in the area, we were the bystanders, the casualties. And I couldn't get why. Was it to attack or assassinate the mayor and director? To mark his candidates as survivors of a supervillain attack and give them more standing in the eyes of the public? It didn't make sense. Why go to the effort of positioning the undersiders and the travelers in the city if that was his goal? Any advantage he might glean from us holding territory would be counterbalanced by the chaos and the national attention that he drew from this kind of terrorism. It wouldn't be directed at him because his body double had been killed in the attack, but it couldn't help either. If I thought about it, I could almost believe the bombing had been intentional. I couldn't say how he'd arranged it, but the fact that he'd thought to have a body double and the man had died, and that Coil was effectively off everyone's radar, seemed too coincidental. It was something I needed to ruminate on. Minutes passed, and I was left with only my bugs to occupy me, and the periodic attention of the paramedic who'd been assigned to watch me, making sure I was still alive and lucid. I directed Bugs into the rubble, beneath the chairs that had been unrooted from the auditorium floor, under and onto dead bodies. Slowly, I gained a greater picture of the scene, a topographical map of what Coil had done. I couldn't count the bodies, not with the way the reporters had been pulverized, limbs and bones tore free and left lying beneath chairs or at the sides of the aisles. "We're moving you now," a man said. "Me?" "Yeah, just stay put, don't move." I was lifted into the air, carried past the ruined wall at the rear of the auditorium. I could smell the scent of death, the mingled smells of blood and shit, of human bodies that had been torn open, singed, the vitreous fluids and all the messy ugliness from inside our bodies exposed to the air. It seemed incongruous with the cool breeze and the gentle warmth of the sun on my face. I had to turn my head so the sun wasn't shining on the burn. Shouldn't a catastrophe like this be met with rain? An overcast sky? It didn't seem right that things were so quiet, so calm, the day so tranquil when so many people had died, lost loved ones, or suffered serious injury. I bit my lip, focusing on my bugs, sweeping them through the area as the ambulance made its way to the hospital, and the paramedic in the back carefully checked my vitals, asking me questions about the degree of pain, stiffness here or there, and checking for hard tissue where there might be internal injuries. It was odd, going to the same hospital where I'd been taken after fighting Leviathan. I maintained a few bugs to feel things out. A stray housefly or mosquito would likely go unnoticed if it kept out of the way. There were no capes, no blue tags or red tags on the curtain rods, no PRT uniforms keeping order and informing the staff of who they were treating. They took me to a curtained-off area, very similar to the one I'd been in before, except here I was Taylor, not Skitter. I wasn't handcuffed, treated roughly, or outed for my most damaging secrets. They investigated me thoroughly, shone a light in my eyes, and asked me far too many questions. A cream was spread across the mild burn on a quarter of my face, and the nurse picked grit out from beneath my skin. The process hurt, but it was a 2 at most on the scale of 1 to 10. I'd dealt with 10s before. The fact that I couldn't see was starting to wear on me. My left eye was worse than my right, but neither let me see details, only smudges, only light and dark. I was so used to having an unnaturally broad sense of what was going on, but I'd just had one of my most essential senses stripped away from me. As the medical professionals left, a young woman slipped into the curtained enclosure.
"Hey," she said. "You're alive? Lisa?" "Yeah. Honeybee T. Praying mantis R. You're blind. Damn, that sucks," she said.
"Yeah," I sighed.
"My dad?" "He's okay. Looked in on him. He woke up and was asking for you. He doesn't like me much anymore."
"You took me away from him. He'll blame you for that because it's easier than blaming me, I guess."
"I guess."
I planted a mosquito between her shoulder blades, and I could track her as she stepped closer, crouching with her arms resting on the rail of the hospital bed. When she spoke, she was quiet enough that only I could hear her.
"We can get you a healer or something. Kidnap someone like Othala. Have Regent or Gru use her powers."
"Othala isn't around. Left the city."
"We'll hire someone with healing powers then."
"They won't want to come here, because of the very thing you were talking about with Othala. Word's probably out about us owning the city, especially after we kicked out groups like the Chosen and Faultline's crew. They'll tell people just how dangerous we are, the kind of tactics we can employ, like using Regent or Gru."
"We have options."
"I know. I'm not worried about me. What gets me is what happened. So many were hurt or killed."
"Lots hurt, not so many killed, from what I've seen and heard on the subject. But that's not important right now. What are your priorities?"
I blinked.
"My dad is fine."
"My territory? The fires?"
"Strategically placed, nowhere near our real layers. Nobody hurt, but I think he Molotoved one of your barracks, setting the fire high so people had a chance to get out."
"The others, Gru,
they weren't anywhere nearby. We're going to meet up with them soon."
"Dina."
"Now you're on track. We've talked about plans, and Coil—"
"He's alive, right?" I asked.
"Mm-hmm,"
Lisa affirmed.
"And better for us, he's probably happy. Everything's coming together for him just the way he wanted it to, which means that right now, today, is going to be our best bet for talking to him, getting at him when he's in a mood to release the tyke. Come on, out of bed."
My head was spinning, but it wasn't a concussion at work. After everything I'd done, everything I'd put in, we were this close? I accepted Lisa's help in getting out of the hospital bed, and she hooked her arm beneath mine to lead me away. "So we just ask and hope he's feeling good enough to say yes?" Which means biting my tongue when it comes to the accusations, calling him on what he did at the debate. Lisa spoke at a more normal volume.
"He doesn't strike me as the kind of person who will be influenced much by his emotions. He probably decided a while ago whether he'll give up the girl or not, but I say we should take anything we can get, and that includes approaching him on a good day. Choose your words carefully, by the way. There's bystanders."
I nodded, but I didn't follow as she tugged on my arm. "Can we check on my dad before we go?"
"They were moving him when I poked my head in. I peeked at his chart, and it looks like they had queued him up for an MRI, what with his recent internal injuries from Shatterbird's attack."
I winced. She went on.
"I told him I might take you to my dad's clinic, where the load won't be as high if you were okay to be moved. If I did take you, it'd mean you were okay. He didn't like that, but he agreed. That doesn't mean we can't stay if you want to stay. Like I said, it won't make a huge difference if we get in touch with our boss now or 2 hours from now. But it'll make a difference? A bit of one? I think so. I thought back to my earlier feeling, that leaving my dad just one more time might mean some kind of terminal break. Stacking that up against everything I'd done with the end goal of getting Dina out of captivity, though, not even Dina exactly. I barely knew her. No, this was more selfish, I had to admit. I was thinking of my own sense of guilt, about my own responsibility, and the crimes I'd committed in getting this far. The terror, pain, and distress I'd caused in the course of being Skitter. 15.5 years spent growing up with my dad versus 2 months as Skitter. My dad was there, though. He'd always been there, and the only thing I had to suggest he wouldn't was a vague feeling. Just like there was only the vaguest possibility that our going to see Coil now would make the difference in him setting Dina free. "My dad's going to be okay?" I asked. "He was fine. No sign of any deeper problems or pain." "Then let's go." We made our way out of the hospital. I could hear the cries of pain. "Are we to blame for this?" "No, don't set yourself on this path. We didn't know, we couldn't know, and we weren't complicit in any way." "I was there. I could have stepped up and done something, but I didn't." "Done what? Fought back? Helped the wards?" "Yes." "No. Best case scenario, you might have tripped him up, but it wouldn't have been worth it. Watch your steps, stairs." I had no problem identifying the spots I was supposed to step down. There were spiders on the underside of the stairwell, and I sent a few flies forward to alight on the underside of each stair to check the footing. "It's funny," Lisa murmured, lowering her voice. "I've been meaning to suggest a training program, that you should spend a while blindfolded, see if we can't force you to rely on your power to see, get your brain to the point that you can actually process that info. Guess you beat me to the punch." "It's not that funny," I said. I didn't like thinking about what might happen if I was still blind when the next disaster came along. "Stepping outside," she said. I felt the warm air sweep past me as the door opened. "Car's just over there. Nice thing about the city being in this state, it's easy to find parking spots." She sounded so jovial, cheery. I wasn't nearly so optimistic. She led us to the car and opened the door for me. "We'll stop by your place so you can grab your costume and meet up with the others. Then we'll find Coil." "Find him? He's not at his base?" I raised my voice to be heard as she walked around to the other side of the car and opened the door to get into the driver's seat. "He's not at his base. As of now, Coil's dead and gone. He's sticking to his civilian identity, which is going to make meeting him and talking to him sort of difficult." I paused. I'd been thinking over the scenario, calculating Coil's overarching goal. "Is he Keith Grove?" "No," Lisa said. "One sec." The car started up, and there was a shuffling sound as she dug through a container. A recording played over the car's sound system. Lisa shifted the car into gear and reversed out of her spot. I listened.
A town meeting with hundreds of Brockton Bay residents was interrupted by a terrorist attack by a local villain just earlier today. An alleged assassination turned to even greater tragedy as a superhero-made piece of technology exploded unexpectedly. This tragedy joins countless others that have recently befallen Brockton Bay, a city that was recently the subject of national discussion, where the United States Senate debated condemning the city, evacuating the remaining citizens, and abandoning it as a lost cause. A local crime lord headed a small group of supervillains in an attempt to assassinate Mayor Christner, mayoral candidate Keith Grove, and mayoral candidate Carlene Padillo. When local heroes intervened, however, a device owned by local ward's member Kid Wynn malfunctioned, ultimately exploding in the lobby of the building. While the number of casualties is yet unconfirmed, we can confirm that WCVN's own on-site reporter and camera crew perished in the blast. More information will be forthcoming as we have it. First reports from the site report allegations of sabotage on the part of a known double agent within the group of junior heroes. No members of the Brockton Bay PRT, Protectorate, or Ward's teams were available for comment, but sources inside the organization report that Director Emily Pigot, manager of the city's PRT and government-sponsored hero teams, is being put on leave pending a full investigation. Filling in for the interim is Commander Thomas Calvert. When asked about this new placement, the PRT reported that Commander Calvert served as a PRT field agent before an honorable discharge. For the past several years, he has offered his expertise to the PRT as a paid consultant in parahuman affairs for New York, Brockton Bay, and Boston, later serving as a field commander for the PRT strike squads. The PRT expresses full confidence in Commander Calvert's ability to handle the daunting task of Brockton Bay's parahuman...
The sound cut out. Lisa had stopped the recording. Thomas Calvert, I said. Arc 16, Chapter 10. I pushed open the rusted metal door that marked the first real barrier to entry for Coil's underground base. It was unassuming, if secure, easy to ignore for anyone who happened to find their way underground. It swung open without resistance, unlocked. Every door was unlocked as I made my way through the series of checkpoints and gates. There were no guards, and the cameras in the final room before I entered the base proper didn't move to track my movements. I pushed on the final door and let it swing open. The base was empty. Except, empty wasn't exactly the right word. It had been cleared out. The on-duty squads of soldiers were gone, as were the trucks, weapons, supplies, and furniture. The entire ground floor was desolate, with clean patches in the dust where furniture and crates had been. In groups big enough for me to get full coverage of the area, my swarms took turns roving over my surroundings. They couldn't pass through closed doors, but they gave me a sense of my surroundings that my eyes couldn't. The results were almost the inverse of what I might expect from my eyesight. There was no grasp of color beyond what I could guess from the various clues I got from my other senses, but I had a keen sense of textures. Where my eyes would have been capable of focusing on one thing at a time, my swarm sense gave me the ability to pull together complete mental pictures from 1,000 different points of focus. I could ignore line of sight, sensing around objects. Even though my bug's senses translated poorly, the sum total of their awareness gave me a sense of the little things, in addition to the big picture. I could sense where the air currents were traveling and the force with which they moved, the thickness of the dust in one area versus another, and where temperatures were higher, if even by a fraction. None of this was new, exactly. I'd always been aware of it to some small degree, but my core senses had always been there as regular, reliable fallback. I'd never researched the subject, but reports seemed conflicting when it came to the topic of blindness making other senses sharper. With only half of a day's experience, I was beginning to think that maybe it didn't improve my other senses, but seemed to free up the semi-conscious, semi-unconscious intake that my eyes typically used as my dominant sense. The brain power that was usually allocated to idle glances, comparing and contrasting, or just taking in ambient sights while my thoughts were preoccupied with other things, it was freed up to be used for listening and my swarm sense. The travelers were here, I noted. I wasn't startled to note their presence, but I was somewhat surprised. They'd gathered in one room above the vault that Noelle was presumably being kept in. They'd noticed the bugs and were venturing outside onto the walkway. I met them halfway between their apartment and the entrance. They were in civilian wear. Trickster and Ballistic were in regular shirts, jeans and shoes, but Sundancer was wearing what I took to be pajamas, her hair tied back in a bun. Genesis was in her chair, a blanket on her lap, with Oliver standing just behind her.
"Skidder," Trickster said, "you're here alone?" "My teammates are upstairs. We wanted to have words with Coil, but he wasn't free to talk until sundown, so we've been killing time and waiting around. There's still a bit of time. I sensed some movement down here. I needed to stretch my legs to keep my injuries from earlier today from stiffening up, so I decided to take a bit of a walk."
"And they're staying put?" Ballistic asked.
"I can signal them in a heartbeat if I have to," I responded.
"Just saying, but you know Coil's dead, right?" Trickster asked.
"I saw it happen," I answered him. I chose my words carefully, so I have a very good idea of how dead the man is.
"Fair enough."
"And you guys?" I asked. "You're keeping eyes on your teammate, Noelle?"
"Noelle's fine," Trickster said. "You don't need to concern yourself over her."
There was just a touch of hostility there. I turned my head to face the two girls, using my bugs to figure out the orientation so I could appear to be looking at Sundancer and Genesis. The two of them were, I figured, the closest thing to allies that I had among the travelers. That wasn't to say I was on good terms with them. Sundancer was especially wary of me, and had been since I'd carved out Lung's eyes, and Genesis had been a little weird in how she related to me when I'd delivered Trickster to her at the mayor's house. Part of that might have been a reflection or a response to my own paranoia, where I'd thought they were planning to kill me. Either way, they hadn't given me the impression of dislike or hostility to quite the same degree that I was seeing with Trickster and Ballistic right now. This was where my current inability to see was hurting me. I couldn't read their expressions or body language, and even though my bugs were giving me a sense of how they were standing and where their head, arms, and legs were positioned, I didn't have that innate human ability to instantaneously assess and process those details. Time and effort spent trying to figure it out was taken away from my ability to plan and follow the conversation. It was sort of like talking to an answering machine. I was left trying to hold up my end of a conversation without the ability to assess what the person on the other end was making of it. End result? I was left there, silent, while none of the travelers were volunteering anything.
"If you're done checking up on us, or visiting, whatever you want to call it," Trickster said, "you could go. Your duty's done. You've paid your respects to the other team while you're in their territory."
"That's something we're supposed to do?" "I don't want us to be enemies," I said.
"We're not," Trickster replied, but his tone was far from friendly. "We're on the same side."
"But?" I asked. "It sounds like there's more to that."
"We're not friends, Skidder. Let's not pretend like we are. You've got your goals, we have ours. You want to work together to tackle a situation like the dragon thing? Fine. Great. You want to backdoor Ballistic going to the boss to recruit that cape he was trying to take down? Hey, that's fine too."
Ballistic folded his arms.
Trickster went on. "Really, we're doing what we have to do in order to make this thing work. I don't love what you pulled. I'm not jumping for glee, but I get it."
"So we're business associates, but not friends."
"Succinctly put."
"There has to be more common ground there. We can't meet, share a box of donuts, and talk about ways to mutually benefit our territories?"
"The fact that you have to ask that is a pretty good indication of how clueless you are about this. Let's count the ways. 1, I don't give a rat fuck about my territory or the people in it. None of us do." I could feel Sundancer turning slightly away from him. Was there disagreement there?
2, he continued. We don't plan to be here much longer anyways. Either Coil fulfills his end of the bargain and we're out of this hellhole, or he doesn't and we take a hike anyways. Take our chances elsewhere.
I could remember how Ballistic had talked about his frustration with the group, the idea that he might stick with this gig regardless of what Trickster and the others did. If I brought it up, would it refocus the discussion to the point that Trickster wasn't opposing me in an abstract sense, or would it derail it with the ensuing drama? I kept my mouth shut, and I was sort of glad that I couldn't see, or I might have given in to my impulse to glance at Ballistic and give something away. Maybe it wasn't worth worrying about. I was wearing my full costume, including the additional pieces I'd accumulated over time. I wore the tattered cape, the ragged semi-dress over my leggings, and a heavy carpet of bugs clung to the black fabric and armor panels. My goggles would hide my eyes. Nobody would see any tell, if I could see, and I doubted they'd notice I was essentially blind. Trickster took my silence for an excuse to go on.
3. Again, there's no common ground to be found, and I'm not interested in hunting for it. There's 2 things I want in this world, and being part of Coil's thing was my way to get to those things. You were useful only as far as you helped make Coil's thing work, and that's over now. To put it bluntly, you don't have anything to offer me.
I get the picture, I told him, cutting him off before he could continue. Okay, friendship's off the table. Even a friendly business relationship would be pushing it. He nodded once. I sighed a little. Okay, that said, as one local warlord to another, I'd like to extend an invitation. We're going to talk to Coil, and I'm saying you're free to come.
Coil's dead. Ballistic made the words a drawl.
That was getting old fast.
Do we really have to maintain this charade? Coil went to a lot of effort in putting together his grand plan. He died in a blaze of glory and violence, just like he wanted. Do you really want to spoil that by going on about how he's still alive?
Like you said, I retorted, we're on the same side. If you didn't know, you'd be more upset than you are now. Why pretend he's dead when he's alive? Especially when it's getting in the way of the larger conversation about the man and my invitation to come hear what he has to say. Trickster leaned against a wall and fumbled in one pocket for a cigarette.
You mean outside of the possibility that you're wired and my saying the wrong thing could out him? Whatever. I don't have anything to say to him that I haven't already said. Maybe you aren't getting the point. We went out of our way to help you once, rescuing Gru, and it nearly got us carved up by Bonesaw.
Your plan, I thought.
He went on. I don't care about the Undersiders. I don't care if you get $100 trillion and wind up kings of the planet. I don't care if Coil kills you. We've wrapped up our business with Coil, and that's as far as my interest goes.
All right, I said, raising my hands. Point taken. Listen, I get that maybe we haven't gotten along so fantastically, but I really do wish you guys luck with your circumstances, whatever they are. I hope you get what you've been looking for.
Sure, Trickster said.
He turned to leave, making his way to the doorway that led to the pseudo-apartment they stayed in when they weren't in their individual headquarters. He beckoned for his teammates to follow, and they did. Only Genesis lagged behind, her hands on the wheels of her chair. After Trickster had rounded the corner, she said, "He's tense. Too much comes down to what happens in the next 48 hours. "Believe me," I replied, "I get that." "Then good luck with your thing," she said. "Don't take this the wrong way, but I hope I never see you again." How the hell am I supposed to take that? I didn't respond as she wheeled herself to the corridor. Okay, I thought. Learned what I needed to. Whatever the terms between Coil and the travelers were, he hadn't seen fit to invite them to the meeting place. I'd had to think for some time before making the offer to join us for the meeting. I knew that whatever Coil had planned, inviting the travelers wouldn't hurt. If Coil fully expected to cooperate, to give us the answers we needed and hand Dina over, then it didn't matter if the travelers were there. If he was expecting conflict, and he had planned to invite them, then we only gained the benefit of knowing in advance that they'd be there. Finally, if he'd expected trouble but he hadn't invited them, there was probably a reason, and that reason would be something we could exploit in a pinch. They hadn't accepted my invitation anyways, and I hadn't sensed anything sinister when Trickster had rejected the offer. He'd been too self-centered. Funny, as I thought on it, how easily he seemed to slip between talking about I, as in himself, to talking about we, the group. It was as if he assumed everyone in the Travelers was on the same page as him, and my discussions with Sundancer and Ballistic had suggested anything but. Even Cherish's taunts had pointed to some strife within the ranks. The second major piece of data that I'd gleaned from my detour was that Dina wasn't here. There were a handful of locked doors my bugs hadn't been able to slip past, but the room Dina had been in when we'd first visited was empty. I wasn't 100% sure that Dina wasn't still in Coil's underground base, but I had a hard time believing that Coil would leave her there with no armed guards. She was too valuable to risk losing her to one of his enemies or losing his bargaining chip he had in his dealings with me. We'd agreed that if I could prove myself as a valuable asset, he'd accept my fealty in exchange for Dina's freedom. I hadn't earned him any money, not directly, but that had never really been his goal. He had money, and he could get more by exercising his power in some high-risk, high-reward ventures. I had gathered more followers under my wing than all of the others put together, with the possible exception of Tattletale. I'd put life and limb at risk partially for his benefit. I'd proved myself as a leader, a soldier, and a problem solver. I'd put up with every challenge he'd set in my way. The false death threat he'd put on my head, convincing the mayor, dealing with Dragon, and going up against the Nine. Hell, I'd tended to my territory while my dad lay bleeding in the hospital. I couldn't say for sure whether Coil would actually follow through with his end of the deal. In his shoes, ignoring what the right thing to do would be, if only because it was pretty fucking obvious he didn't put much stock in right and wrong, I wasn't sure I'd give Dina up. For a guy like Coil, who did things from behind the scenes, playing the long game and orchestrating events to get the best possible results, Dina's power was invaluable. Trickster had used a chess metaphor back when the thing with the Nine was just beginning. Would I be considered a bishop? Hell, even if I thought of myself as a queen, I wasn't sure Coil would value having me on his side of the board over having Dina. Dina let him rig the game. I ventured outside and made my way to the flights of stairs for the building that was still in progress. It had proceeded nicely in recent days, and the outside was partially complete. The sun was setting, and my bugs could see and feel the warm light that streamed in through the openings in the outside, where tarps had come free. The thick dust of concrete and shorn wood layered the area and formed clouds wherever the wind made its way inside. I'd climbed the stairs to the meeting place only an hour ago, and I'd ventured all the way to the bottom to investigate Coil's base. That made this my third trip over the 20 flights of stairs accessing the roof. On my third trip, my aches and pains from being tossed around by Coil's explosion were most definitely making themselves felt. In a way, I didn't mind. I felt restless, and moving made me feel better. Nervous wasn't the right word. Nervousness implied there was uncertainty, and I was pretty sure this wouldn't go the way I hoped. Trepidation wasn't right either. I might have settled on a sense of encroaching doom, but that felt over the top. Then again, this was someone's life on the line. Maybe our lives too. Was it possible to be over the top when the stakes were this high? The others had arranged themselves around the roof. Bitch was in a half-sitting, half-lying-down position, leaning back against Bentley's side, Bastard sleeping on her lap. Tattletale and Regent were having a discussion at the top of the stairwell, while Gru and Imp were at the edge of the building. Imp sat with her legs dangling off the side of the building, while Gru showed more caution, standing a distance behind her. "You should be careful," I spoke up. "If you're standing too close to the building's edge, you're making yourself a prime target for a sniper." "You said these suits were bulletproof," Imp said. I noticed how she didn't move. "I said they might be, but judging by the fact that mine let some non-metal shotgun pellets through, I don't think they'll stop a bullet. Either way, I'd really rather not start experimenting tonight." Imp pulled herself to her feet and retreated from the edge of the building. I could feel Gru's shoulders drop slightly as he relaxed. Gru and Tattletale drifted my way, while Regent, Imp, and Bitch each sort of moved to the periphery of our huddle. It was Gru who asked, "You think he's going to take shots at us?" "I feel exposed," I said. "If he opens fire on us, are we really in a position to take cover? Or if he bombs out the first floor of the building? Or calls in teams of heroes he's in charge of? Could we really get down?" "I'm not getting that vibe," Tattletale said. "But he's figured out how to trick your power," I pointed out. "Any solutions?" Gru asked. "Yeah, I've been working on one, but I'm not sure it'll work." "Share?" I extended one hand, and a wasp took flight, bearing a trio of spiders. I was forced to turn and fly in circles to slow its forward movement to account for the speed at which the spiders were spooling out thread. The ends of the thread were already wrapped around one of my fingers. It took a minute before they reached the other formation that was doing the same thing. I began reeling in the thread until I'd raised a length of cord to the edge of the roof. Bitch ventured over to see what was going on, and then spun around. "No. My first night out in costume, I got stuck on top of a building. I'm not going to make the same mistake twice. We called Thomas Calvert. He agreed to meet us, but just in case he decides to level the building rather than have a conversation, I want us to have a way down." "A way down?" Gru asked. "I'm pretty sure I got the lengths right. I hope I got the lengths right, because I used up a lot of silk here. 8 cords. We each hold one, or tie one around our waists, and then jump off the side of the building. Swing out over the intersection." "Awesome," Imp said. "Pretty sure?" Gru asked. "Pretty sure," I admitted. "I've tried to stagger it so the silk stretches out over horizontal lines I set out between buildings, so we aren't just dropping straight down to the street, but it's elastic, and I can't account for how much stretch there'll be in the material, or how much stretch won't be there." "And if he's got gunmen too? We're left there dangling out over the middle of a street?" "It's one option," I said. "One. We'll have your darkness so they won't necessarily have clear shots." "And you have your bugs," Regent said. "Our opponent here knows exactly what we can do. He's worked with us and observed us for weeks. Excepting Imp and I, he's worked with you guys for months, over a year. So no, he's not going to do something like underestimate the range of my bugs. He's going to have snipers that are just beyond my usual range, and I won't be able to fight back." "Your relay bugs?" Regent suggested. Dying, but yeah, I'll bring them out. I suppose a night like tonight warrants using up the last of their reserves. And you can fly, he said, pointing straight up where Atlas was in the skyline, circling around a stationary shatterbird. I can, but I'd almost rather use the cords and swing down to street level. If I'm flying and they get a lucky shot off, I'm pretty fucking screwed. They hit me, Atlas won't ease me to the ground. They hit Atlas, nothing I can do to stop falling. Besides, being on the ground means I have the utility Atlas brings to the table. Being mounted on him means he and I are essentially one unit. I think you're overthinking this, dork, Regent said. No, Gru and I said together. Gru didn't say anything more, but I added, we plan for every possibility, and we're wrong, we don't lose anything. If we plan for a situation that does come up, we'll be glad we did it. You're going to drive yourself insane worrying about it, he retorted. If she hasn't already, I don't think she will in the next 10 minutes, Tattletale said. You sense them on the ground, Skitter? I shook my head. My power's radius is like a bubble, and the bottom end isn't covering that much ground. I should have been waiting at a spot lower in the building. They're on their way up. I could sense them as they reached the base of the building. Thomas Calvert would be the man who led the way, and the men who followed him were outfitted in PRT gear. It took time for them to ascend. The building was only partially complete, with floors, some walls, and the steel skeleton of beams with tarps stretching between them for the remainder, but no elevators. Without discussing it, we arranged ourselves on the rooftop, preparing to meet them. I was a little surprised that Gru and Tattletale positioned themselves so they were each just a little behind me, with Imp, Bitch, and Regent behind them. Bentley prowled at the perimeter of our group, 3/4 of the way to his typical monstrous size and slowly growing. Thomas Calvert was the first to cross the threshold. Annoying that the first time I would see Coil unmasked, I would be blind. He waved one hand to brush away my bugs as they passed over him, but I managed to pick up the essential details. Close-cropped hair, trimmed eyebrows, thin lips, and a cleft chin. He wore the body portion of a PRT uniform with an insignia stitched onto his sleeve that I couldn't make out with my swarm sense. Most of the squads remained below, but he was joined by a handful of soldiers and 3 young men in plain clothes, one of whom looked like a bodybuilder. Yo, Frenchie, Tattletale said. Sup? One of the uniforms nodded a slight response. Was he backed up by a PRT squad or 2 consisting of his hired mercenaries? Undersiders, after your last interaction with Director Pigot, I assumed you would want to speak to me and try establishing ground rules. We know it's you, boss, Regent said. My bugs caught the slightest exhalation from Director Calvert's nostrils, a minor expression of annoyance. The travelers were a little more circumspect. What? Imp asked. I couldn't tell if she was genuinely wondering or if she was being intentionally obtuse. Tone it down, guys, I said. They're the types to go after any weakness in authority figures. They'll nettle him until someone gets in trouble. Director Calvert, would it be too much to ask for you to ask your squad to wait downstairs? There was an extended pause before he offered a slight nod to one side. His squad turned to return downstairs, and I followed them as they took position by the base of the stairwell. I asked you to stay out of costume until further notice, he spoke. With all due respect, Director, I said. Tattletale had coached me. I would stroke his ego by reinforcing his new position. I was injured as a bystander in Coil's attack. I wouldn't have been hurt if I'd been costumed. Until everything cools down, I think my team and I will play it safe. I see. I can respect that. Nothing serious? Serious? Yes, but it's nothing life-threatening and nothing that can't be fixed. Thomas Calvert reached beneath the armored panel of his vest and withdrew a small remote. He stared at it for several long seconds before putting it away. That done, he clasped his hands behind his back, in a position that was very coil. It was obvious and direct enough that I suspected he was dropping his director persona and admitting his true nature. My apologies. I am not infallible. You let a dozen or more people die, and left twice that many people injured in some way. No, you're not infallible. I kept my mouth shut. I just checked for listening devices. You aren't recording this, which means I can answer any questions you have. How much of that was planned? I asked. More than you might suspect. Every person in that room who was not in the audience was accounted for. Mr. Grove and Mrs. Padillo were selected and recruited well in advance. Circus and Chariot were hired nearly a year and a half ago, their actions and development in the public eye carefully orchestrated. Uber and Leet were recent acquisitions. I needed a heavy metal suit that could carry a package, and Trainwreck died at an inconvenient time. Most reporters were selected and stationed well in advance, claiming the rear of the room where they would bear the brunt of the attack, so to speak. They didn't die? I asked. As with Circus, Uber, and Leet. Director Calvert nodded in the direction of the three individuals in civilian clothes. Wait, Circus is a guy? Regent asked. Depends on your definition of guy, Tattletale said. If you're talking biological or what Circus identifies as. Not that I have it pinned down. I can't tell if you're a guy posing as a girl when in costume, or a girl who poses as a guy when in plain clothes. Circus spat, directing a loogie to shoot a horsefly out of the air. I'll take that as a compliment, I guess. The three of them and most of the reporters were removed from the premises in time, Coyle said. The reporters, as I said, were plants. I needed news reporters in place who would be sure to catch the details I wanted them to catch. Some editing of the footage just prior to it being sent to the news station served to smooth rough edges and highlight key points. Making Pigot look worse, for example, Tattletale said. Among other things. Appearances are one of the most important things here. With Chariot's help, we created a rough emulation of Trickster's power. The reporters were swapped out. A sufficient amount of raw biological matter was swapped in. Human matter? I asked. That is what the paperwork will say, which is the most important aspect. Director Calvert answered me. Rest assured, no serious harm was done. Circus's abilities allowed us to place the knives in non-lethal areas. Better that Director Pigot looks as ineffectual as possible than simply perish. The same applies to the mayor. Thomas Grove and Mrs. Padillo will recover, but Thomas Grove will concede the election, supporting Mrs. Padillo despite his strong showing. It will help shake the notion that things were staged. But they were, every part of it, Tattletale said. Every part of it. The bomb? I asked. The sabotaged power supply was real, but Uber's metal suit housed a teleportation apparatus to detect when it was removed from the premises, so a replica could be brought into the lobby. The initial detonation was little more than light and a shockwave primed to make the most of the Manton effect, leaving my agents with little more than bruises and scratches. They were teleported out, as I already said, just before the final, true detonation. We estimated how fast the evacuation would proceed and calculated a blast radius that would leave the building standing and the crowd largely untouched. I could remember Tattletale mentioning how there were less killed or injured than I might have thought. Had she guessed this much? Every action I've carried out has been carefully weighed, with attention given to the aftermath. Circus, Uber, and Leet will be leaving Brockton Bay with a sizable reward for their efforts. I don't expect they will need to return to a life of crime, but I believe they will use a different identity and modus operandi if they do." He made it a question, and Uber answered, "Yes, sir." I could feel Leet and Circus nodding. "Good," Director Calvert spoke. "To us," he said, "it just isn't worth killing good help. Should my ultimate plans here fall through, it's better to have individuals like them on reserve." "And us?" Gru asked. "Your part in Brockton Bay isn't entirely over yet. I established you here for a reason. As director, I will lead a slow but successful campaign against Brockton Bay's villains. The Travelers will be the first. I expect a strike squad of my PRT agents will catch them off guard, but they will ultimately escape capture." "How unfortunate," Tattletale said. "Indeed," Director Calvert replied. "Doubly unfortunate if other villains should establish a presence in Brockton Bay's south end, forming a loose alliance with the Undersiders, who maintain a firm hold on the flourishing north end. Oh, rest assured, you Undersiders will lose your hold on this city over the course of months, but it won't be quite as bad as it sounds." "We'll avoid being captured, probably," Tattletale said. "Or we'll get captured and break out before there's an issue, and then we don't come back to Brockton Bay. We wind up establishing presences in nearby cities, 1 or 2 Undersiders with a firm grip on a given city with other villains under us, establishing a new kind of villainy, and you, Director, as the valiant hero on the opposing side. Your power grows in a way the public is very much aware of, and, well, we're not losing quite so much as it seems, so your power grows in other ways, too." Thomas Calvert spread his hands. "It seems you have a firm grasp on what's going on. I won't waste our time reiterating. Any questions?"
"Why become PRT director?" Gru asked. "Why not mayor?"
"All eyes will be on the mayor after the recent fiasco. Mr. Grove will serve as a red herring, drawing all suspicious eyes to him before he defers the election to Mrs. Padillo. Besides, who would you rather rule? A dozen capes or 50,000 unpowered civilians?"
"I see," Gru said.
"The fear this event creates among the public will make requisitioning additional capes and resources that much easier. The remnants of Coil's personal army will remain in the city, a sub-gang of highly trained individuals who will serve as an excuse for why the forces of the Undersiders do not grow beyond a certain point." "You said the Travelers will be the first to be ousted," I said. "Does that mean you found a solution to their problem?" "No, but we have several last-resort answers, and those will be exhausted soon." With my bugs, I noted Tattletale making a hand gesture. Left index finger and middle fingers pressed together. She tapped her thumb against the tip of the other 2 fingers. "Any other questions?" he asked. "Dina," I said. "Mr. Grove's concession to Mrs. Padillo will involve an offer. He will push for his constituents to support Mrs. Padillo if she accepts his terms. Among these will be a restoration project for the North End, employment stimulation for the laborers, and a restoration of the ferry service. In exchange for your continued cooperation, I can give you executive powers in naming the measures you'd like to see pass. I am well aware of what I agreed to, but I would offer this as a compromise in exchange for a 1-year delay on that term of our contract." "No," I told him. "I'm sorry, but you've got to let her go." "Then I will. I'm disappointed, but I won't have it said that I'm not a man of my word." My heart was pounding. Just like that? Director Calvert clasped his hands in front of him. "How would you have us resolve this? I can return her to her family, or pass her on to your custody."
I didn't think this far ahead.
"Her family, then." "Very well. With your permission, we'll release her to her parents.
with some covert surveillance to ensure she does not reveal any details of my greater mission. Okay. My officer will take you to her. I hesitated. Your teammates can join you if you don't feel secure. Gru placed a hand on my shoulder. Thank you, Director, I said. I don't mean to impugn your sense of honor, but I didn't expect this. I have a healthy respect for paranoia, Skitter. Go. Tattletale, could I borrow a few minutes of your time? The travelers grow anxious, and you can offer some more answers about Noelle's situation. Tattletale turned our way. Your call, guys.
Take Regent and Shatterbird with you, Gru said.
You sure?
If he respects paranoia, he'll respect the fact that I'm as worried for your well-being as I am for Skitter's.
Aw, Tattletale gave Gru a pat on the cheek. You're not a very good liar. I appreciate the sentiment, though. I felt entirely out of my element. For weeks, months, I'd been bracing myself to hear Coyle say no, to hear him say, I promised I'd consider it, or I promised to release her when my plan reached its conclusion, and that won't happen for another year. I didn't know what to do with my hands. If I'd had pockets, I'd have jammed them in there, but I didn't. My belt didn't really suit itself for me hooking my thumbs in there. I didn't even trust myself to speak, with the possibility that I could say something to ruin this. No, it was better to be on my guard. I swept the area for threats, with bugs on every set of gloved hands and every weapon. But the PRT uniforms climbed into their vans, and the doors slammed shut. Director Calvert stayed at the gates that marked the construction site from the roads beyond, Tattletale and Regent beside him. In the truck, the remaining PRT officer told us. If it's all right, I said, we'll ride. He looked to Coyle, who nodded. I climbed onto Atlas, and Gru settled behind Bitch on Bentley. It was a 15-minute flight, following the truck, and I was on edge for every second. We stopped outside of a brick building, and the driver of the truck stepped out. I swept the area with my bugs, then I swept it again. The interior featured modest living accommodations, a squad of armed soldiers, a man who wasn't armed, and a little girl. I set Atlas down and waited outside, bugs poised to attack. The door opened, and the soldiers stepped out, parting to let Dina go free. The little girl stepped out, hesitant, then stopped. Nothing gave me any indication that she was unhealthy or hurt, but she wasn't lively either. She was dressed in a skirt, sweater, and Uggs, her hair thick with chemical smells that told me it had been recently washed. Want to go home? I asked. I reached out. Her hand found mine, and I clutched it tight. Couldn't leave on Atlas. I turned, and she stepped to follow. Through my bugs, I could feel the thrum of the truck as it started up. I could feel the mild heat, and see the flare of light as the high beams shifted on. If I could see, they would have been blinding. I tried to squeeze Dina's hand, to reassure her, and found myself clenching an empty fist. My bugs weren't where they were supposed to be. I was momentarily disoriented as I tried to map my surroundings. When I felt hardwood beneath my feet, I scattered the bugs from beneath my costume. Containment foam all around me. I'd been teleported. And Calvert and a squad of his people. You bastard, I said. There was no response. I could feel how his arm was outstretched, sense the general shape of the weapon in his hand. The others had weapons too. I could attack, but it would only make them open fire. No monologue? I asked. You're not going to explain how you did it? How you're going to deal with my teammates, or explain what happened to me? He answered with a pull of the trigger.
Holding court, Cinderhands asked, We've waited long enough. Marquis answered. Word's out, demand's high, and it's hitting people harder because they've been thinking about it. The time is right, if you're ready, Amelia. Amelia stared down at her hands. I don't want to. Life is full of things we don't want to do. I won't force you, but I think you and I would be very well served if you stepped up to the task. It will be harder to protect you if you don't. Amelia frowned. You mean you'd throw me to the wolves? No, no. If you truly decided that you couldn't, if the situation forced an ultimatum, I would give up the power I have as the leader of Block W, if I had to. I can't tell if you mean it. Marquis took his time rolling and lighting a cigarette, then kneeled before her. He spoke with it bobbing in his lips. My girl, I'm not a good man. I have rules I follow, but that doesn't make me good. At best, it's one virtue among many I've failed to acquire. I'm rough around the edges, whatever I might play at, and that's plain enough to see to anyone who pays attention. I grew up in hard circumstances, and it's taken me a long time to work past that and earn the respect I get. And I would give that up if you needed it. You don't know me. Your family, Amelia. He stood, pulled the cigarette from between his lips, and kissed her on the forehead. He didn't miss how she pulled away in alarm and surprise. Whatever else, that's the most important thing in the end. He let the words sit with her, turning away. Lung stood by the door, arms folded, and Marquis smiled lightly at the man. He'll see this admission as weakness, but the right display of confidence will leave him wondering if it's a lie, a ploy. Lung, much like all of the other prisoners, was wearing the gray cotton clothing that was supplied regularly through the drops, alongside the other essentials. He'd torn off the sleeves of the shirt, showing off muscular arms that were emblazoned with tattoos down to the fingertips. The light brown of his eyes was surrounded by an expanse of bloodshot red instead of whites. Other than his muscular physique, they were the only thing that set him apart from any ordinary man who one might see on the streets. Lung was a killer, a wild animal who played at being a man. Marquis had picked up enough details to know Lung's story. He'd broken the rules, broken the code, because he'd thought he had the power to get away with it. But it had been a power he couldn't quantify, a blend of raw military strength, reputation, and circumstantial power. Just as there were athletes who studied their sport, trained their technique, and honed their bodies with specific goals in mind, there were others who drew from natural talent and instinct. Lung had built his gang by conquering others one by one, going by his gut to identify those who would stand in his way, and then violently removing them from his path. His instinct and a tenacious power gave him his success on the street level, where he seized control of the local drug trade, of soldiers, but they hadn't fared so well in the scope of a greater war. And so it was that Lung found himself here, among the fallen, so to speak. He turned his attention to Amelia, his daughter. She sat on the edge of the bed, slouching forward. Her clothes weren't torn or modified, and her sweatshirt was a fraction too big for her. She was staying in his cell block, and the clothes were meant for men. For the time being, she was being left alone. He'd asked the men of his cell block to look after her, and because of this, she was afforded a certain respect. People got out of her way, not because they knew anything about her, but because they knew him. It was precarious and unconventional. A girl in the men's cell blocks. It wasn't new, exactly. Some had taken wives, had girlfriends, or paid girls to serve them as prostitutes. But Amelia was someone with no confidence, no presence, giving every sign that she was a victim rather than a warrior. This wouldn't last. The men in the birdcage were still men in the end. and they were men who'd found their way here because they had defied the system. Some, like Lung, had broken the unspoken codes, others had challenged authority and lost, while others still had simply broken the rules too many times. It was a matter of time before they lost patience with Amelia after devoting so much time and effort to protecting someone who didn't have anything to offer. Or they would challenge Marquis, any number of maneuvers ranging from overt mutiny to subtle sabotage. "Are you holding court, then?" Cinderhands asked once again. The man had a shock of red hair that was shaved on the sides, and holes in his nose and ears that pointed to old piercings, only some of which had been replaced by rings and bars handcrafted from scraps of metal here in the cage. His hands and arms were a burned black up to the elbows, more like a used log gone cold in the fireplace than flesh. "I'll hold court. Amelia can sit in." "You sure?" Cinderhands asked. Marquis turned to stare at the young man, drawing in a lungful of smoke from his cigarette. "You've never questioned my decisions before." "Your decisions haven't raised any questions before." "Watch yourself," Marquis said. Cinderhands narrowed his eyes and pursed his lips, but he nodded slightly in acquiescence. "Go pass on word, let the other block leaders know. I'll hold audience for 1 hour, starting 1 hour after the next shipment arrives, ending at lights out. First come, first serve. They can come themselves or send a representative. We won't challenge their passage, but no more than 2 from a block. Stay by the cell block gates and keep an eye out for trouble." "I'll need some guards if you want me to do anything about that trouble," Cinderhand said. "Then find them, or tell me you can't, and I'll find someone else to handle the job." Marquis let his annoyance seep into his voice. Cinderhand stalked off. How long before they confronted him? There was a difference between being someone strong enough to be left alone and being leader of a cell block. Lung was the former, he was the latter. That said, his real worry was that they would attack him indirectly, standing by while Amelia was hurt, or failing to back him up at a crucial moment. In fact, he was giving serious thought to the idea of provoking a mutiny among his people. A solid and undeniable victory would remind people of why he was leader of Cell Block W and help to root out any of the more conniving individuals who were planning a more subtle form of attack. That is, if they were impatient enough to capitalize on the ensuing chaos. Actually being defeated, it wasn't really a consideration. He'd only lost a fight on 1 occasion, and those had been extenuating circumstances. In any event, instigating a mutiny would only serve as a stopgap measure. This was a problem he needed to address at the root. Amelia. He glanced her way. She hadn't moved, and she was still staring at her hands. She wasn't the first of her kind that he'd seen. A hollow shell, tabula rasa, a blank slate. She wasn't sleeping at night, not easily, and she'd had frequent nightmares. He'd seen others, had had 2 appear in his cell block, delivered by their tinker overseer. Except he wasn't a nurturer. He had no experience on that front. He'd done what he could to see if he could wake them up from the neuroses that gripped them. And then he'd bartered them away to other cell blocks when he hadn't seen improvement over 1 or 2 weeks. People who were damaged on this fundamental level tended to go one of 4 ways. They recovered, which was rare. Someone filled the empty vessel with an ideology. They were used as a resource, cared for so their talents could be exploited. Or they were spent, burned up of whatever they had to offer, be it making things or violence. He wished he'd tried his hand at fixing the 2 who Dragon had delivered to his block. Maybe he'd have a better idea of how to deal with Amelia if he had. "We have 20 minutes until they start arriving. Go shower, Amelia. Make sure your hair is dry when you return, and don't wear a sweatshirt. They envelop you, make you look like you're hiding. A short-sleeved shirt will do. She stood and headed out the door, her slippered feet slapping as she walked. He could have escorted her, but he didn't. It would be better in the short term, but more damaging to their image in the end. Instead, he ventured out of his daughter's cell, standing at the head of the railing for the raised area that overlooked his cell block. There were 30 people in Block W, including himself and Amelia. Those 30 people shared 5 televisions with no remotes, 2 weight benches, 1 open area for general exercise and sports, and a seating area with tables and benches. The cells themselves were arranged in a horseshoe shape, encompassing the area with 2 gently sloping ramps meeting at the furthest cell, his own. Beneath his cell was a corridor that led to the supply delivery area and the showers. Tidy in appearance to the point of caricature, Spruce stood guard by the televisions, helping ensure that Block W remained the only block with a full set of working sets. He would ensure everyone had a turn to choose the channel. Whymper was overseeing the auction. Everyone had already received their share of the cigarettes, which served as currency for bidding over the more in-demand items of the supply drop. There were less new blankets than there were people in the block, for example, and each drop only included maybe 3 or 4 books, always 1 classic and 2 from the recent bestsellers lists. Good reads and books with raunchy scenes could be resold to other prisoners for a decent amount, and they would exchange hands until they were too worn to keep. From his vantage point at the railing, Marquis could see most of the way into virtually every cell in the block. Only the cells at the very end were at the wrong angle, and he'd stationed his lieutenants there. His lieutenants and Lung. Not every block worked the same way, though the layout and the scheduled drops were the same for each. The advantage of Marquis's arrangement was that it kept his people relatively happy, and it kept them in their place. The lieutenants and Marquis himself got first pick of any of the items from the supplies, but nobody truly went wanting, so they generally agreed with minimal complaint. He watched Amelia make her way to the point on the ramp where the railing terminated, step down to the corridor below that led to the showers. He could see the glances that were directed her way, some almost animal, hungry. Others, almost more alarming to that part of himself that he associated with fatherhood, were cold, measured, and calculating. More than a few sets of eyes belatedly turned his way after looking at his daughter, as if gauging whether he was noticing that they'd noticed. By way of a response, he called on his power, generating twin spikes of bone that crossed the end of the corridor in an X. Amelia passed through the gap, crouching slightly, and he filled the remainder of the space with branching lengths of bone. Even the littlest things were a hassle now. He snapped the bone, keeping his expression blank in the face of the mind-shattering pain that resulted. It faded quickly, and he let the remainder of the bone fall to the floor, joining countless other shards and fragments around the mouth of his cell. It invoked a mental picture of a lion's den. This was a gamble. Amelia could be the excuse his enemies or more ambitious underlings needed to mount an attack. At worst, he'd die, and she would. Well, she'd be a resource that was burned up, exhausted of anything and everything she had to offer. If he was able to buy enough time, verify that she was beyond saving, then he could return her to the women's cell blocks, cut his losses, and take the resulting hit to his reputation as the only real cost of trying. He didn't want to take either of those options. He had so few memories with her, from when she'd been a toddler, but they'd stayed with him. He remembered the sparkle in her eye as she saw the princess costume he'd tailor-made for her. He recalled the look of consternation on her face as she'd sat at his dining room table while she practiced writing her letters. That frustration had become awe as he'd showed her what she could accomplish once she mastered the art, penning out florid letters in cursive with a fountain pen. More than once, as he prepared tea to share with Lung during one of their long discussions, he'd thought of the mock tea party he'd had with his daughter. Those moments seemed farther away now than they had in the days before he'd been reunited with her. He would never recapture them, he knew, but maybe he could find other, new memories to share with her. A deep conversation, a father's pride at her accomplishments. Before that was possible, he had to resolve this situation. Fixing her was too lofty a goal. Cementing his own power base would do as a short-term goal. He would need to show his people and the other cell blocks that there was a reason why he'd invested this much attention and effort into his daughter. To do that, he would have to decipher the puzzle of her psyche, figure out a way to coax her into demonstrating her power. He was running out of time, judging by how his followers were acting. "You will be disappointed if you expect my help, Marquis." Lung's low, heavily accented voice came from behind him. "I know, you're your own man. I had more respect for you before this. Before my daughter. You and everyone else here. It's a shame. I'd hoped I'd amassed enough credit that you and the rest of them could trust me to see this through to a successful conclusion." Lung rumbled. "Do you trust that you'll see this through to a successful end?" Marquis didn't trust himself to lie convincingly, so he only smiled. "You do have a plan?" Lung asked. "You'll see," Marquis replied. "Will you be attending the meeting?" "I am not one of your lieutenants." "But you've earned yourself a reputation in a short span of time. That's commendable." "No flattery. Get to the point. It helps us both if you're there." "You look more powerful if you have the mad dog on a leash," Lung growled. "Some may see it that way. I won't deny it. But in my perspective, you're dangerous, and people will notice if I'm unconcerned about having you loose in my block. You're insulting me, saying you look down on me." "No, I'm stating the facts. Yes, in a straight fight, maybe you could give me a run for my money. Maybe not. But I have my underlings, and that leaves me fully confident I'd win." "You might not have those underlings for much longer if this continues." "I notice you're not disagreeing." Lung offered a non-committal grunt in response. "If you stay," Marquis said, resting his elbows on the railing, "you can meet the other cell block leaders, get a head start on figuring them out for when you've murdered me and taken over W Block." "You don't sound concerned." "Someone's going to try, Lung. Someone's going to succeed. Might be in 2 years, might be in 5 years, or 10. Or today," Lung cut in. Marquis waved him off. "Not today. But it's a fact that it'll happen someday. I'd rather it was you when that day comes." Lung's eyebrows rose in a rare expression of surprise. "Why?" Marquis stood, stretching, and tossed his stub of a cigarette to the corridor below. "You can't imagine I'd be a kind or generous leader?" Marquis laughed. "No. But wouldn't you rather be murdered by a rabid wild beast who happens to share your living space than to have a one-time ally stab you in the back?" "It doesn't matter," Lung replied. "You'll be dead either way." Marquis gave the man a slap on the shoulder. Lung tensed, more because of surprise at the abrupt, familiar gesture than at anything else. Marquis sighed. "There are times I envy you." He turned to head down the ramp, descending into the crowded area where supplies were being sorted. Whymper showed him the books. a murder investigation novel, a young adult story featuring some romance with a ghost, a book with a bird mask on the cover, and a Dickens novel. Marquis selected the last. He seated himself on a bench where he had a view of both the corridor and the cell block entrance. While others cleared out of the area, Marquis glanced up at Lung, who still watched from the railing above. He turned his attention to the book, pretending to read while thinking over the situation. He glanced toward the door of bones in time to see the shadow of Amelia's approach. Controlling his own dead bones was harder, but he'd been standing at the ready to demolish the barrier and pulled it down before she got there. "You took some time," he said. Amelia hugged her arms to her body. "I sat down to think and lost track of time." "We're worriers, my girl. It's an asset when applied in the right amount. Is your hair dry?" Amelia touched her hair but didn't venture a reply. He reached out to touch her hair, and again he saw her flinch. "Good enough. Have a seat. The latest, what was it, a novel from this Fade series? It was there for auction. I could send someone to track it down if you're interested." She shook her head. "Not interested in reading, or not interested in reading that?" "Both. Mostly the second part." "At least you have taste. Well, the meeting begins in 1 or 2 minutes. I would like you to attend, of course. Best if you don't speak unless directly asked a question, and say less rather than more. It's a tactic I employ myself. Leaves you less room to say the wrong thing." "They're going to ask me to use my power. I can't." "I understand. Yes, they probably will want a demonstration. I only know what Lung's told me, which isn't much, and what you've said, which is even less. That in mind, I still think that a demonstration would do a great deal to secure our position." "I can't." Her voice was small. "Then we may well die, my daughter." "We'll cope some other way, then," he said. "In the meantime, to convey the right image, it's best if you make eye contact and speak clearly. Sit." "Okay." He stood, then seated himself on the table, his feet on the bench beside Amelia. He gave the signal to Spruce and Whimper, and they stepped away from the entrance to Cell Block W. All in all, there were 12 cell blocks with leaders. That meant that there were 11 leaders with 11 lieutenants arriving. Acid Bath, Galvanate, Teacher, Labrat, and Gavel were leaders of the cell blocks on the men's side of the prison. Lustrum, Black Kaze, Glastic Wenye, String Theory, Crane, and Ingenue were the female leaders. There were other cell blocks, but 12 was generally agreed on as a good number. It left room for discussion without too much chaos, and it left enough cell blocks leaderless that they had elbow room to do business elsewhere. "This is the healer?" Gavel asked. "Amelia, yes. My people say you're taunting them, Marquis, having this girl staying in the men's wing without a lover." "Not my intention, I assure you. I would guess some people are only looking for something to complain about." Marquis looked pointedly at Gavel as he replied. "Don't waste my time with this male posturing," Lustrum cut in. "I have women to look after. I delivered your daughter to you because you promised repayment and because she asked. I wouldn't mind seeing that payment. It was implied that I would pay you back in coming weeks or months, not in a week. And if I ask a month or 2 from now, will you postpone the payment yet again? I don't expect I will, but maybe you could clarify the payment you're looking for? She's a healer. Some healing would serve." Damn, Marquis thought. She had to ask. "Amelia isn't healing anyone right now," Marquis said. "Ambiguous." Crane's voice was sonorous, smooth. "Is that because she can't, or because you're ransoming her ability?" Marquis only smiled. "You explicitly let us know you were open for a meeting," Teacher said. He didn't look like a cape in the least. He was fat, for one thing, and he was ugly, with a red face and balding pate. Don't be coy. Coy? No. Let's say we're simply weighing our options and getting a lay of the land. Healing's rare. More than one person picked up on the fact that her code name meant universal cure. Teacher smiled, smug. But there's a great deal of demand, and you'll have to forgive me for being a doting father, but I won't exhaust my daughter's mental or physical resources to parcel out her healing. We'll hear terms, we'll discuss the offers and counter-offers over the next several days or weeks, and then we'll let you know our decision. You are holding her power for ransom, Lustrum spoke. A power she isn't willing to use, one that I don't know the particular... A power that she isn't willing to use, one that I don't know the particulars of. Worse, it's tied to a deeper trauma that somehow involves the loss of a sister, and that's not something that can be addressed in a matter of weeks. I suppose I am, he replied. Glastic Wenye shifted position, and Marquis wasn't the only one to give her his full attention. What he could see of her beneath the blackened tatters of her prison sweats-turned shroud suggested she was barely a teenager, but that was more due to her power than anything. She'd been one of the first prisoners of the birdcage, and he suspected she would be one well after he died. Not that her megalomaniacal delusion was true, rather it was the fact that nobody dared to pick a fight with her. When Glastic Wenye spoke, her voice was an eerie, broken ensemble of a dozen people speaking in sync. Beware, Marquis. You will pay 1,000-fold times for your arrogance when the armies of the fairy rouse and gather for the last war. Rest assured, Glastic Wenye, you're scary enough on your own, Marquis replied, smiling. I don't need a whole army of your kind chasing me down. There will be no chasing, for they are already in position to strike you down the moment they wake 300 years hence. You're nothing more than the dream of the fairy. I can see it, so vivacious, so creative in its movements, even in slumber. I think it might have been an artist. I want it for my collection. He was glad that Amelia didn't challenge the 300 years thing and the notion that they would still be alive then. The fairy didn't react kindly to such. You've said as much before, noble fairy, he said. Rest assured you can have me when I'm dead. In the meantime, I will keep your warning well in mind. Your daughter, too. Your fairy is kin to the one that sleeps inside the girl. I have no doubt this Amelia is a healer, but that is only a facet of her true strength. I have decided I will not bargain with you, Marquis. Marquis used his hands to prop himself up as he leaned back. A shame, but understandable. You don't need healing, and your people are a secondary concern. I will collect them as they fall. But you are mistaken, Marquis. I am not expressing disinterest in her talents. I am saying that I will only deal with her as an equal. In years of using his power, of breaking his own bones and feeling the pain each time, Marquis had made himself a master at hiding his emotions beneath a mask. Even so, he only barely managed to contain his surprise. Very well, he said. He reached into his pocket and deftly retrieved a cigarette. He took his time lighting it. We'll be in touch, then. Agreed, Glastic Wenye replied. She extended a hand to Amelia, and Marquis tensed. Do I stop her? Every rational part of his psyche told him that the leader of Cell Block C had no quarrel with his daughter, that she was in no danger. Every other part of him was telling him to stop her. Amelia took Glastic Wenye's hand in her own, then hesitated. After a moment, she curtsied. I taught her to do that more than a decade ago. Glastic Wenye returned the curtsy, then turned to leave. The gathered cell block leaders watched as the self-professed fairy left. There were capes who were deluded enough to think that their powers were actually magic. There were capes who were neurotic in a way that didn't shut them down or leave them unable to function. Glastic Wenye was one who fit both categories, and she was powerful enough to make people listen to her. He'd never thought he could benefit from it. Her lunacy actually plays out in my favor, Marquis thought to himself, even as his heart pounded in his chest. He'd planned to let the tension ratchet up until Amelia was forced to use her power to rescue him, applying pressure, after a fashion, without being the one to force it. He didn't like it, but he needed her to break out of this state she was in. She needed to break out of it for her own sake, and he was willing to risk everything to see it happen. "It seems that Cell Block C will be cooperating with us," Marquis said. Then he smiled. "Glastic Wenye might see things, but she isn't usually wrong," Galvanate said. "She says the kid has power? Fine. Our issues are the usual. The dentist in Cell Block T charges a small fortune, and we've got some toothaches. Can you heal that?" Amelia was still staring off towards the entrance to Marquis's cell block. "Amelia?" Marquis prodded her. "What?" she stirred. "Could you heal a toothache?" "Theoretically," she said. Good, Marquis thought. Vague, but true. "You're cutting into my lieutenant's business," Teacher said. "I won't take that well." "Competition is the best thing in the long run," Marquis replied. "But maybe we can extend you a discount for your troubles." Amelia spoke up. All eyes turned her way. "A silly question, but if my dad says it's okay, maybe we can offer a deal in exchange for an answer?" Marquis suppressed the urge to frown. "I think we could. I know the answer's no, but nobody really talks about it outside, so I'm not sure why. But with everyone we've got in here, why can't we break out?" Marquis sighed. It was a newbie mistake to dwell on the idea of escaping, but he hadn't had the opportunity to counsel her. It was good that she was more animated, expressing interest in something other than regret, but this wasn't helping their image, and it wasn't good to let people know her full capabilities just yet. "It's a hollowed-out mountain," Labrat said. "Vacuum, containment foam." "No," Teacher cut him off. "You want the real answer, healer? It'll cost." Amelia nodded. Marquis suppressed yet another urge to cringe. "Measuring devices are scarce down here, so we don't have the full picture. But there's a solid running theory on why we can't just teleport out or fly through the vacuum and punch our way through the side of the mountain." "Do tell," Marquis said. "It doesn't matter in the end, but this is the first I've heard of it." "Size warping technology. The device might be no bigger than a football, and that's hidden somewhere in the middle of the Rocky Mountains. The warping apparatus would be bigger, but there's nothing saying it's anywhere close to the actual prison. Reason we can't break out is because we're in a prison no bigger than your fist. And if all of this is only this small," Teacher held up a fist, then tapped it against the nearest table, "how far are you going to have to dig or teleport to get through a surface this thick? Or through something as thick as that wall over there? Or 100 feet of lead with gallons of containment foam on the outside?" "Okay," Amelia said. "I understand. Thank you." That could have gone worse, Marquis thought. It's depressing, but it could be worse. Teacher shrugged. "Thank me with healing for my cell block." "A discount," Marquis said. Teacher nodded. "A discount is possible. What are you wanting?" With that, the discussion was underway once more, and Marquis set about subtly setting the other cell block leaders against one another, controlling the conversation while making no promises. This he could handle. He felt a quiet relief replace his fear. "Fairies," Amelia muttered. They were venturing toward the communal dining area. "Not real," Marquis answered her. "She sees things we can't, the auroras that surround those with powers. She's named them as something else." "No," Amelia replied. "I saw her physiology when I touched her. I couldn't see what she sees, but I see how she's carrying them inside her, drawing in energy from them. And there were 3 more, just beside her, and she was using that energy to feed them. But they weren't active?" "She collects the souls of dead and dying parahumans," Marquis replied. or the souls of any living soul that gets on her bad side. But they're not souls, really. Teacher says they're psychic images, photocopies of a single individual's personality, memories, and powers. She can have a handful active and doing what she wants, walking around at any given time. They're not fairies or souls or psychic images. Our powers aren't part of our bodies exactly. I would be able to alter them or take them away if they were. What I saw when I touched Glastic Wenye, her, I felt like I got clued into a missing piece of the puzzle. They're sentient. Maybe they're sleeping, like she said. But they're not dumb, and I think I'm getting an idea of what happens when they wake up. Is it something we can use? Not here, not in the birdcage. What a shame. God, Amelia muttered. Why did I ask to come here? If I'd realized sooner. Why did you ask to come here? The words hit her like a physical blow. She hugged her arms close to her body, and her hair fell down around her face. My sister. I used my power on her. Unmade her. I'm sorry. A result of sibling rivalry? A fight? Love. Amelia's voice was small. Her shoulders hunched forward. He took her by the hand and led her to an alcove, where far fewer people would be able to see her if she cried. Alas, love, the cruelest emotion of them all. I'm sorry. Marquis considered hugging her, but he didn't. Part of it was the way she'd shied at his touch before. He would let her approach him in her own way. Another part of it, a small part of it, was the notion that Glastic Wenye seemed to consider the girl to be at her level. It was a long time before she spoke. You said before that family was the most important thing. Something like that. Would you understand if I said I didn't consider you family? I'm glad you're here. I'm glad to talk to you, but Victoria was my family. I understand, yes. Expertise let him mask the pain her words caused him. I abandoned you to them because I was too proud to stop being the Marquis of Brockton Bay. I should understand that you grew more attached to them than to me, yet I can't. I feel like I have to do something. This feels important. If I could explain, tell someone who understands. There's no escape, I'm afraid. And Amelia blinked tears out of her eyes. Already I feel like I'm betraying Victoria, that I'm already forgetting her. For just a few minutes, thinking about what I just found out from that girl, I stopped thinking about Victoria. It's my fault she isn't there anymore, that there's only that thing I created. If I stop thinking about her, if I stop hurting, then I feel like I'm wronging her. I suspect the pain won't stop or heal as quickly as you're thinking it will. It hasn't been that long, after all. Except, if it stops at all, if I ever forget, then I've subtracted something from the big picture. It's not that she was perfect, but you need to maintain the memory. Come. He gripped her hand and pulled her behind him. She was too busy wiping tears from her eyes and snot from her upper lip to protest. Still, he was glad that her face was mostly clear by the time they reached their destination. A tinker sat at the corner of the dining area with tools strewn around him, makeshift devices crafted from the raw materials of their surroundings. "How much for a tattoo?" Marquis asked. "For her?" Amelia stared at him. 5 books and 5 fags, the tinker replied. "Old books or new?" "Either." Marquis turned to his daughter. "If you decide to get it, I would advise a symbol rather than a face. He won't get the description exactly right, and the image will distort your mental picture." "I couldn't remember her face as it was when it counted anyways," Amelia said, a dark look crossing her face. "You'll have the memory of your sister in physical form, so you can never forget as long as you live. And when you're done, we'll take you back to your cell. You can talk to the empty room, say what you need to say, and Dragon's surveillance will catch it." "It's like praying," Amelia said. "Except there's a chance someone will listen and act on it," Marquis replied. Amelia nodded and sat down on the bench. Then she began explaining what she wanted to the tattoo artist. The house program that monitored the birdcage followed the girl as she parted from her father and entered her cell in cell block W. When she spoke, she addressed Dragon. The program began transcribing the message as it did every word said within the Bauman Parahuman Containment Center. Tracking programs then began reviewing the message. Flags were raised as key words came up with some frequency. Descriptions were run against a corpus of records in parahuman studies, and more flags were tripped. 62 miles above the surface of the Earth, the Simurgh changed the course of her flight. Following protocol for when Dragon was deployed on a mission, the system routed the message to one of Dragon's satellite systems. The resulting message was scrambled by the dense signature of the Endbringer en route to Dragon. Receiving the garbled transmission from the satellite, a subsystem of the Dragon AI proceeded to sort it. A scan of the message by a further subroutine saw it classified as non-pertinent, and a snarl in the code from Defiant's improvised adjustments to her programming saw the message skip past several additional safeties and subroutines. The message was compartmentalized alongside other notes and data that included flares of atmospheric radiation and stray signals from the planet below, background noise at best. Considering its job done, the house program archived the transcription among 15 years of conversation and notes from the Bauman Parahuman Containment Center. The Simurgh flew on.
Arc 16, Chapter 11. I'd sensed the movement of his finger a fraction of a second before the gun went off, and tried to lean out of the way. It didn't help. Dodging bullets wasn't a trick I had in my repertoire. Judging by the way the gun followed me as I moved, Thomas Calvert either knew his way around guns, or he was using his power to help ensure he hit his target. Or, more likely, it was both. Getting hit, the smallest part of me could only think, costume can't stop a bullet after all. Except, it wasn't even a complete thought. Just a momentary disappointment as I felt the impact of the bullet passing through my chest to my back. I hit the ground, my mouth agape, and I couldn't feel my heartbeat in the aftermath of the hit. It felt like a sledgehammer had hit me in the dead center of my torso. I couldn't speak, couldn't even think in a coherent fashion. But the remainder of my bugs were already flowing out of my costume as I fell prone. Capsaicin bugs moved in the general direction of Thomas Calvert and his soldiers. Pre-prepared cords of thread unspooled from beneath my costume, trailing behind flying insects. I couldn't think straight enough to orchestrate a smart attack, to tell them to go for the weak points, but they advanced swiftly, biting exposed flesh and forming a barrier between me and my attackers. Calvert backed away, his nose and mouth tucked into the crook of his elbow, eyes squinting shut. He emptied his clip in my general direction, but he didn't have a bead on me. He couldn't see between the cloud of bugs between us and the bugs crawling on his face. I had flying insects catch the end of his gun with a cord and pull it off target further, and he backed up. I went a step further and wound threads around other guns, hoping to forestall the inevitable onslaught of bullets. If I could find leverage, someone or something that was moving, and pull them off target before they shot me down. When he spoke, his voice was raised to be heard despite the muffling effect.
Out of the room. Fill it with bullets. No, scratch that.
He's coming up with counter plans before I even have a strategy in mind.
Set her on fire. Her costume is bulletproof, and I want this done. I need to attend to other matters.
I couldn't breathe. I could exhale, was huffing small breaths of pain, but it felt like my chest had caved in. My pulse wasn't pounding. My blood seemed to move too slowly through my veins, and I couldn't inhale to inflate my crushed chest. Through my bugs, I could sense the two men stepping forward. Each wore gas masks, and each had a bottle in one hand. A pungent odor trailed behind them, overwhelming and oppressing my bug's senses of smell and taste. I pressed one hand to my chest, as if I could gauge the damage done, and reflexively pulled it away as I touched something hot. A snarl of metal, embedded in the thickest portion of the armor I'd designed into the chest, and it was hot enough that it hurt to touch it. A bullet, I thought. I'd never considered that bullets would be hot. The realization, coupled with the sting of the burn at the base of my palm, helped to clarify my thoughts. The bullet hadn't penetrated. I'd felt, the shockwave of the bullet hitting? Or I'd filled in the blanks wrong in the expectation of getting shot? It didn't matter, because one of Thomas Calvert's soldiers had just flicked the switch on a lighter, and I realized the bottles they were holding had to be makeshift Molotov cocktails. Though my body was numb and my responses felt too sluggish, I reached behind my back. With some of the non-flying bugs still residing in my utility compartment, I found what I was looking for in a flash, drawing it from the slot I'd dedicated to it and getting it in position in my hand in an instant. I aimed the pepper spray at the lighter and fired. It offered 10 feet of range, and they were on the other side of the room with a heaping mess of containment foam between us. The pepper spray ignited and set fire to his sleeve and the shirt around his upper body. The lighter dropped to the ground as he thrashed, trying to pull his shirt off despite the gloves and the gas mask he wore. It wasn't the brightest move, trying to stop someone from lighting a fuse by setting them on fire, but I wasn't in a position to be picky. I tried to push myself to my feet, but my chest flared with pain and I collapsed, putting me in a position that was almost worse. The pain lanced throughout my ribcage, as if the structural integrity wasn't there, and putting any strain on my torso threatened total collapse of everything that held it together. My bugs were already moving towards the other guy with the Molotov. He'd hesitated at seeing his buddy go up in flames, and now cords of thread were winding around the neck of the bottle, the fingers that gripped it and his wrist entwining them. Irritating. I was aware of Thomas Calvert's voice in the next room. He'd retreated and shut the door behind him, but it burst open as the man with the Molotov tied to his hand beat a retreat before it could be ignited by the still thrashing man. Calvert added a snarled, "Damnation!" "If we use grenades," one of the soldiers started. "Do not use grenades. I assure you it does not work out the way you imagine it will. Give me that." I could sense Director Calvert tearing the bottle free of the man's hand. I began arranging my bugs, creating a loose net with threads. It wouldn't stop the forward momentum, but I had some cord left. I began winding it around the light fixture of the ceiling. If I could catch the bottle... He didn't do as I'd expected. He didn't light the rag, for one thing, and he didn't toss the bottle at me. Lobbing it underhanded, he tossed it at the floor just past the door. The bottle shattered, and the contents, gasoline by the smell of it, spread across the other half of the room. The burning soldier that was still in the room with me screamed, yelped out the word, "No!" He made a break for the door, and Calvert shot him. The bullet wasn't enough to stop the soldier's forward momentum, but one of the other soldiers kicked him hard in the stomach. Calvert used his foot to push the door closed as the man fell onto his back, landing in the pool of gasoline and broken glass. His still-burning clothing ignited the accelerant. In a heartbeat, the floor in front of the door was on fire, and the room was filled with the shrill screams of the thrashing, burning soldier. I experienced a moment of animal panic. The kind of mindless fear that was hardwired into our brains on a basic level, so that we, like a wolf, a deer, or an ape would, knew that fire was bad, smoke was bad. Fire was a thing to run from, and I had nowhere to run. I shook my head, had to think. There was one exit to the room. To get to it, I'd have to leap over a heap of containment foam, which I wasn't sure I could manage with the way my chest was hurting and with no real running start. Even if I passed the hurdle, and failure would mean I was stuck and trapped, I'd have to run through a pool of burning gasoline, avoid tripping on the flailing, burning man, get to the door and pull it open. Except Calvert was calmly, efficiently ordering his men to gather tables and chairs and stack them against the door, as if the fire in the next room wasn't even a concern. A chair was propped up so it was under the doorknob. A heavier dining room table blocked the door itself. 3 soldiers worked together to move a tattered sofa, lifting the end to put it on the table. My bugs. I didn't have enough here in the building, not enough to mount a serious attack on Calvert. Most of the ones I'd brought with me had burned up as the room caught on fire. Some clung to Calvert and his men, but they were too few to do more than hurt and annoy. In my mindless fear, I'd called for my bugs to come to me, or my passenger had, perhaps. Maybe it was the 2 of us working together through my subconscious. Either way, I had only a few usable bugs. A whole mess of useless ones like moths, houseflies, cockroaches, and ants from the surrounding neighborhood, and Thomas Calvert, Coyle, was on his way out of the building. I looked at the bigger scene. I was in one of the areas that had been abandoned when Leviathan attacked. This house hadn't been nice to begin with, and the flooding had made things worse. Calvert had prepped the area prior to teleporting me in. The house sat on the corner of the block, and the 2 neighboring houses had been bulldozed. There were no people in range that I could see. He would have cleared it out so there were no eyewitnesses. Portable chain-link fences had been put up and bound together with loops of chain at the perimeter of the property. He was stepping through an opening now, and his men closed it behind him, threading chain through. Going by the lock one soldier held in his hand, they clearly planned to lock it as they had the others. Just past the perimeter of the fence, there were a dozen trucks and cars surrounding the building, each turned toward the property, their headlights on. Squads of soldiers stood beside and in front of the trucks, guns raised and ready. Most had machine guns or handguns, bandoliers of grenades, and all-concealing body armor. 3 had containment foam dispensers. Leaving the property would be impossible, which didn't matter because I wasn't capable of leaving the room. There were 2 windows, only one of which I could reach, and both were boarded up. Not even just boarded up against the window frame, but the planks of wood were long and fixed to the studs of the wall, too. I ran my hand over the end of one plank and felt the raised bumps of nails or screws. An ant climbed off my fingertip to move over the surface of one bump. Screws. Screws with hexagonal slots, because Calvert wasn't willing to risk that I'd have a screwdriver on hand with a more typical head on it. I laughed. It made my chest seize up in pain. It probably sounded a little crazed, but I laughed. It was too much. This would be a perfect time for a second trigger event. Hadn't Lisa said that my mind-power link was enhanced whenever I felt trapped? I doubted I'd ever feel more trapped than I did right this moment. I couldn't see just how far the fire reached, because I was blind, and the heat of the fire was killing the bugs I needed for sensing my surroundings. I had only a minute or 2 before the room became an oven and killed off the rest, leaving me blind and roasting to death. I coughed as a wave of smoke hit me, and ducked my head low to keep breathing. No, I probably wouldn't burn to death. I'd suffocate as the flame ate up the oxygen, go out quietly before I started burning. Maybe I'd trigger then, after things got that bad. It wouldn't help, probably. I couldn't think of a single permutation of my powers that would get me out of this mess. I went on the attack, sending my bugs after Calvert and his people. Too many were useless. Many weren't even capable of biting. Still, I found 3 Black Widows in the immediate area. After a moment's consideration, I delivered them straight to Calvert. They found flesh at his neck and bit. He swatted at them, pinched one between his fingers and raised it in front of his face. Then he said something I didn't catch. There was no hurry in his movements as he flicked the dead spider to the ground and called out an order to his men. The order, I feared, I had actually heard and understood. It helped that I had enough context to guess what the words were and fill in the blanks. Burn it to the ground. "Fuck you," I whispered, pressing my hands to the wooden planks. I coughed as I inhaled another waft of smoke, then coughed harder as the combination of the pain in my chest and the smoke I was inhaling in my attempts to catch my breath made for a self-perpetuating cycle. Calvert's men were lighting more Molotovs, tossing them over the fence they'd erected. One hit the side of the building, another hit the front porch. 3 or 4 more hit the lawn and surrounding property. Calvert glanced over his shoulder, then confidently strode over to a car and took a seat in the back. He didn't have the driver take him away. No, he'd be more interested in watching, in verifying that things went according to plan. Putting himself in the car meant only that he was out of the reach of my bugs. Not that he'd seemed concerned about the Black Widow bites. Chances were good he'd already taken the necessary antivenins. Damn it. And the antivenin that worked on Black Widow spiders also worked on any number of other spiders. He'd probably suffer side effects, but that wouldn't be immediate. I had to refocus. The one in immediate peril here was me. I considered waiting for the fire to weaken the floorboards before leaping over the foam and plunging down to the lower level, then dismissed that idea. I wouldn't last that long, for one thing, and there was too much chance of me being injured. There was only one real way out of the room, and that was the window. I'd have to ignore the men stationed outside for now. I considered using my knife to try to pry the board free of the wall and the frame. I doubted I had the strength, with my chest hurting like it was, and I doubted I could pry enough boards free in time. He'd put 3 screws in at each point of contact. Hell, I had suspicions that Calvert had considered the knife when he'd ordered that the windows be boarded up. I drew my gun. I wasn't sure how much information Calvert had, but he hadn't seemed to care about the possibility of me opening fire on him while he'd been here. That, or he figured his power would give him an out if he happened to get shot in one reality. It was hard, not just moving and aiming the gun while I was coughing and still reeling from the hit to my chest, but aiming at the targets I needed. I had only so many bullets, and there were too many planks to use several bullets to remove each one. No, it was better to angle the shot so I was hitting more than one plank at once, both the ones that had been nailed up on the outside of the building and the planks inside the room. The recoil of the shot was so fierce that it made the pain in my chest flare up. I dropped the weapon, suppressing coughs. Even behind the lenses of my mask, my eyes were starting to tear up. Not that it particularly mattered, given how I couldn't see, but it was one more distraction. Bending over redoubled the pain and brought me to the point where I nearly collapsed, coughing to the point that I was seeing spots. The floor was warm enough that more sensitive bugs were dying as they touched it. Finding where I'd dropped the gun was a combination of guesswork, fumbling with my hand, and using more durable bugs to feel it out. I picked it up and shot twice more. Fighting the pain in my chest, I reached up and pulled down on a board. It was splintered in 3 by the gunfire, 2 on the left and 1 on the right, and I managed to use my body weight to get the necessary force to tear it free. 3 more bullets, and I was able to remove 1 more from the inside. I used the removed board and wedged it into the crack between the 2 boards on the far side, leveraging 1 free. The gunfire had attracted attention. Someone called out an order, and a dozen machine guns pointed to the window. I went low, hiding not at the base of the window, but near the corner of the room, lying with my feet pointing towards them, my hands over my head, all too aware of the flames on the wall within arm's reach. Bullets punched through the exterior walls and interior walls both. 1 clipped through the floor to hit the armor at my back. The impact prompted another coughing fit, worse than any of the ones before. I needed to get out, and soon. They knew I needed to get out, and they weren't giving me the opportunity. There was a momentary pause as the soldiers ejected magazines, or clips, whatever I was supposed to call them. Guns weren't my thing. They'd replaced the clips and opened fire with another barrage. I couldn't lie there, waiting for one to get lucky and hit me, for the smoke to get to me, or for any of the other possible fates I faced. My bugs had gathered around the exterior of the building, called to me by my power, clinging to the roof and outside walls near the room. I took note of the cockroaches, then directed them to the trucks that had the building surrounded. Cockroaches retained the ability to eat virtually anything. I could have used more, but I'd have to make do. They began eating through wiring. My own situation was getting bad now. The floor was quickly going from warm to hot. The containment foam was stopping the spread of the fire across the floor, but it wasn't stopping the progression of the flames beneath the floorboards. If the floor caved in beneath me, I'd be as dead as anything. Commands went out, and the soldiers switched to firing at me in shifts, only a few firing at a given time while the others stood at the ready. It made for a relentless, unending barrage. The second shift was just starting up when the first of the headlights went out. The cockroaches had found the right wires. As the truck headlights started flickering out, I commanded my bugs to gather at the base of the window. No less than 5 bullets tore through the mass as the bugs collected. The soldiers had only the light of the fires to go by now, and they'd spotted the anomaly at the window. The lump of bugs dropped to the ground, and more bullets penetrated the heap that landed at the base of the building. When the bugs rose, they rose in the general shape of a person, of me. I desperately wanted to be out of the room. I was coughing more than I was breathing, and I worried that the next serious coughing fit would see me blacking out before I sucked in enough oxygen. But I had to wait. I gathered more swarms and dropped them from the edge of the window. Every bug in a 3-block radius contributed to forming decoys. Each decoy, in turn, had to act like it was sustaining gunfire. They moved slowly, stopping when the bullets hit, some flattening out to mimic falling to the ground. It made for slow progress as they advanced to the fence. I couldn't stand to wait any longer. I knew I should make 1 or 2 more decoys before going ahead, but the conditions of the room were going from unbearable and dangerous to critical. I approached the windowsill as the next mass of bugs gathered, submerging myself in the midst of them, my hands on the window frame. I tried peeking through, but my hazy, ruined eyesight only offered me a glimpse of one blot, where a single truck far to my left had a working headlight. I faced a small army. I was about to drop 2 stories to what had once been someone's garden. now a muddy mess of dirt and detritus, and one bullet hit me in the forearm, not too far from where Brutus had bitten me months ago. I slumped onto the windowsill, cradling my arm. More out of desperation than anything redeemable, I forced myself forward between the broken planks and let myself drop to the ground below. The landing wasn't as hard as it could have been, but it wasn't gentle either. I was left writhing, dry-heaving, much of my attention on keeping from screaming in pain and keeping the bugs all around me. I used all the residual willpower I could manage to turn over, putting my back with the armor of my utility compartment and the added fabric of my cape towards the ongoing gunfire from Calvert's personal army. I covered the back of my head with my hands and fought the urge to cough. I doubted anyone would hear if I did, with the constant gunfire and the sound of something collapsing inside, but I couldn't risk a coughing fit that left me blind to my surroundings or passing out. Now I was left with the task of passing through the perimeter. One of my swarm decoys had reached the fence, and was apparently doing a good enough job of selling the possibility that it was me that they felt compelled to double-check with the occasional burst of machine gun fire. I commanded it to start climbing. I had 6 decoys now, with another in progress at the window. I'd planned to crawl to get to the fence and find my way through, but with my wrist like it was. One of Calvert's men lit another Molotov and tossed it at the base of the fence where the decoy was climbing. It was obliterated in an instant, and Calvert's men were forced to back away from the resulting bonfire. If Thomas Calvert was using his power to guide his men, to give them an advantage and give them directions that would help narrow down the decoys, then I'd inevitably face the same fate as the decoy had after I got to the fence. But he wasn't giving directions. He was in the truck, watching. No radios were sounding with instructions, not yet. He had to protect his perimeter, keep me from getting to freedom, but he was in a reactive position, not an offensive one where he could command an attack and then make it so it never happened if the attack went awry. No, I'd weathered that initial attack. I wasn't sure exactly how I'd weathered it, but I had. I crawled with 3 limbs, while my decoy formed a standing figure above and around me. Then I joined the other decoys that were advancing on the fence. Another Molotov sailed over the fence to strike the lawn on the other side, incinerating one decoy that had ventured too close. Again, I noted the soldiers backed off. That wasn't entirely a bad thing. The more they backed up, the thinner the defensive lines were. But I still needed to get to the fence and get over it without getting shot or set on fire. I still had more bugs arriving from the extent of my range. Being trapped like I hadn't given me a second trigger event. I wasn't so lucky, but it had extended my range. I tallied the resources I had at my disposal, considered how many more decoys I could create. Then I reconsidered. No, I needed a distraction, and these slow-moving decoys weren't that. The bugs I still had in reserve swept into the ranks of the soldiers, and I went flat for my own safety, covering my head.
"Behind you,"
one collection of bugs whispered to a soldier, my swarm speak forming the necessary words. He whipped around to see nothing there.
"I'm going to eat you alive,"
another swarm spoke, somewhere nearby.
"Crawl inside your body and lay eggs."
Calvert's voice sounded over a dozen radios in the area.
"She's playing mind tricks. She's still near the house, and she's never killed or tortured before. Maintain the perimeter and do not use grenades."
Again with the refusal on the subject of grenades. A reminder, even this time. Was this the point where he'd split the timelines, bombarded the house with grenades in one reality, and stuck to the guns in another? Or had he already verified that I had a counterattack in mind for the grenades? He could have employed them in an earlier scenario and had things go catastrophically wrong on his end. There had to be a reason he wasn't using them instead of Molotovs. Grenades would have been faster, given more immediate, definite results. Then there was the possibility that this tied into his alibi, that he didn't want the Undersiders or even the Travelers to know he'd gone after one of them, and the use of several grenades would be too easily traced back to Coyle. He would stick to an over-the-top arson, maybe hide the police reports and suppress the media. If I was in a territory owned by the Travelers, maybe they'd accept a price for keeping this quiet from the Undersiders, or any combination of those things. Then I remembered how I'd escaped from the hospital bed after the Endbringer attack. The bugs continued whispering as they went on the attack, but their attack wasn't a headlong rush with stingers and pincers. As I lay flat on the ground, arms shielding my head, I took a different tack. I raided. Bugs swept into pockets and pouches, searching the contents. First aid supplies, no. Gun magazines, almost too heavy. I noticed the bandoliers of the grenades that Calvert had alluded to. The decoys had forced the enemy to spread out gunfire. The soldiers were further diverted as my bugs tried to divest them of possessions, pushing at the gun magazines and attempting to slowly nudge them free of pouches. Spiders wove silk cords, and I chose my target, a soldier by the fence, between me and Coyle. Long seconds passed as bullets hit the earth only a short distance from me. I waited, prayed that the next thrown Molotov wouldn't land near me. At my instruction, flying bugs carried a cord out, connecting a grenade on his bandolier to the fence. Another connected the same grenade's pin to the soldier next to him.
"Loose the grenades,"
my swarm buzzed right next to him.
"I'm pulling a pin."
The man next to him heard, stepped away, and the cord went taut. The pin slid free. He had the grenade free in a second, but he simply held the bar at the side of the grenade down. Damn.
"Think fast, pulling 2 more,"
my swarm spoke. A benefit of speaking through the swarm was that it was hard to hear a lie in the tone. He realized that he had only the 2 hands to hold down the bars for 3 grenades, and tossed the one in his hands towards the house. The cord connecting it to the fence halted the grenade's trajectory, and it swung straight down into the waterlogged lawn on the far side of the fence. When it detonated, it ripped through a section of fence and sent soldiers scattering for cover. Be patient, I thought. I could have made a run for it then, but there was no use. "She's pulling the pins!" the soldier who'd been near my target shouted. They began retreating, and the defensive line thinned out further. Some soldiers were standing on the far side of the neighboring property now. "Need a visual!" someone shouted. A flare sailed through the air to land on the lawn, 50 feet to my right. The light it provided would let them see through my decoys. If they put one too close to me, they'd see my silhouette. More sailed my way, and I set to moving them before any landed too close to me. I maintained the pressure, an indiscriminate attack that Calvert couldn't necessarily counter. I repeated the process, roughly, that I'd used to get the one soldier to throw a grenade, aiming to knock down the fence on the opposite side of the property. I made the cord tying it to the fence too thin, however, and the grenade landed closer to the base of the house. The fence remained standing, but the soldiers backed away in the face of the dust, smoke, and hot air that billowed out from within the building.
"I'm pulling your pins next. Crawl up your asshole and leave you some tapeworms. I'm behind you. I can have centipedes crawl beneath your eyelids, chew your eyes out at the root. Ever wonder if a mosquito could pass on the HIV virus?"
The psychological pressure was important, too.
Do not throw the grenades,
Calvert's voice sounded over the radios. The drawback of the psychological pressure was that many soldiers were now shooting indiscriminately at the property, and I didn't have anything even remotely resembling cover. I began belly crawling across the grass, using my one good arm and my knees. I felt an impact across my face. The briefest shriek escaped my lips before I remembered to clam up, managed to convince myself that it was only a clod of grass and dirt that a stray bullet had kicked up. Someone had heard. A female soldier. She was on the other side of the fence, not 5 feet in front of me, and her head had snapped in my direction as I'd let the sound escape. I barely had any of the pre-prepared silk cord left. I split the swarm around me into 2 and sent one to my left. The soldier held her machine gun in one hand and fired at the running swarm, drawing a flare with the other hand. In the meantime, I was getting my feet under me, lunging. Dragonflies carried the silk cord between the wires of the fence. I didn't go for the grenades on her bandolier, but the can at her waist. They circled the pull tab, and I held the other end of the cord, pulling. My first guess was that it was a flashbang, in which case it could leave my bugs stunned and me exposed. My second guess was that it was incendiary, in which case I'd be murdering someone. When it went off, I felt only relief. Smoke billowed around her as she called out to others, telling them I was near. I sensed her backing away, getting the canister free of her belt and tossing it aside, and had my bugs collect it and cart it her way. I crawled in the direction she wasn't walking, using my power to identify where the soldiers were moving and using the smoke for cover. Scavenging used silk from previous attacks, my bugs arranged to pull more pins for smoke canisters. The end result was chaos. It was the best result I could hope for. With the smoke at the open area of the fence and the possibility that I had climbed over where the smoke masked things, they couldn't be sure of my location, and they couldn't shoot into the midst of their allies, so they were forced to retreat further. I sensed Calvert's truck pulling away. Calvert could use his powers to prune away possibilities that didn't work for him, but only if he was aware of me, aware of my movements, and how I was mounting my attack. His retreat left me wondering if he deemed this situation unsalvageable. Had he deemed this a loss? Was there another maneuver he had in mind? A bomb? A parahuman underling that he could sick on me? Or would he seek leverage elsewhere? My dad. The others. I suddenly felt the urge to get away, and get away quickly. My bugs hefted the items they'd successfully scavenged from pockets and pouches, carrying them to me. As the soldiers moved to cover the weak points in the perimeter, I struggled to my feet and walked through the smoke to the point where 2 of the temporary fences joined together. I used the keys my bugs had found and tried them, attempting to find the right key for the lock that linked the chain. There were only so many possible keys, especially when I narrowed down the options to the 3 from soldiers nearest this lock. It popped open on the second try. I removed the chain as quietly as I could, and then I bit my lip to keep from crying out as I shifted the 2 sections of fence far enough apart that I could slide through. My bugs carried the fuming smoke canister a short distance ahead of me, giving me some added cover to slip through the point where the enemy lines were thinnest. Their radios crackled with instructions from their captains, and the soldiers started tossing their canisters of smoke towards the house before they could be used against them. It didn't matter. I'd already slipped past the worst of them. I approached one of the trucks that was furthest from the conflict. My bugs were on the soldiers' helmets, and I knew which direction they were facing, allowing me to stay behind them, using the soft soles of my costume to move in near silence.
Behind you,
my bugs whispered. The soldier ignored them as he'd ignored the taunts and threats that were echoing throughout the neighborhood without cease. I slipped behind him and pulled his helmet off. He drew in a breath to cry out an alarm and only choked on the flood of flying insects that flowed into his nostrils and mouth. I was already dropping the helmet, switching my baton from my injured left arm to my right hand and striking the handgun out of his hand. I had to strike him in the head 5 times before he collapsed, blind, gagging, and choking on the bugs. Maybe he was faking. Maybe he was unconscious. It didn't matter. My bugs swept over him and checked every pouch and pocket. I found his keys, then hurried over to the nearest truck. I found the right key and started up the truck. I'd turned 16 without realizing it not long ago. It was fitting that I'd be teaching myself how to drive right about now. Driving slowly so I wouldn't call too much attention to the fact that I barely knew what I was doing, I pulled away from the scene. I pulled over, pulled the emergency brake because I wasn't sure how to park, then checked my satellite phone. No service. It made sense Coyle would cut my lines of communication. I tossed it out the window. No use giving him a way to track me. We'd moved towards the beach from Coyle's place. It made sense the other Undersiders would be heading north to their individual lairs. I was struck by an ugly connection between 2 thoughts. Calvert had mentioned he had other matters to attend to, and if Chariot's teleportation device mimicked Trickster's power, they'd had to swap something or somebody in. If he'd replaced me with a body double, he would want to stay in contact with her and help ensure things went her way with the other Undersiders. On the other hand, if Calvert was looking for a way to get leverage over me, my dad was one very vulnerable target that he was aware of. I was left to decide if I would go check on my dad or tackle the bigger, Cape-related issues. It was a decision I'd had to make too many times in recent weeks. It would have to be the Undersiders and Dina. I hated to admit it, but if my dad was attacked and I had the Undersiders there by my side, they could only help. If the opposite were true, my dad would hamper me. I disengaged the emergency brake and eased the truck into motion, fighting the urge to cough, knowing it would lead to racking fits that forced me to stop in the middle of the street. I'd seen how involved Calvert's maneuver had been at the debate. He had a grand plan, and it wasn't necessarily the one he'd shared with us earlier. I was now a glitch in his system, threatening to unravel everything he'd put together. He had no reason to hold back, and he knew more about me than anyone I'd fought yet. He'd tried to strike at me directly, and I'd only barely escaped. I had little doubt he had other plans in mind, fail-safes, traps, and safeguards, and I had little choice but to run headlong into the thick of them. Arc 16, Chapter 12. Finding my teammates wasn't hard. Calvert was telling me where they were. He didn't tell me directly. No, this was more a casualty of being too careful, of putting too many secondary measures in place. He'd stationed soldiers to serve as lookouts at a wide perimeter around the Undersiders. I noticed one group, turned the truck to drive around them, and then noticed the second and third. They were 3 blocks away from the Undersiders, effectively surrounding my team, staggering their movements so only half were changing position at a given time. I wondered how much battlefield experience Calvert actually had, or if it had been too long ago to matter. Had he forgotten what it was like to actually be in pursuit of a target in the midst of a sprawling urban environment? He probably could have tripped me up a fair bit more by dropping the perimeter and leaving me to try to track down my teammates. No less than 3 radios for one squad buzzed with the noise of voices. The 3 soldiers picked up their radios and replied. Okay, so he was checking in with each squad. So maybe it was roughly as inconvenient as trying to find my teammates in the middle of nowhere. Calvert had dropped me in Genesis's territory. It was just about as far away as I could be from where I wanted to be. About 10 minutes' drive down Lord Street, and then a ways towards the water, if someone was driving quickly. I wasn't driving quickly. I spent far too long in the wrong gear, for one thing. I was clumsy with the car's controls, and I was forced to drive even slower because the roads were treacherous. Damage to the road was hidden in the areas that were still flooded, where my bugs couldn't necessarily see them. Other roads were slick where there was just enough water to raise the oils up from the crevices of the road's surface to the point that tires would slip on them. On the plus side, driving while blind wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. I was relying on my swarm, of course, but even then I figured the lack of sight would be more of an impairment. After noting where the squads were deployed and coming to the conclusion that Calvert was using his soldiers to track the movements of my team, I had to stop to contemplate the situation and finally got around to the coughing that had been looming for a few minutes. If I charged in, Calvert's men would collapse in on me, 3 or 4 soldiers per squad, and there had been 8 or more squads, unless Calvert wasn't keeping troops moving in advance of the group. That made for 25 to 50 soldiers. That would be pretty much all of Calvert's troops that hadn't been at the house. I didn't fail to notice how they were equipped either. I could sense the general shape of what would be sniper rifles and one piece of artillery that looked to be a mortar. Made sense that he would have had the perimeter in place to ensure Dina didn't slip his grasp. If she was gone, then he might have maintained their positions to keep me from reuniting with my team after I escaped from his death trap. Thing was, I had another problem here. Calvert had teleported me. I wasn't sure how he'd locked onto me, had ditched my phone as the most obvious measure, but I was worried that they could tag me with the thing and toss me into some backup trap reserved for one of my teammates. All in all, I didn't want to give the soldiers a chance to see me, radio in general coordinates, and then toss me out to some remote area on the other side of the city. Knowing that his power was least effective when he didn't have a full grasp on what was happening moment to moment was another reason to keep out of sight. I did want to go on the offensive, I just wasn't sure how. If I attacked the individual squads, a check-in on Calvert's part would reveal that someone was picking them off, and they would all go on the offensive. They might even shoot to eliminate my teammates. Gru, Imp, Bitch, and the dogs might have the suits or natural durability to keep them alive in the face of a hail of gunfire, but Dina didn't, and there was the possibility that the shots from the sniper rifles could penetrate the suits. Or Calvert would order his squads to fire their mortars and wipe my teammates off the map. If I assumed he had more than one mortar positioned around them, added his power into the equation to give him 2 sets of barrages with different target zones, I doubted they would emerge unscathed. That left me to wonder why he hadn't done something similar at the house. No grenades, no mortar, no bomb lying in wait. Failing that, what was the trick behind the teleportation? Why hadn't he just teleported me back after I slipped away? Did he want to keep me alive? Or had he actually expected me to escape? Had he looked at all my past confrontations and gauged that I could possibly make it, and it was no skin off his nose if I didn't? Hell, it was possible he'd used his power to help ensure I'd made it this far, to further some greater scheme. Whether I wanted to deal with the soldiers, get the Undersiders out of the way of those mortars, or avoid falling into some greater trap led by Calvert, I needed more information. The Undersiders were walking, judging solely by the speed the soldiers were adjusting their positions. I wasn't sure where Atlas was, but I'd driven past the site where we'd picked up Dina, and he hadn't been there. I could guess that Dina wasn't keen on riding the dogs, so that made sense. I slipped Bugs into position on the soldiers to track their movements, then moved in closer, pulling the car into park and climbing out. Better to move on foot. I'd picked up masses of Bugs on my slowish drive through the city, and I guided them as close to the soldiers as I could get without them giving myself away. The tint of my lenses didn't help with the haze over my vision. Still, opening my eyes, I could see it was evening, and the city wasn't offering much in the way of ambient light, given the inconsistent availability of power. I coupled the use of my Bugs with my eyesight to try to spot the glare of flashlights or headlights, but peaks suggested that the soldiers were operating in darkness. Night vision goggles, perhaps. I waited until the squad nearest to me shifted to follow, noted how the squads to the north and the southeast of them were holding position, guns at the ready. Calvert would have told them I'd escaped and that they should keep an eye out. Their wariness made sense. Still, I was able to advance closer, following the group that was moving to follow, getting closer while keeping buildings and other obstructions between us. Not the easiest thing in the world when I had to use the presence of the Bugs to estimate where their line of sight extended, but I managed to get within half a block of them, crouching behind a van. Swarms waited just around the corners. I wasn't attacking, though. No, my interest was on getting close enough that I could reach my teammates with my power. Calvert had apparently stationed his men with my power's range in mind, but he didn't necessarily know that my power's range extended in certain circumstances. Getting just a little closer, I could sense them, walking down the middle of the road. I drew my Bugs around me, not in the shape of a person, but to mimic the curves and bumps of the truck I was kneeling beside, so my silhouette wouldn't stand out so dramatically. I could sense Bitch still on Bentley's back as he trailed behind the rest of the group. Bastard was lying across her lap, apparently asleep. I sensed Gru and Imp walking just ahead of Bitch and Bentley. And I sensed Dina, walking hand in hand with a girl who shared my build, who had hair of the same length and a costume similar to my own. I didn't want to give anything away by swarming her with Bugs to sense where our costumes differed, but it was pretty damn close. She even had Bugs on her costume. Some were drawn there by pheromones, and some were pinned in place. Her utility compartment differed from mine. She had a knife, longer and narrower than mine, and 2 guns holstered within. Some grenade canisters were tucked into the spaces by the shoulders where the short cape could cover them. If Calvert's preparation of the building prior to teleporting me in hadn't made me think his betrayal was premeditated, this certainly cinched it. Copying my costume, finding someone who fit my shape to the point that the others wouldn't notice, someone apparently capable of using a gun? Dina was still with them. They hadn't dropped her off, even though Calvert could have arranged something like fake parents to accept Dina. Or maybe someone had raised that possibility, and fake Skitter was taking Dina back to her territory to look after for a bit. The other Undersiders would leave, maybe, and Dina would go straight back to Calvert's possession. I wished I had a better sense of Calvert's overarching plan. What would happen to the other Undersiders? What would he do with fake Skitter? He couldn't hope to maintain the ruse for any meaningful length of time. There had to be a reason he hadn't just bombed them here and erased the last of his enemies in one fell swoop. How much of the plan that he'd shared had been real? This situation wasn't so different from the one I'd just escaped. There was the immediate threat, the mortars, and there was the one beyond that, with the soldiers ready to gun down my allies. Bitch could have rescued Dina, Imp, and Gru from the mortars, given a chance to run, and Gru and Imp could deal with the guns, but the biggest issue, the biggest difference in where they were now compared to where I'd been, was that they weren't aware of the threat. If I could communicate with them, perhaps I could have coordinated them, managed something. But it was evening, and the black and brown bodies of my bugs wouldn't be able to spell out anything obvious against a dark background. My phone had been locked out, and the presence of the false Skitter meant I couldn't deliver a message unless it was very subtle. Any mistake on my part threatened to provoke an ugly situation. Calvert could order the mortar strike and teleport Dina and false Skitter out. No, I didn't think there were many options when it came to communicating with Gru. Imp? Maybe that was a better option, given her ability to disappear, meet up with me, and then rejoin the others. Except I didn't have an explicit strategy in mind, and I wasn't willing to gamble that Calvert hadn't accounted for Imp with some kind of surveillance with an electronic filter, like the screen of Dragon's battlesuit. Rachel? No. I was pretty sure she couldn't read and write well enough to follow any directions, so I couldn't even explain anything complex without saying it aloud, and doing that would be hard, speaking through my bugs without alerting the doppelganger in their ranks. I could abandon them, try to find Tattletale or my dad, but Tattletale was going to be behind even more layers of security if she was inside Coil's underground base, and going to see my dad felt like a detour that wouldn't do anything to address this situation. That left me one potential ally. I sent a ladybug to Dina, settled it on her right hand, the one that Mock Skitter wasn't holding. She glanced at it, her head turning a fraction, then moved her hand to hide it from false Skitter. I felt her clench her fist, the skin between the ladybug's legs stretching so the legs were pulled slightly apart. Dina knew that Skitter wasn't me. There was no other reason to hide the ladybug. We'd never spoken, we'd never had a conversation or even communicated through more than eye contact. Dina had been driving my actions for weeks now, or maybe it would be fairer to say my goal of saving her had been driving my actions. Now we were finally getting a chance to interact, and everything hinged on it. The bug crawled to the center of her palm, and she closed her fingers gently around it. Did Dina have access to her power? Could she signal me, dropping the bug, killing it? I sensed the movement of the bug as she raised it to her chest, used her thumbnail to scratch at her collarbone. Maybe I'd pinned too many hopes on the drug-addicted preteen. Maybe I'd read the little signals wrong, and she didn't realize that the Skitter next to her wasn't me. Or maybe that niggling doubt that had been in the back of my mind since I'd decided I had to help Dina had been real. It was all too possible she didn't want to be rescued. She was dependent on the drugs, she craved them, and staying with Calvert meant she got them. In a way, I felt that possibility was why I'd been pushing myself to save her as hard as I had, because I suspected that Dina was trapped in more than one way. She'd been kidnapped, kept captive physically, but she was also being kept captive in other ways. I had to save her because she might not want to save herself. Except if she didn't want to save herself, then this situation would be that much more difficult to manage. She dropped her hand to her side, let it swing a distance away, then brought it up to her chest again, scratched. My doppelganger noticed, said something along the lines of, "Don't scratch." I caught only some sounds, was left to put the rest of it together through cadence and context, and, I thought, maybe it was easier to understand because she sounded familiar. She sounded much the same to the ambient bugs as I did. It bordered on creepy. The second thing I noticed was that what Dina was doing was probably a signal. Both times she'd touched the bug to the center of her chest, bringing it close to her heart. Bringing the bug to her? I didn't like the idea of that. If I was interpreting it the way I was supposed to, it seemed suicidal. Did she want me to come to where she was? If she was her power guiding that request, or was she still powerless and simply wanting to be rescued? Breaking past enemy lines without getting seen, only to... what? Make myself a mortar target alongside my teammates? Where was the advantage? What was the asset to putting myself in the thick of it? Calvert had to anticipate that I'd try to rescue my teammates. His soldiers wouldn't be on guard against an outside threat like this if he didn't. What did he expect I would do? I wouldn't charge headlong into his soldiers. I would see them. I'd find some way around them, maybe turn some aspect of the situation to my advantage. There were too many possibilities when it came to the ways I might leverage things. He couldn't narrow down what I'd do because that was how I operated. I was versatile. Then what was the common element? I was tired. I was hurting, fighting the urge to cough, lest I inform the soldiers I was here. I couldn't think of any solid way to tackle this situation, but in scenarios where I could, what might the common elements be? I'd be using my power, for one thing. Calvert couldn't do anything about that unless he'd had Leet devise some kind of counterweapon. It was all too possible, but I didn't have the time to consider all the possibilities there. I didn't have the time. The other common element, the drawback to my power, to my mode of operation, was that I wasn't dynamic. I wasn't a blitz hitter, in and out in a flash. I could be aggressive, impulsive, improvising on the fly, but it took me time to get my soldiers in a row, to prepare my tools, and drag things where I needed to be. Fighting Mannequin had been like that. Those 2 long minutes of sustaining a beating while I got all the supplies and spiders to the site of our skirmish. Even escaping the house, it hadn't been quick. I'd had to hunker down and amass enough decoys before dropping from the window. Calvert had studied us. He'd be aware of this. Dina and Faux Skitter were walking. Whatever excuse they'd given for not being able to ride Atlas, they'd opted to travel on foot instead of riding on Bentley or catching a ride in the truck Calvert's men had driven. Maybe that wasn't because Dina was scared of the dogs. Maybe Faux Skitter had suggested it, encouraged this for some greater plan. They wanted me to catch up. They were betting I'd get here, then take time to deal with the squads so my teammates weren't in danger. By doing that, what? How would he capitalize on it? Identify the direction I was attacking from, then bring all the soldiers he'd had at the Death Trap house here to corner me? Bring the travelers? Uber? Leet? Dina struck the side of her leg with the bug she held, hard. Gru said something I didn't catch. The message was clear. Now. If Calvert was expecting me to delay, to take my time and be methodical about this, and Dina was urging me to be aggressive, throw myself headlong into this situation that had to point to something. I'd decide what the hell I was supposed to do while I was en route. I broke into a run. I couldn't move directly to their location. I had to backtrack, find a route that didn't put me in view of any of the watching squads. The activity was making me cough, and I was forced to suppress it or limit it to muffled choking as I got closer to the soldiers. Sweeping the whole of my range with my bugs, I found a route. I had to backtrack a touch, move a bit closer to the water, but I found the construction site, and I found the ladder leading into a hole in the ground. From there, it was a short climb to accessing the storm drains. The acoustics of the storm drains made for a lot of noise, even if it wasn't raining above ground. The water varied from knee-high to waist-high, depending on how much debris had filtered down, and it was moving with enough speed that it interfered with my ability to run. My chest screamed at me in pain every time I was forced to stoop down to touch the ground with my good hand for added support, and I didn't dare cough for fear that the same acoustics that made the area echo with the flowing water would carry something to the ears of soldiers above. The realization hit me when my swarm reached far enough to sense the second mortar and accompanying squad of soldiers. There was an advantage to putting myself in the middle of the mortar's target area. I just had to get there. I picked up my pace, hurrying in the direction of my teammates and Dina, slipping on the slimy footing and loose grit, trying not to cough and failing. It didn't matter too much. I was past the perimeter and closing in on my teammates, using my bugs to figure out which turns I needed to make and which paths were most open to travel. In a matter of minutes, I was close enough that I had to find a way up. My bugs identified a ladder, and I pushed my way up, using one shoulder and my legs to lift the drain cover from its housing. I emerged just far enough away that I thought the sound of the cover wouldn't be audible. Bentley perked his ears up as I used my good hand to set the drain down, but didn't do anything further. My concern and my worry were driving my range outward. I was sending any bug I didn't need for sensing my surroundings to the periphery of my range, gathering them near the mortars. Spiders threaded cords of silk together, and other bugs gathered en masse. Being here, at the bullseye, with my range extended like it was, it meant I could strike at each of the 4 mortars simultaneously. I hit each squad of soldiers in the same moment, a tide of bugs washing over them. I tried to wind cords around the noses of the mortars, snag them on anyone who was moving, but they were too stable. One soldier grabbed a bomb and moved to load it into the tube of the mortar. In an instant, I had the full mass of that one swarm on him, slipping beneath the stylized, high-quality armor and masks Coyle had outfitted his mercenaries with. They bit, stung, and attempted to wind cords around him, tying his hands, for lack of a better word. He put the mortar down and backed off, and I eased up on him, settling for a more general form of attack. Snipers couldn't fire, mortars were out of commission, and the soldiers weren't in a position to attack. And Faux Skitter raised her head a fraction, her back straightening. If I could see, and if I were in a position to see her, I might have missed it, but I was aware with my bugs on her. She knew. A headset beneath her mask? A communications device in her ear feeding her info? I ran towards my team. Bugs stirred around the others as I attempted to rouse them and get their attention. Fake Skitter wheeled around, reaching behind her back to draw her gun. Her arm caught Dina around the shoulders, hugging the girl to her side. I missed the first part of what she said. The meaning was clear. "Got no more use for you," And she sounded like me as she said it. I could sense the shock on the part of my teammates, and I could sense the trap fall into place, as though a switch had been flicked. The bugs I'd placed on my teammates to sense where they were went on the attack. It wasn't my command. I tried to push the bugs to stop, but my power was drowned out. It wasn't that the commands they were receiving were more powerful than mine, more that they kept coming, a singular, crude set of commands extending across my entire range, maybe even further, every half second, overriding any ongoing instructions to my bugs. Attack, move this way. Attack, move this way. Gru said something, and I couldn't catch it. "Betraying us?" Bitch screamed the words. Next to Bentley, she was suffering the worst of it as the bugs attacked. "Sorry," my doppelganger said. I missed the tail end of what she said after that, but it ended with, "The plan." Sorry, bitch, it was always the plan. "No!" I shouted, and the act of shouting made me cough until my knees buckled. I could feel the bugs gathering on me, attacking mindlessly, collecting on my scalp. Still coughing, I reversed the short cape that sat around my shoulders and pulled it over my head to serve as a hood. It didn't do anything to kill the bugs that were still alive and present, but it kept more from accumulating. I was too far away for any of them to hear, a block away, miles away for all the good it did. The other skitter fired her gun at Bitch, one shot after another. Gru blanketed the area in darkness, and the false skitter dropped her weapon. I could sense Bitch slumping on Bentley's back, Bastard spilling from her lap to hit the ground and roll on impact. Did he clone me? No. I could sense the movements of the bugs throughout my range, even if I couldn't control them. They were moving in a massive, slow spiral, drifting counterclockwise and attacking anyone they came in contact with. And the center of the effect, where they were settling and gathering in piles? A box in the center of one building. Had to get there. Shut it down. I struggled to my feet, half running, half staggering as bugs gathered in a heavy carpet on me. I was lightheaded, exhausted, still coughing, and the first of the bugs were arriving from where they'd been attacking the soldiers. I sensed Dina in the midst of the swarm. The pheromones that false skitter wore were serving to override the pulses from the box, keeping bees and wasps from doing too much damage to the pair. I wasn't sure how they planned to deal with the more dangerous spiders, but the bugs that were moving across land were slowed by the constant vertical ascents and descents as they ran into buildings and other features of the landscape. False Skitter hurled a canister into the midst of my teammates. A flashbang. I could see the flare of light, the concussive sound that scattered the bugs that had congregated on them. Headed for the swarm box, I wasn't close enough for it to really affect me. The mortar crews were packing up their equipment and climbing into the trucks to beat a retreat from the scene. This is Calvert's doing. He was convincing the others that I was turning on them the second I had Dina. He'd probably rigged it so I would disappear afterward, skitter out of the picture, in a way that was totally believable given my prior actions. The Undersiders would be mad, they'd be hurt, but they'd still be his. Except I was here. I could convince them it was a trick. Either shut off the swarm box, or take a left turn, show up where they were, and things would make sense in an instant. 2 skitters, 1 a fake. No, I had to shut off the box. I could feel blood, where some of the bugs had found flesh on Rachel and the dogs. If too many bee or wasp stings struck home, someone could be seriously hurt, needing epinephrine. I could sense Dina moving one hand, drawing it across her chest in deliberate gestures. from shoulder to shoulder down the side of her body, from her armpit turning to cross the base of her ribs. Letters. S-O-R-R. There was no time for the Y. Both Dina and the other skidder disappeared, replaced by a collection of rubble and a single flashbang. The others were still reeling from the first when the second flashbang detonated. More boarded up windows and doors. I fired my gun at the handle of the door and then kicked. I did more damage to myself than the door, collapsing in another coughing fit. The others recovered before I did. I could sense Gru standing, shouting something. I couldn't understand him with the effect his power had on his voice. Not the first time I'd run into that issue. Rachel was up, too, using Bentley to stand, one hand pressed to her side. I sensed the hot knot of metal where it had impacted the reinforced jacket I'd given her. Good.
Find her! She shouted. Find Skidder! Hurt! Kill!
Bentley broke into a run, zigzagging across the street they were standing on toward where false Skidder had been. Did they make her smell like me? They had to have, to keep the dogs from barking distress. But how? Had Calvert had his men raid my stuff? Had they used my dirty laundry? I felt violated, not just because of the potential trespass, but the extent to which they'd stolen my identity and abused it. Bentley raised his head and then turned right in a loping run that would put him behind me in a matter of seconds. Then he'd have my trail. He'd zone in on me. I could picture what happened next. I wasn't in a state to put up a fight. I climbed to my feet, reloading my gun, then fired 3 more times at the door handle. A gnat that was following the spiral summons of the swarm box made contact with a deadbolt on the far side of the door, and I shot at that too. This time, when I kicked, it opened. I collapsed to the ground, my cough so fierce and ragged that I wouldn't have been surprised if I'd been expelling flecks of blood into the inside of my mask. Bentley spotted me and began charging. I crawled inside, brought my legs up to my chest to get them out of the way of the door, and kicked it shut. The mutant bulldog was too large for the door. When he impacted it, it split across the midsection, the upper half coming free of the hinges, and the surrounding brickwork bulged inward, cracked mortar showering down around me. The wooden framework around the door kept him from getting much further. Wooden pillars of support that were a foot thick on each side. It made sense that Calvert had picked a fortified structure to stick the swarm box inside. Small blessing that it afforded me some small advantage as well. Bentley butted his head against the doorway again, getting no further than before, then backed away a few steps and howled. Bitch and Gru were already en route, following the sound of gunshots. I could hear Bitch howl a response to Bentley's cry, an utterance of raw anger and promised violence. Bastard was at Bitch's side. He was bigger, growing spikes of bone and an armor of calcified muscle. He would fit through the door. I crawled for the swarm box. The bugs were thick, and though they couldn't penetrate my costume, they were making their way into the folds at my neck, around my hood. It was due to numbers rather than any design, but it was stifling. I could barely breathe, and having to climb through a mass of bugs as big as a large tank, feeling them biting, stinging, feeling the venom the wasps and bees were injecting into me. I raised myself up enough to get a grip on the tarp that covered the box, and then let myself collapse to the ground, coughing, maintaining my grip so I pulled the tarp off as I fell. I was seeing bright spots in my vision, which shouldn't have been the case because I couldn't see anything. Getting onto my knees so I could find the wires of the swarm box was a gradual process, made heavier by the mass of bugs on and around me. Every bug for what had to be at least a mile in every direction gathering here. I tore at one handful of wires. Nothing. It was just a matter of time. I had a minute or two, judging by the speed Bitch and Gru were moving. I reached to grab another and felt a hand on my wrist. Imp hauled my hand back, pulling me off balance, then kicked me square in the chest. I doubted there was a place she could have hit me where it would have hurt more. I lay on the floor, alternately writhing and spasming as pain lanced through me.
"Did the doggy get you?" Imp growled the question. "Good. Turn off your fucking power."
I had only a helpless noise to offer in response.
"I warned you. Warned you what you were in for if you let my brother down. So do I use the knife? Make it quick?"
She drew a knife. Then she drew her taser with the other hand.
"Or do I stick you with this until you stop using your power? Then we can find some place where you don't have your bugs, and take the slow option."
Gru and Bitch entered through the door, and I heard Gru mutter something. Bitch grabbed Bastard by the collar.
"Imp, you found her,"
he said, sounding strangely unaffected by recent events. There was no emotion in his voice.
"We were just discussing options."
"I heard. Taser won't do anything. Worse than anything, she'll use her power while she's asleep,"
Gru said. I opened my mouth to speak, coughed instead. "What about if she's dead?" Bitch asked. She didn't sound disaffected. She sounded pissed.
"I can do it, if you two can't stomach it."
The lack of a response from Gru was unnerving. He kneeled beside me, putting one knee on my bad wrist. I cried out in pain, coughed more. He just stared. Not that he could see much with the way the bugs filled the room. When he finally spoke, it was one word.
"Why?"
I struggled to gain my breath, to center my thoughts. I felt dizzy. What could I say? Was there anything that would convince him? If I said it wasn't me, would they believe me? If I turned their attention to the swarm box, would they think it was a bomb? He waited patiently for me to recover enough to respond.
"Use,"
I wheezed in a breath.
"dark."
I closed my eyes as the darkness flowed over me. I felt my power weaken, realized I'd unconsciously been pushing the bugs to hold back. I felt their attack intensify. Gru stood. He opened his hand, fingers splayed, and his darkness dissipated. He turned to Bitch, gestured to Bastard.
"Yeah?"
she asked.
"Yeah,"
he pointed.
"You sure?"
"I'm sure."
Bitch whistled, Bastard lunged, and the swarm box caved in beneath the wolf cub's front paws. The swarm went quiet. Gru offered me a hand. I took it, and he hauled me to my feet. I was unable to balance, dizzy, and leaned heavily into him.
"You're not buying this, are you?"
Imp asked.
"It wasn't her."
"She's playing you."
"It wasn't her."
Imp folded her arms. Bitch didn't move. Gru murmured,
"Explain what's happened. Then we need to take care of you."
I shook my head.
"No?"
I coughed briefly.
"Tattletale. Regent too. They're in trouble. We left them with Calvert. With Coil."
Arc 16, Chapter 13. With Gru's help, I seated myself on the intact edge of the destroyed swarm box, scattering my insects to the walls and ceiling of the room. Gru paced a little while I eyed Imp and Bitch. My female teammates didn't look entirely convinced, and I couldn't blame them. They'd just seen someone who matched my description attacking them. The nighttime darkness and the lack of city lights hadn't helped, and the obscuring swarm of bugs had helped hide the details from the moment the imposter gave them reason to suspect her.
"What happened?"
Gru asked me. "We arrived at the place he was keeping Dina. She grabbed my hand, we turned around, and the headlights flashed. Then I was somewhere else."
"He switched to his high beams momentarily. Didn't know about the others, but my eyes had adjusted to the dark. I couldn't see anything. Used my darkness to try to cover us in case he was pulling something, but nothing happened. Turned around and you were fine."
"Except it wasn't me." Gru nodded slowly.
"Looked like you. Sounded like you."
"I don't know how. Genesis?"
"Didn't strike me as much of an actor."
"Then I don't know," I said, feeling lame. I knew I didn't sound convincing.
"What happened? Was he only trying to separate you from us?"
"I'm 95% sure he tried to kill me."
"What's the other 5%?
Gru asked. "I'm not 100% sure of anything, but he didn't have a bomb waiting to go off when I arrived, so that leaves me with some doubt. He did shoot me and set the building on fire around me, and he had soldiers waiting to gun me down if I stepped outside."
"Did he want you to come here, to frame you?"
"No," I said, shaking my head. "Doesn't make sense. Just as easy for Skitter to disappear with Dina, leaving you guys angry but still loyal. I think the way he wanted it, I'd die of the gunshot or burn up in a house fire, and he could use the lack of living reporters in Brockton Bay alongside some bribe money from the travelers to ensure you guys didn't know what he pulled. Maybe something comes out later about me betraying you to put it in perspective and put any lingering doubts to rest." "He teleported you into a burning house, shot you, surrounded you with soldiers, and you escaped," Imp said. "Barely." I touched the knot of metal where the bullet had settled into my armor. "I guess it's bulletproof after all. I got away because of stuff he wasn't aware of, mainly. My costume, tactics I'd been using in the field, the fact I had a gun. Don't know if Calvert knew about that. Are you okay, Rachel?" Rachel didn't respond. Her head was turned my way, and I could imagine her staring, trying to read me. Her hand gripped the chain at Bastard's neck. "It wasn't me," I told her.
"It wasn't her,"
Gru confirmed.
"I saw with her power. That box was controlling the bugs."
Bitch nodded, slowly. I couldn't see her expression to know whether she was glaring at me or narrowing her eyes behind her mask. "If you have any doubts," I said, "you can stay in a position to attack me if something happens. One whistle or hand signal away from commanding Bastard or Bentley to tear me apart. I hope you won't leap to any conclusions, but it's fine." "Are you sure? Because I don't want there to be any hard feelings I don't want there to be hard feelings." I'd almost said retaliation, but I'd decided I didn't want to bring that up. "It's fine," she said, and there was a touch of anger to the words. "This shadow and dagger shit pisses me off." "Cloak and dagger," Imp offered. Bitch made a low, grunting noise in her throat that fell somewhere between a huff of anger, a belch, and a grunt. "The way you acted before, the way that person acted when she shot me, and the way you're acting now, none of it makes sense. And maybe that's 'cause I'm stupid, but I'm going to handle this my way. Next time someone shoots at me, I kill them, or I have Bastard eat their hands and feet." "You shouldn't maim people," I said. "Says the person who just emptied a gun clip at us," Imp said. When Gru and I turned her way, she raised her hand. "Kidding, I'm just kidding." "Want me to kill them instead?" Bitch asked. No, just... never mind. But hold back a bit for now. And don't call yourself stupid. You think in a different way, that's all." She offered a non-committal grunt in response. "We should talk rescue plans," I said. Calvert invited Tattletale to join him, probably so she wouldn't tip us off about the body double. That means she's probably caught.
Regent too, since we sent him to look after her. This is the kind of situation we were hoping to avoid by playing along with his grand plan.
Having to tackle his full forces to save Tattletale, Regent, and Dina.
Right. If we go charging into this, we or one of his hostages will get killed. I could go in, Imp said. Get them, walk them out. No, he knows us. He's anticipated something like this. Probably has for the travelers, too. He'll have planned around our powers, with counters in mind for each of us. That means video cameras to keep an eye out for you. Pain in the ass.
Indirect attack?
Gru suggested. It won't work if he's holed up somewhere safe, not with the countermeasures he'll have put in place. If he's in his underground base until this all blows over, then he'll be impossible to access, I said. I had to stop to cough. Nobody chimed in with an answer or idea while I recovered. I went on. If he's in the PRT offices, then we'll probably have to get past the travelers, his soldiers, his PRT officers, any countermeasures he's put in place, and any countermeasures the PRT put in place. It'd be a question of staggering out his various lines of defense, so the more questionable ones are out of sight of the good guys.
And he still has his hostages,
Gru said. Fuck it, I groaned. Then I coughed more.
You need a hospital,
Gru told me. I shook my head, then regretted it. I felt dizzy, vaguely nauseous. It was as though simply stopping and letting the adrenaline kick down a notch was letting symptoms emerge. Not now.
You're nearly dead on your feet.
I'll manage, I said. I turned my eyes to the place I'd been lying while Imp stood over me. What if I was dead? Calvert doesn't have a way to know how this turned out. Do you have phone service? Gru reached for his phone, but Imp had hers out first. Sure. He cut my phone off. I threw it away in case it could be used to track me, or in case it was how he was getting a hold on me with that teleportation device. If he suspected you, wouldn't he do the same? Limit your options?
So you think he thinks maybe something happened, or he's waiting to see if we bought his ruse?
He knows I was in the area. I attacked his men trying to save you guys. He had gunmen and explosives teams ready to wipe you off the map if you caught on to what that imposter was doing. So what happens if you call him and tell him you killed me?
He asks us to meet him at one of those secure locations you mentioned, and we can't refuse without revealing that we know what he tried to pull, and destroying that box might have clued him in anyways.
Fuck, I muttered.
When the other skidder disappeared with the girl, how did she do it, exactly?
Teleporting, I said. Through the first flashbang, teleported out, leaving rubble and another flashbang behind.
He said. Okay.
Why are you so curious about that?
Just thinking something through. Give me a second to think.
He pointed at me.
Make sure you're taking deep breaths in the meantime, even if it hurts.
I nodded and did as he asked. For a little while, I ignored my bugs and focused on tallying the damage I'd sustained. My breath wheezed and rattled. My chest hurt every time it or something attached to it moved, and my eyes stung when I opened them. Not that there was any point. Gru was pacing, breathing hard, while Imp and Bitch stood by. It was a bit of a reversal of the norm. I could sense Bitch scratching around Bastard's ears, her fingernails digging in deep to get past the area with armor and bony spikes. Imp was on the other side of the room, leaning against one of the wooden pillars and watching her brother.
I'm calling him,
Gru announced, still panting a bit. Before any of us could protest, he said,
Quiet.
I closed my mouth. He put the phone on speaker. I could hear it ring. Funny how something so mundane as the ring of a phone could sound so ominous and eerie given the context of a situation.
Gru.
It was Calvert's voice.
What?
When Gru spoke, his words were growls, barks.
You better not have had anything to do with this, or I swear this is over. We're done. Gone.
I could virtually hear Calvert switching mental gears to try to adapt to this.
Slow down and then explain. I don't know what you're talking about.
Skitter attacked us, and then she used your technology to leave the scene. I know you wanted to keep that girl, but going so far as to fucking turn on us?
Gru.
Calvert's voice was hard, firm.
Slow down. It doesn't make sense that I'd arrange things that way. Why go through the motions of giving my pet to Skitter only to... You haven't fully explained what happened. You said she attacked you? Are you sure?
Pretty fucking sure, Coil. She shot Rachel and then she turned on me. Imp disarmed her, then she teleported away using the same device you described to us an hour ago.
I see. Is Rachel all right? And who else was with you? My driver? You're all unharmed?
Your driver went ahead. No, we're all fine, except for Skitter.
You said she teleported away.
She didn't get more than 2 blocks away. We chased her down and stopped her.
My eyes widened a bit. I could imagine Calvert's next words before he spoke them was already moving.
Show me. Send a picture through the phone.
I shifted position so I lay in the depression that Bastard's front paws had made in the swarm box. It was a scene I had to stage in seconds, using dragonflies and wasps to carry hairs across my mask, moving my hand so my wrist bent at an awkward angle where the metal folded. The final touch was bringing all the bugs from around the swarm box to carpet me and the floor. Not a half second after I finished, I heard the digitized camera sound.
I see. That's quite unfortunate. Where's Dina?
You know where Dina is.
I don't know,
Gru said.
I'm far more interested in hearing how Skitter managed to use your technology to do this.
You're sure?
I saw it with my own 2 eyes,
Gru said.
She threw a flashbang, but light and darkness don't affect me the way they do others. You know that much.
Gru was lying, adding an element Calvert wasn't aware of to throw him off track. Good.
I didn't, believe it or not,
Calvert said.
And I don't know how she would have gotten access to the controls. One moment. I'll have to call you right back.
My swarm felt Gru stiffen. He raised his voice.
Don't hang up on me!
The speakerphone buzzed with the dial tone. We stared at each other, or the others stared and I used my swarm sense to observe. As a group, we were still and quiet for long seconds, the dial tone still blaring. Gru hit the button. "What are you doing?" I asked.
Being aggressive, keeping him on his heels. If he's constantly defending himself, he won't be able to turn things back on us.
Except he hung up. He's going to think through his options and give you an excuse when he's ready.
I didn't think he'd hang up.
I frowned. I was thinking back on the meeting I'd had with the school, when my dad had been with me and we'd accused the trio of bullying. Both Emma's dad and the school had played their little power games. "It's a tactic," I said. "He regains control of the situation by being the one who can call back, and it helps establish the idea of him being an authority figure."
"Damn," he said. "Sorry. It made sense in my head, but I didn't think it through. I'm tired. Didn't sleep last night. I figured it was better to call sooner than later."
"It's okay. Maybe call him back?" He didn't get a chance. The phone rang.
"This wasn't the kind of response I wanted, Coil."
Gru growled into the phone the second he'd answered. I heard the beep as he switched it to speakerphone. Calvert was already talking.
"Have sequestered Regent in my custody, out of concern that he controlled Victor to have the young man hack into my systems."
"You and I both know that Victor didn't have that kind of access, and we didn't know about your teleportation technology until an hour ago."
"I fear Skitter may have known, and I am simply covering my bases. Once we've verified what happened and that Regent wasn't complicit, I'll release him. You can understand where I'm wanting to be careful given this turn of events.
I don't understand anything, Coil.
I heard a tremor of emotion in Gru's voice.
I liked Skitter, and she's dead. The use of the teleporter says you're complicit. I want to look you in the eye and believe you weren't a part of this.
We'll sort this matter out. If you'll come to my headquarters, we can discuss this.
No, not your headquarters. Not with the possibility you pulled this shit on us. We'll meet somewhere else. Somewhere open.
There was a pause.
As you wish. Name a location.
Gru, this time, was the one caught off guard. Calvert's response was fast, and Gru clearly didn't have an area in mind. A place where we'd be able to set up faster than Calvert, ideally open, not riddled with attack routes and vantage points for his soldiers. I thought of a spot, and the air caught in my throat as I suppressed a small noise. I almost coughed. I drew the word in the air with my bugs.
The market, North End,
Gru said, reading it.
You know it?
I do. It's shut down at present.
Right. You come with only one small squad of soldiers. Bring Tattletale and Regent.
If...
Calvert started. Gru hung up on him. He looked at me.
Authority, right?
Right, I said, but all I could hear was the emotion in his voice when he'd been talking about the idea that I'd been dead. Pretending. Gru wasn't a guy who showed his emotions. He didn't strike me as an actor. Hearing that had affected me more than I thought it would. I didn't want to ask if it was because he really cared, or if it was because he'd tapped into something else, some vulnerability that his recent trauma had left open to him. I coughed lightly. The market's a good spot. His people were at the south end of town. It'll take him a bit to get there, so he won't be able to stage any kind of ambush.
It works, but if we're meeting him, what are you doing?
Staying nearby, I said. I'll wait in the wings. In the meantime, we should see if we can get our hands on something that we could have Bastard maul to the point that it looks like my mutilated remains.
There a butcher still in service anywhere?
Gru asked. We'll figure something out, I replied. The market was almost empty, an expanse of asphalt devoid of cars, surrounded by tall grass. There were still faint marks where the treads and scoops of bulldozers had pushed the dirt and debris to the far side of the lot. Only a few stalls were standing, but the displays were empty. I felt exposed, naked. I was wearing only my old costume and the built-in makeshift skirt to cover me where the fire had eaten away at the leggings. My utility compartment was the one that had been damaged during our altercation with the Nine, holding the bare essentials, while my new mask and the upper half of my remade costume were presently being worn by the fake we'd made. The sacrifice of the costume hurt, and the process of putting the fake together hadn't been pretty. The head, upper body, and arms were simply taken from a child's mannequin we'd salvaged from the inside of a store display and stuffed into the top of my costume. To get the meat for the torn midsection, I'd had to use my bugs to root out and kill a raccoon from the bins of a dumpster. I'd cut it open and tied the entrails to the base of the mannequin's torso with my spiders. A wig that vaguely matched my own hair was simply bound to the head. We soaked the body, the wig in particular, with the blood of the dead raccoon. Bentley's tail wagged as he carried the thing delicately in his heavy jaws, one arm and a bloody mess of hair dangling from the left side of his mouth, raccoon intestines hanging out the other. I headed into the tall grass and hunkered down. Volumes of insects and arachnids that I'd picked up during our trek to the market settled around me, hidden at the base of the grass. Adrenaline kept me awake, despite the fatigue I was experiencing. It had been an intense few days, an intense few weeks, with minimal chance to rest. My body was probably struggling to heal and draining what little reserves I had remaining. Still, I wasn't about to doze off. Calvert arrived after 10 or 15 minutes, pulling up with one armored van. All in all, he had only 4 soldiers with him. He walked within 20 feet of me as he crossed the tall grass. I was aware of his footsteps crushing my bugs as he passed over the swarm. Oblivious, he approached Gru, Imp, Bitch, and the dogs. "Ah, you brought Skitter. It seems there's little doubt she's dead. A terrible shame." "No kidding," Imp said. "I'd suggest my man look over the body, verify that it was her, but I suppose there's no point trying." "Bentley wouldn't let you get that close to his treat," Bitch said. Bentley growled, as if he understood the words and wanted to make it absolutely clear.
"Don't talk about her like that," Gru said. "Calling her a treat?"
"She betrayed us," Imp said. "Why do you care?" "Enough," Calvert said, his voice hard. "Enough bickering. My time is valuable, and I'm not willing to waste it on entertaining this ruse." I didn't have many bugs deployed on my allies or on Calvert, but I could still feel the others tense in surprise. "Yes, I know. I commend you for trying. I might have believed you, but I do have other resources on hand."
"Then,"
Gru started. Up. Calvert raised a hand. "I was talking. As I was saying, I have other resources available. I have a small cadre of supervillains, a small group of heroes, all the resources of the PRT and PRT computer systems, and all of their tools." He snapped his fingers, and soldiers began to teleport down to the edges of the market. Most were positioned so that the Undersiders would have to run off the edge of the pavement, over the grass, and into the water if they wanted to get away. Surrounding a target while holding guns only promised to get people shot. The effect, as it was good enough. The travelers teleported in behind Calvert, followed by Chariot, Circus, Uber, and Leet, and a few of his lieutenants. People in suits. One held a laptop while the other typed on it. Every gun, Tinker-made or otherwise, was pointed at my teammates. Another gun pressed against the back of my head. Soldiers had teleported in behind me. I felt despair sweep through me. No, too many. Didn't think he could teleport this many in. The gun barrel prodded me, and I stood. I walked with the gun pressed between my shoulder blades, just above the spot where my utility compartment hung. "Skitter, how nice of you to join us." "Cut the fake civility," I said. "Where are our teammates?" "Regent and Tattletale are safe and locked up, rest assured. I must say I'm quite disappointed. I really had hoped this would work out, and the loss of the Undersiders sets me back by weeks or months in the grand scheme of my plan. Imp, you can cease trying to run. My men have cameras on you." Calvert gestured toward the laptop. Imp moved her mask to spit on the ground just to my right. It was a bit of a shock to find her standing there. "Farewell, Wait," I said, raising my voice made me cough. "I don't see any point to waiting." I hurried to recover and speak before he could give the order. "Dead man switch." Calvert sighed. "Ah, you are irritating, you know. On more than one occasion, I know, you've argued for the sake of the greater good. I've viewed the recordings the PRT has of your appearances at major events, and I've come to know you fairly well. It's rather hypocritical that you're now working so hard to fight against the greater good." "Against your rule?" "Essentially so. If you simply would have died quietly, the Undersiders wouldn't have been stirred to rebellion. I could have established a peace we haven't seen since the day Scion arrived, and everyone involved here could have walked away happier and healthier, your friends included." "Tattletale accepted," I responded. Tattletale accepted, I admit. Too dangerous to be left unchecked. A shame. Now, you were saying? I arranged a dead man's switch. Kind of. Unless one of my subordinates receives a message from me every 20 minutes, she'll mass send emails to everyone important and even a few unimportant people. Detailing the true nature of Thomas Calvert, I suspect. Yeah. I hate to break it to you, dear Skitter, but this isn't enough leverage for me to let you walk away. I turned my head in the direction of my teammates. With my power, I noted their presence. Gru, Imp, Bitch, her dog. None of us? I asked. No, I'm more confident in my ability to handle the chaos that any email creates than I am in my ability to get you and your teammates under my thumb again. Okay, I said. I could feel sweat running cold down the back of my neck. Then I have a few questions and a couple of requests. Satisfy that, and I can disable the dead man's switch. The requests first, if you please. Dina goes free when you're done. You don't keep her forever. Agreed. My dad, you don't touch him. I haven't, and I won't have reason to. And you take care of Rachel's dogs. Calvert nodded, but I could sense his patience was running out. You do what you can to stop Jack from doing what he can to end the world. If you have capes at your disposal, you give them some job related to that, to stopping it. Fine, is that it? If none of us here get to live, at least promise Tattletale gets to. Fine, that can be arranged. I'll need to see her to verify she's okay. I get that you can't prove you haven't gone after my dad in retaliation for earlier, but you can bring her here. Calvert nodded at Chariot, who pressed a button on his wrist. Tattletale appeared in a flash of light, arms bound behind her, legs shackled. She wore headgear that had her blindfolded and gagged. I couldn't quite tell, but it looked like the ears were plugged too. Satisfied? Calvert asked. No, it could be a body double, like you arranged for me. I'd like to confirm with her. No, the restraints are in place for a reason. Then it's a body double, I said, and I'll let the timer run down on this damaging piece of email. I'm willing to run that risk. Use your power, I told him. I'm going to say the words Rose L. She'll reply with something green, followed by the letter A. I'm familiar with your codes. Great, and if she doesn't, shoot us. If there's a problem, go with your other world. You know how my power works? Calvert sighed. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised in the end with the name she chose. No. It's all I'm asking for. You can send your computer experts to the destination I name. They'll check the computer memory to verify no messages were sent, check the phones of everyone on my call history that you don't already know, and then you'll know you're in the clear. That's what I'm offering you in exchange for the assurance that at least Tattletale will get to live. Peace of mind. I could kill your liaison, you realize. She's a loose end. I thought of Charlotte. Hoped I wouldn't regret getting her involved. I hope you won't. All I've told her is that she should await my message and send the file I composed if she doesn't hear from me regularly. I hope you'll let Tattletale and my civilian live, but if you won't, if you break your word, I guess I'll have to live with you looking a little worse in the eyes of the people who work for you, like the Travelers. Don't bring us into this, Skitter, Trickster said. This is your mess, your consequences. I didn't do anything. He was the one who turned on us first, I protested. I sensed Trickster turn Calvert's way. Calvert sighed audibly. As Skitter knows about my power and ever so kindly revealed the broad strokes of it to everyone in earshot, I suppose there's no loss in explaining. I tortured one member of the Undersiders for information in another world days ago. They revealed that you were plotting to turn on me if I refused to release Dina. I cannot afford to release her, so my hand was forced. So it's our fault? Imp asked. Ultimately, yes. How did you make those body doubles? Genesis? The old-fashioned way. The one that replaced you was a Sudanese child soldier. I was preparing for the eventuality of your betrayal since the day after Leviathan attacked and your wobbly allegiances became perfectly clear. It's amusing, but the files you stole from the PRT offices after rejoining the Undersiders supplied much of the video footage my hired experts used to coach her in the particulars of how you move and speak. When you went to convince the mayor of our way of thinking, Trickster carried the devices Leet designed to record the particular signals you use to command your bugs. Which is how you built the swarm box. The famine engine, Leet said. Whatever. Any further questions? Why didn't you drop me on top of a bomb? An unfortunate side effect of Leet's power. Leet believes it was the proximity to the bomb or the particular signature of the vat of acid that made it so likely to occur, but with my power I observed that it wasn't merely a chance that the teleportation would fail and your well-trained body double would be caught instead, but a surety. No less than 12 tries with the variables changed slightly. Leet's power sabotages him, it seems. Is that Leet's passenger at work? Passenger? Ah, that's what Bonesaw calls the agents. Yes, I suppose that might be the case. In any event, we nearly ran out of time before verifying that guns, fire, and alcohol wouldn't skew his power, whatever the cause of the error was. Okay, so I don't suppose you want to let me confirm it's Tattletale and tell you who to contact to cancel the dead man's switch? No. You've been careful every step of the way, thinking 5 steps ahead, amassing resources, amassing top-notch underlings, getting us working for you, getting the travelers. I'm surprised you're willing to let things go ass backwards when you're so close to tying up the last loose end. It's precisely because I'm careful that I'm not willing to let Tattletale open her mouth and speak. You're still pretending it's Tattletale, I said. It is. I had no reason to arrange a body double for her as I did for you. You had every reason. Like you said, you didn't trust her, you couldn't let her work unchecked, and it would have been too unusual if the 2 members of the Undersiders that posed the biggest threat to your goals happened to disappear at once. Calvert shook his head and touched fingers to his forehead, as if exasperated. Your underling and Tattletale can live. That's all I'm willing to offer. You'll have to take my word on both points. Your word is worth nothing, Bitch spat the words. Calvert reacted as if he'd been slapped. You promised me safety, security, so long as I joined this team. I've never been less safe, less secure. Everybody lies through their teeth. Maybe there's a couple of them I can stand anyways, but they're still liars. They've made me a liar, and you're the worst liar of them all. It's fitting you wear a snake on your costume. Enough, Calvert said. Any more and I'll order my men to shoot you. Shoot her and you'll never get the info you need from me, I said. You're a cheat, Coil, Bitch barked. I'll have your dogs shot if you say another word, Calvert said. Bitch fell silent. Silence reigned for long seconds. I was aware of my bugs, knew that I couldn't have them attack without us getting shot. I knew my armor was bulletproof, Bitch's armored jacket was the same way, but the thinner fabric, or a bullet through the lens or eye hole of a mask? There were a lot of soldiers here. Even if the suits could stop the bullets from penetrating, we could be pulverized anyways. I heard a wave crash against the shore, not far away. Long seconds passed. If it settles the matter, then fine, Calvert said. He signaled Chariot. Another Tattletale appeared. She dropped to her knees the second she materialized. She wore a similar headset and bindings. Free her mouth and one ear. Be ready to gag her again the second she speaks. One of his soldiers approached the kneeling Tattletale. He undid the gag and freed her ear of the plug that was held in place with wire. "Rose L," I called out. "String bean A," she replied. She grunted as the soldier forced the gag back into her mouth. "She gets to live," I told Calvert. "If nothing else, you guys are going to need her help to figure out how Jack Slash ends the world in 23 months. "It's amusing," Calvert said, "that you keep asking me for things I was already prepared to do. You wanted me to improve the city, to restore it to a working state. Already planned. And this, killing Tattletale, was never in the cards. I intend to keep her like I do my pet. Her power will be invaluable. Rest assured I will offer every bit of assistance I can when the end of the world approaches." "I suppose it was too much to expect that you'd let her go," I said. My heart pounded in my chest. I wasn't exactly feeling top-notch, so simply standing was feeling like a bit of a challenge. Fighting back? Acting? No use. "Her name is Charlotte. She's staying in the red brick house a block to the east of my dad's place. She has a laptop, but she doesn't know what I put on it." "Very well. Men, ready? You're not going to check? Aim." "Calvert!" I said. "Coil!" "Fire." The sound of the gunshots was deafening, debilitating when I was already missing my sense of sight, my bugs not present enough to give me a sense of the surroundings. I sensed Gru get hit, then Bentley. I took one in the stomach and folded over. When the smoke cleared, for lack of a better term, we were still standing. There was the sound of a few isolated scuffles in the ranks of the soldiers. My bugs moved to the ends of gun barrels and to the soldiers themselves, noting their postures and positions. Roughly half of the soldiers that surrounded us were holding the other half hostage. A few had managed to get shots off, but a quick feel around with my bugs verified that nobody had been hurt enough to be knocked to the ground. Most of the bullets had gone over our heads. "What is this?" Calvert asked. "Travelers?"
"Don't do a thing, travelers,"
Gru boomed out in his eerie, hollow voice.
"Someone remove Tattletale's bindings."
One of the soldiers approached Tattletale and began undoing the restrictive binding. She wobbled slightly as she stood, working her jaw in the absence of the gag. "Glad to see the string bean plan worked out in the end," she said. "Those of you I haven't been in contact with, please hear me out. I'm paying twice what Calvert is for a year's salary, and I'm paying it all up front. Look to the other team captains if you don't believe me. Fish, Miner, Richards, Mech. I've talked to them and they've agreed." There was a slight shift in the tension among the soldiers. The ones at gunpoint began slowly lowering their weapons, and the ones holding them there similarly let it calm a notch. "Lies," Calvert said. There was an uncharacteristic degree of emotion in his voice. "I've tracked your funding. I know exactly how much money you have." "Not exactly. See, I revealed this to my team just a little while ago, but I've sort of been skimming." "From me?" "A bit. Not as much as you'd think. You keep good accounts. But our targets? For sure. Like, we go rob the Brockton Bay Central Bank, and maybe I skip off for 5 minutes to go visit the CEO's room, use his computer to get access to more funds, and shift them into a personal account. Or I keep a few of the more valuable pieces of paperwork, or I pocket something expensive during a job. Funny thing about a power like mine, it helps me figure out what I can get away with." "You haven't taken enough to pay twice what I can." "You'd be surprised. And some of your assets are in a position to be picked up by yours truly. Safe deposit boxes and safes don't mean much against me, so that's a bit more funding of yours that I can borrow to pay these guys. A year up front, and I'm not asking them to do a single thing. Most of them anyways. I'm just asking that they ship out of Brockton Bay, or they stay on the down low." "I'll pay triple," Calvert said. "You can't pay triple," Tattletale said, stretching as the chains around her wrists and ankles were undone.
You've dented your coffers too much with the city revitalization. Didn't help that you paid such an exorbitant sum to the Dragon Slayers for the information they were offering.
That was your idea.
Yeah, Tattletale said. You were desperate enough to deal with the dragon threat before your big show at the debate that you didn't make too big of an issue of it. Either way, you forgot the cardinal rule of employing mercenaries. They follow the person with the money.
I didn't forget, Calvert said. I had that in mind every step of the way. I was exceedingly careful in how much funding I provided.
Okay, Tattletale sounded almost chirpy. But you didn't account for the possibility that I was picking up as much on my own as I was.
Calvert made a noise that was a borderline snarl.
Undersiders, Trickster said. This goes no further. Call it a stalemate, but we need his assistance.
Calvert's lying, you know, Tattletale said. He can maybe help you, but he can't help Noel. None of the plans he's been talking about will work, and he knows they won't work. He wants Noel for entirely different reasons. He thinks he can get her on a leash, so he's got firepower even if he gets rid of the supervillains working under him. A threat that only the great PRT leader Thomas Calvert can address.
I'd rather see the truth of that for myself. You touch him, and we'll kill you.
You guys aren't wearing the same kind of durable costumes we are, Tattletale said. If you want to make a point of it, my soldiers can gun you down.
I can swap your group with mine the second the gunshots happen, Trickster replied, unfazed. You don't want to do that.
I tried to speak, coughed once instead. When I finally had my voice, I said, Ballistic, Sundancer, any other travelers with doubts, I know you guys aren't happy with the status quo. If you want to stop running, stop moving constantly, and move to Brockton Bay permanently, we'll have you. We need you, even. A long pause stretched out. Then Ballistic stepped forward.
Hey man, Trickster said. No. I'm done. This was a doomed quest from the start, Ballistic said.
He stopped at Gru's side, turned around to face his teammates. Sundancer? I asked. You said before that you were lonely, that all of this was too intense for you. Even the stuff I've done, it didn't sit right with you. I get that. Don't you want to stop? To say goodbye to this life? Trickster looked at Sundancer. Mars? She shook her head. No, Skitter, I'm staying. I don't have another choice. Genesis? She was in the form of a girl, but wore a simple mask. Someone's got to stay and be a real leader to this team. No, I'm standing by Trickster. Teleport me to safety, Calvert said. Escort me away, and everything I have is yours. Everything you have is mine already, Tattletale cut in. You've been dethroned, Seaman. I'm going to rule as the mastermind behind the scene in Brockton Bay, organize the territories, pay the bills. My partners will see to the territories themselves. I suppose I won't be head of the PRT, but I'm suspicious we'll be able to work out a truce of sorts with the good guys. Hopefully we'll get someone more sensible than Pagot and less shady than you. Trickster, Calvert said, I can put you in touch with the woman who can cure her. Someone who knows as much or more about parahumans than anyone on the planet. It won't be free, but I can subsidize the costs. But I have to be alive to... Trickster collapsed to the ground. Sundancer and Genesis turned, confused, and Ballistic caught Genesis with a spray of pellets. She dissipated into gory wisps of whatever substance formed her body. Sundancer was only just creating her son when she collapsed as well. I could see Imp bending over, prodding the bodies. Uber, Leet, and Chariot backed away as guns turned to point at them. Anyone who shoots one of the Undersiders will receive $1 million, Calvert shouted. I waited for the inevitable bullet. It didn't come.
Skitter and I had a little talk, Tattletale said. Way back when the city had been freshly sieged by the Endbringer, and rejoining the team wasn't even a consideration. I raised the idea of going after you, of taking you down. We knew that if you were going to let down your guard, if you were going to slip up at all, it would be when you were closest to achieving your goals. Calvert only glared. "If you made any one mistake, it was keeping me at your base towards the end of the fiasco with the 9. The problem with keeping your friends close and your enemies closer? It puts your enemies in the midst of your friends, so they can discuss better means of payment with the right team captains. Or they can maybe arrange to put something in Noelle's vault during one of the feeding times. A few fire alarms with a low battery, tucked in there when the door meets the wall. Irritate her so she's awake that much more, and she then costs you sleep." "That metaphor fell apart," Imp commented. Tattletale shrugged. "Not so much a metaphor, but I got off track." "Pettiness," Calvert said. "Strategic. Lots of little things add up. Seeding doubts, making you second-guess plans, keeping you up at night wondering, planning just a bit more, in both your realities. You were too focused on the big picture, on the thing I could find out, keeping me off balance, that you missed out on my ability to see the little things, to exploit them. And it wore on you. You didn't realize how much, but it did. And maybe that's why you were that much more susceptible to making the critical mistake here." "Damn you," Calvert said. "But you made the mistake we needed you to make, using your power here, while you were talking to us. There's no escape routes now. The only loyalty you have is bought with coin, and I have more cash than you do." "Then send me to the birdcage and be done with it," Calvert said. "To jail?" Tattletale asked. No. I know you have contingency plans, arrangements. We send you to prison and someone breaks you out before you get there." I took a step forward, then made myself take another. "It doesn't have to be you," Tattletale told me. "No," I told her. "I think it does." Calvert turned my way, let his head sink back so it rested against the ground. "So it comes down to this." I thought of the countless lives I'd put at risk, if not directly, then indirectly. The ABB blowing up parts of the city, the ensuing gang war, Purity leveling buildings because she blamed us for the loss of her daughter. There was the fat superhero I'd left to die when the tidal wave was incoming. I recalled leaving the dying merchant to bleed out when I'd rescued Bryce from the merchant's festival of blood. There were the people in my territory, the old doctor who'd had her throat cut because I hadn't realized Mannequin was close until it was too late, the gas attack that killed nearly 20 people, and the fires Burnscar had set in my territory, both because I'd provoked them and failed to consider how readily they'd go after the vulnerable point that was all the people I'd been trying to protect. I remembered trying to kill Mannequin with grenades, going all out in attempting to end a man's life. A madman, a monster, but it was what it was. And, much more recently, there was the case of me bringing Triumph so close to death that he'd needed life support. I'd come to terms with so much of that by telling myself it was leading to this. I'd known deep down it would happen, that my fight against Calvert would have to end here. I walked forward until Calvert was beneath me. I drew my gun, checked there was ammo in the clip. "You're not a killer," Calvert said. "No," I replied. I couldn't see, so I screwed my eyes closed, felt the moisture of tears threatening to spill forth. I took in a deep breath. "But I suppose, in a roundabout way, you made me into one," I finished. I aimed the gun and fired. The gun dropped from my hand as the recoil jarred it. It clattered to the pavement. It was quiet enough that I could only hear the ocean water crashing against the shore just off the beach. As an afterthought, I kicked the gun a distance away from where Calvert lay. Not that there was much point. I tried to learn from my mistakes. I felt Tattletale's arm settle around my shoulders. "We're done. This is over. The travelers will be pissed. We can't kill them," I said. "We won't. They'll move on. They have no more reason to stay."
Gru stepped around my left side, bent down, took Calvert's cell phone from the man's belt, and then tossed it to Tattletale. As Tattletale withdrew her arm from my shoulders, he stepped forward to give me a hug.
Let's go.
I nodded into his shoulder. We turned away. With my swarm sense, I was able to recognize Miner, Tattletale's man, helmetless, opening the doors of one van for us. I took a seat. It wasn't Tattletale or Gru that sat down beside me, but Rachel. She took my hand in hers, held it fiercely. I wasn't sure what to make of it, so I simply accepted it. We stopped at Coil's underground base, Tattletale's underground base. It was a relief to escape the silence of the van, surreal to be in the dim noise of downtown again. Much of the area still lacked power, but there were the noises of the occasional car, of people clamoring on the bottom floor of an apartment building. City noises.
You okay?
Gru asked. More bothered by the fact that I'm not bothered, I said. I knew how little sense I was making, but I didn't feel like elaborating.
But you're okay?
I nodded, coughed fiercely for a few seconds.
Our next stop after this is the hospital.
Okay, I agreed. As it had been at sunset, the base was empty. The metal walkway sang with my footsteps as I walked to the far end of the complex. I stopped at a door without a handle. Here, Tattletale said. She held Calvert's cell phone, held it up, and pressed a sequence of buttons. The door clicked open. I forced my fingers into the gap and hauled it open, heavy and metal. There was one more door, one with a key lock. Tattletale stepped over to the desk and got the key, opened it. Dina was inside with an unassuming man in a turtleneck sweater and corduroy pants. Go, Tattletale told the man. Your boss is dead. Just go. He fled. I'm going to get Regent, she said. Think we'll leave Shatterbird in her soundproof cage for now, just to be safe. I nodded absently. I was holding on to Gru for support, watched as Dina stood from the bed and slowly approached. Her voice was barely above a whisper as she stared down at the ground between us. I've been waiting for this for so very long. It didn't sound like an accusation, more the words of someone who had been forced to watch the clock for days, weeks, months, anticipating a possible moment that might never come. I'm sorry, I said. I'm sorry it took so long. She shook her head. I'm the one who's sorry. You were trying hard and I set you up, so you'd go the way where your friends tried to kill you. I shouldn't have... Hey, it's okay. It offered us the best chances in the end, right? She bobbed her head in a nod. A second later, she was running to me, wrapping her arms around my midsection. I winced in pain as her forehead banged against my chest.
Medical care,
Gru said. For both of us, I replied. Dina and me.
Yeah.
As a trio, we stepped out onto the walkway, where Tattletale and Regent should have been waiting. But I could see Regent at the other end of the walkway, and Tattletale wasn't with him. She was hurrying down the spiral stairs just to Regent's left. I leaned over the walkway, as much as I was able with the pain in my chest and Dina clinging to my midsection. My eyes went wide. A moment later, I was hurrying after Tattletale, holding Dina's hand in one of my own and Gru's elbow in the other. We stopped when we reached Tattletale. She stood facing the vault door, the one that was used to seal Noelle within. There were 2 vault doors, one set behind the other, and both were ruined. The one closest to us nearly folded in half, hanging by one hinge. A final act of spite, Tattletale said. She looked at the phone in her hand. He made sure she heard our conversation. You didn't notice? He was using his ability to create alternate worlds to throw my power for a bit of a loop.
I was more focused on the possibility that he had a loyal soldier in the ranks or a sniper waiting in the distance ready to take a shot at one of us. The odor that wafted from the open vault was like sweat and rotten meat. It was dark. Nothing about it gave the sense of a teenage girl's living space. On a scale of 1 to 10, I asked, "Just how bad is this?" "Let me answer your question with another question," Tattletale said. "You think we could convince the PRT to turn on the air raid sirens?"
Hi, this is Rain. You just finished listening to a chapter from Arc 16, Monarch, from the web serial Worm by J.C. McCrae. This production is brought to you by the Worm Audiobook Project. If you would like to know more about us or to volunteer your own services, please check us out at audioworm.rein-online.org. You can download or listen to every chapter directly from our site, or you can find us on iTunes or any podcast app under Worm Audiobook. Thank you for listening.